Welcome to the whoop-de-wop.
Drifting off and
We're
getting away from
going to
that.
keep going over it, and I'm going to keep twisting your words
Whoop-de-wop
to remind everybody
is
we don't owe white people. We do not owe white people
Whoop-de-wop
shit.
is a place.
I run the risk of,
Whoop-de-wop
and it's not my channel, so I will just drop this fucking link.
Just curious, you know what?
Yo,
Who's your
hand me the whoop-de-wop.
Well, I know it's an Indiana thing.
Yo, you got some
but do
money?
you know what
We're
a
going
Hoosier
to the
is?
whoop-de-wop.
I actually don't.
Okay.
Yo,
got
we
something to do with
those.
things.
Throw some cool
And
whoop-de-wops.
from a Hoosier, you're going to get certain things that are going to happen. And
Well, I do
walk
know
out,
at one
come
point
stove, go
Indiana
grab that
was
shit
like
right
the
quick.
center of the
She
Klan.
was like, cool. And she already know to get my dough. So,
Great to see you on this rainy Memorial Day weekend. No better place to be than cuddled up here in the DMZ with Bill. Great to
Sorry for a rainy weekend coming. I thought our weekend here up in northern DMZ. Well, I guess I take that back. Looks like it's going to be rain Sunday, Monday, but today and tomorrow look okay.
Well, you know where it's really stormy and who's really experiencing rain right now, Bill, is Ken Martin, chairman of the Democratic National Committee.
That is just an A+ segue. That's, you are so blessed to be getting this for free. That is just that's CNN level stuff there.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. No, but Ken Martin is in trouble. There's been a lot of clamoring for months now about a Democratic autopsy. I'm not convinced that they need an autopsy, but if you say you're going to put one out, you need to put one out. And there's been hemming and hawing, and then they finally put one out, and it did not go well. But why don't you talk about that, and what's your take, Bill?
My take is this whole thing is stupid. There's nobody out there. Anyone who cares about this, there's nobody. None of these people are like, I really don't know what I think about what went wrong. I really want an autopsy to explain it to me. These are all people that already know what they think and want a report to validate it, or a report that goes the other way so they can criticize it as being bogus. There's no one in the middle here.
Okay. So let me ask a couple questions. First question is, okay, so apparently there's nothing in there about Gaza. There's nothing in there about Biden being too old. If you and I were to, we probably don't need an autopsy, but if you were to do a one-pager, like what, based on what you and I know, we have not done the extensive study that the DNC is really tasked with compiling, but based on what is pretty obvious, what you and I both know, what are the lessons that you would draw from what went wrong in 24?
I mean, my bias is that this is 99% about inflation. And the problem was the way Biden approached it rhetorically in the summer of 2021. And nothing you were going to do about that in the fall of 2024. And you don't really, but if you don't accept that, if you think there's other things involved, a DNC autopsy, I mean, you could do all sorts of different political analyses to explain a close loss, whether you're going to talk about Gaza, immigration, transgender, nuts and bolts, turn operation. I'm sure there's all sorts of things you could potentially point to and certainly make some sort of argument to that end. But the DNC is not in a unique place to analyze the broader political landscape. They could analyze the party infrastructure, the nuts and bolts, the blocking and tackling.
Right.
And talk, we could have done better by deploying resources here, having more turnout soldiers here. Door knocking didn't work as well as we thought it was going to. We needed more phone bankers. Stuff like that. I wouldn't even necessarily assume that would be the determinative reason for a win or loss, but that would be useful information worth digging into. And You can certainly knock Martin if he hasn't done that. I mean, maybe he has done that. That's in some sort of other report we haven't seen. That's not really the thing that the average person needs to read. Clearly, what did come out was very half-baked, not well researched, not well written, not complete. I mean, it's literally not complete. Like it lacks a conclusion.
Yes, and you can see where people were like tracking changes and making comments, like in the Google Doc, right? They released that version of it, which
the version was
accidental.
Well, I assume that I don't know if it was in there in the first place, or when those red lines were put in, but clearly Martin wanted to say, I'm only going to put this out if I show how badly done this was and the problems that we had with it. And then people can then say, well, then Martin should try to fix those problems. And why did he do that? Or why did he kick this thing to some friend of his? I mean, some things you get in draft form, you're like, I can't fix this.
Yeah.
I can't save this. I'm not sure it's worth the time and the expense to try to save this. Who is this really serving anyway? Is this really?
But the problem is, Bill, and you tell me if my sense was that the Pod Save America bros were really giving Martin and the Democrats a hard time, and they wouldn't let this go. Like Martin had made the mistake of promising to put this out, and then I think he was hoping it would blow over. Maybe other people are clamoring too, but the only people I heard talking about this were the Pod Save America guys.
Yeah, I think this is very inside baseball stuff, but there are certainly people. I feel like the party committees in general get treated like they are more impactful in elections than they really are. That they're really not the thing that drives most of these campaigns. They're a repository for a certain amount of advertising, perhaps more than negative advertising, but because we have super PACs, they're not necessarily the biggest one.
It's probably a throwback to a bygone era that people, where else are you going to look? Call up the Kamala Harris campaign that doesn't exist.
Right.
And once upon a time, the DNC really would have been much more important than.
When was the last time? Anybody listening in earshot? When was the last time somebody from a party committee, from the DNC or the RNC, knocked on your door, called you on the phone, maybe sent you a mailer, but most of the stuff is by the campaigns themselves.
Yeah.
By the other specific campaign arms, the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee, the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, and the Republican counterparts. Those guys, I see that stuff. I see the super PAC stuff. I see the other independent expenditure stuff. I don't really see a lot of direct activity from the national party committees, but they're kind of treated like the face of the party.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this: going back to what if there were a one pager on autopsy? I think you mentioned inflation. I think the problem is not necessarily that Biden didn't communicate inflation correctly, although he didn't. It's that there was inflation. If there's inflation, you're going to lose. That's why Donald Trump is in trouble right now. And then I also think Trump surviving a suicide attempt, Kamala Harris being dropped into this presidential race with, at the 11th hour. Like, I think there's a way of looking back at the 2024 race and saying of course Trump won. He was always going to win.
I mean, the assassination attempt, I don't think was really.
I think it did. I think that helped him more. And then other stuff like that McDonald's photo op, I think ended up being much more significant than people think.
I think again, these are all just our priors, based on hard evidence.
But I mean, there are a few moments, right? Kamala Harris saying, "I don't know what I would change. There's nothing that I would change from Joe Biden."
I think all of that is secondary at best. The biggest, what you said towards the end there about I'm not forgetting exactly what you said. The inflation part.
Yeah.
Where you were saying, inflation is just there. The thing is, inflation wasn't just there. Inflation was better in 2024 than 2022. And a president who didn't come across like he was on death's door and was losing cognitive competency would have been able, one at the front end would have rhetorically taken inflation head on from the jump, and not tried to downplay it.
Yeah.
Would have stayed on top of it rhetorically as it came down.
Transitory.
Right. That was I think it was the biggest mistake. But possibly recoverable if you then say, hey, you know what, it's not as transitory as we thought, but look, I'm going to get out of the Federal Reserve's way. But if I did do some of this, they're going to do some tough stuff. It's going to be a little tough sledding, but Donald Trump put us in this terrible position because he mismanaged the pandemic, and we're going to fix it.
Yeah.
And then you stay on top of it as it comes down, so people feel like people are in charge, people are steering the ship, and then you get the credit as it comes down. Which is how Reagan's inflation in 1984 wasn't super awesome, but it was a hell of a lot better than it was when he came in. So he got credit for the trajectory of it. That's the normal thing you'd expect in a re-election campaign, and if Biden was not competent to do it, and then Kamala was put in this very hard position to try to clean up the mess with very little time, and that is all sui generis of 2024. There's not a whole lot of lessons to learn from that going forward, except take inflation seriously from the jump.
And don't have an old guy that can't communicate. All right, I want to push back, and then I want to agree. Here's the pushback. You said when inflation was better in 2024 than it was in 2022. Here's the problem. Yes, the inflation rate was lower, but prices didn't come down. Like the prices had...
That's always...
You and I know that, Bill. But my point is, if you're an American and you were used to the way prices were in 2019, 2020, and now it's 2024, and you're like... Every time I go, I'm dropping $50 at Chick-fil-A, and someone says to you, yeah, but they're lower. The rate of inflation is lower now than it was 2 years ago. Like, I'm not saying that somebody couldn't message that better or communicate that, but that's a tough stuff.
Most presidents have messaged that better. Reagan messaged that better. It wasn't inflation in 2012, but we had other sort of economic problems. We weren't fully out of the recovery in 2012, but it was better than it was. And Obama messaged that better. Re-election campaigns usually win when the trajectories are better. Biden was uniquely bad.
Welcome to Stanley versus the World, everyone. Happy Friday. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button for starters. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe to us. We would love to have you, at least for a little while. I see we're actually up to 354. So we've had a couple people trickle in. I don't know whether it's because of shorts or whether it's because I was on Latino's panel yesterday. Which I think, just for a change, we'll probably have just review that instead of getting into political videos. It was actually really the first time I'd ever talked to Josh Doug Ehrlich, but he goes by Josh for some reason. We actually had a pretty substantive conversation. It was actually I actually enjoyed myself, which isn't too. It's kind of rare. He has a lot of his beliefs together, whether I agree with them or not, but at least he knows why he thinks stuff, which is always refreshing. Excuse me, too many times, people just get up here and ramble on and can't stick to a point or develop a thought going from point A to point B, all the way out to Z if necessary. So it's worth a review at least. So Sovereign Beer Fund's open. It is now the weekend. So let me thank our current sponsor of the Saturday Short Bus. I never get tired of saying that, by the way. So Lupin and 12th Man are sponsoring this Saturday show. Why not join them? in the sponsorship. And then we have our two executive producers, CKJ3 and Lupin again. They pretty much paid off the newspaper subscriptions, and probably the YouTube as well. Which, by the way, YouTube is going up like by $4 a month. I'm like, what is up with that? So thank you to these two gentlemen. They were very generous. So let's get back to this. My comment on this is that it doesn't seem like the Democrats had their act together. I don't know why. I don't know. RNC, DNC, these parties actually aren't as powerful as they think they are. And they're still just kind of like stumbling in the dark, it seems. And as far as inflation, even your rank and file person really we all need to understand how inflation works. Most times when you go the month to month that you see, monthly or so, that's inflation rate, not the actual rate of inflation. It's not actually where inflation is. It's how big inflation is growing. And prices, the only thing that fluctuates will be commodities like gas or eggs, meat, that sort of thing. Like processed foods and stuff like that. Once that stuff goes up, it does not come down. Commodity type stuff, fruit, the actual commodities, things that are either traded, in some commodities market or something like that. It's rare that anything that's processed, once these companies lock in like a price, they will sometimes do shrinkflation, where they'll, if there are a dozen of whatever in a box on a grocery store shelf, they may knock it down to 10, just so they don't have to raise the price. But essentially they are raising the price. You just don't notice it. So people really need to start, like, at least knowing the basics of what you may read on any given day in a news report or a news video or something.
Because he wasn't on it. I mean, whether you think he was like outright something to mention or not, I don't. But I do think something was not right, and he certainly wasn't on his A game. That's objectively the case, and he wasn't able to carry that baton.
Let me ask you this, and then we'll move on, because actually things are going really good for Democrats. I don't want to
what's the weird thing about this?
Share.
That's what's so weird about them. So I'm trying to cut off another A plus segue, I'm sure. But like, why are you kicking the crap out of each other, Democrats?
Yes.
As if like you're about to lose an election. Whatever went wrong in 2024, to some degree, who cares? You're killing it right now.
Yeah.
So look forward and not backward.
All right, so I do want to transition to that, but the last thing I have on this is I just want to ask you about Ken Martin. So this is a guy who is from the Paul Wellstone machine, I think. He's from Minnesota. He obviously had enough on the ball to become chairman of the DNC, and he's now become something of a joke, something of a cautionary tale. And I'm wondering, like, if you know anything about him, like, did he have a good reputation before? What is the deal? Where did he come from? And or is it just the fact that, we've neutered these political parties so much that they're not going to ever attract the top tier people anymore, and the people who do get there, like, don't have the carrots and sticks they once had?
I mean, I'm not the Ken Martin expert, but my basic understanding is that he ran the Minnesota Democratic Party, did a good job there, was seen as a good technocratic manager. He's not your charismatic face. I don't think you put a guy like there to give you this unique political analysis to solve all your messaging issues. Like that's not what his skill set was, and not really what the job is. He's largely there because a lot of state party chairs help decide who the national party chair is going to be. He had good relationships with them, had a good track record as a state party chair to manage the things that party committees tend to do. Now, I know his fundraising's not been great, and maybe he deserves a slap on the wrist for that. But I think, I mean, I'm talking to something like a total chump on the outside who's not in the middle of it. So my opinion is as good as anybody else's. I feel like he's probably having a very hard time doing the normal boring stuff that party chairs do because he's getting pressured on all these other fronts. And you only have so much time in the day to do your job, and so it's just a tough position.
I feel like, and you can accuse me of being a proponent of the great man or woman theory of politics, but I just feel like if a Barack Obama shows up, your problems go away. Donald Trump showed up, and it didn't matter that the Republican Party had an autopsy. He ignored the autopsy, and he did things his way. Like, if the right candidate shows up who's charismatic, that becomes the vision of the party and defines the brand of the party. And so if a young Bill Clinton or a young Barack Obama show up tomorrow, then your problems are solved. You don't need to do the penny ante, little paperwork, but if those people don't show up, then you can do all the strategizing and autopsies you want. It's not going to matter.
Well, remember the autopsy of the 2012 campaign of the Republican Party did, which I think was the first time we ever called anything like that an autopsy.
That's the first time I remember.
Yeah, I don't even know if they did any kind of after action reports of that nature before. I mean, they might have done again the minor, how was the
here. Let's address the. Hey, Mariah, how you doing? I didn't see you. Welcome to the show. Let's help the old YN see more. He's saying, there you go, playing political clips again. Well, this is more than a political clip. It's an hour-long political talk. And let me also remind this young man what the purpose of Stanley versus the world is. Because it is plainly stated in the kind of the mission statement. See here, it says Stanley Cross at Stanley Cross 6000. It says news, politics, culture, and thoughtful conversations. Characters welcome! ! It says news and politics. So if I show political clips, that is to be expected, for it is the norm on a basically political news and culture channel. So please don't be surprised, Seymour. Please don't be surprised when I talk politics on a political show. Thank you, sir. Thanks for noticing. All right, so let's get back to the business at hand.
How was the phone banking? They might have done stuff like that. But that was essentially designed to say to the Republican Party, we can't survive as an all-white party. We got killed on the immigration issue in 2012. Romney's, self-deportation was a disaster of a message. And we need to accept that this country is changing demographically. And
never mind. I was going to make a point, but I'll let him finish up.
Adapt to that. And Donald Trump came in and said, shut the F up. Screw your autopsy. We're going to do this my way. And enough people in the Republican base just wanted to hear that. And it proved true enough.
Amazingly, it worked.
I might still argue that the Trump strategy here
Trump is a fucking idiot. Okay, in in a country with a falling birth rate, I agree that illegal immigration is a problem, but we've been talking about immigration reform for decades. The way the laws concerning asylum work, if somebody makes it into the country illegally or not and asks for asylum, the U.S. Code demands that the government accommodate that person until the case can be reviewed, adjudicated, or what have you. Okay, how about change the law of the illegals? Yeah, that problem needs to be dealt with. Okay, but I'm going to talk a little bit later. I got like 3 immigration stories. In my opinion, Trump is handling it all wrong. He's going to wind up with basically a baby crisis. The people that are living here now are not sustaining a population. Somehow or another, that's going to have to be dealt with, and paying people to have babies is not going to work given this economy.
Has limited returns, and they may find that the essence of the 20 autopsy might actually end up being true over the long haul. But Trump did. But the flip side of that is, Democrats who believed in that autopsy too overinterpreted the salience of the immigration issue in terms of winning the Latino vote.
Yeah.
Didn't accept that the average Latino voter is like any other voter and cares about their pocketbook first, and put way too many eggs in that basket. Trump did have the insight to say, if you're mad about inflation, you're mad about inflation, and let's just hammer that. But the notion that you can be brazenly racist once you're in power and think you're going to hold a multiracial coalition, which Trump was able to stitch together in 2024, but it's clearly blown apart now because there's all these immigration that do matter to the Latino community when it's shoved in their face.
Which brings us to more happy news if you're rooting for Democrats. So earlier this week, maybe Monday, the New York Times Siena poll, or was that last week? Came out.
Well, they've taken pieces of it over several days, but it's most.
All right, so there's a new. I don't know if you've seen this today. So the New York Times Siena poll had Trump at, I think it was a 37% approval rating.
Yeah.
There's one today, American Research Group Inc. I don't know how legit
those guys those guys are terrible.
Are they bad?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Trump's got a 31% approval rating in that poll, but you're saying that's not.
I mean, look. I think Quinnipiac came out with 34 the other day. I think CBS is at 37. There are others in the upper 30s. I mean, 31 is probably too far.
Maybe
down.
An outlier, yeah.
But we are seeing. I mean, people have to hate on Real Clear Politics, particularly on the left. And because they have a few holes in their mix that are seen as skewed to the right. But I worked there for a while, so I have a fondness. And they have data that goes back many, many years, so it's useful for comparison's sake. So they have Trump below 40 in the average now. And so hate on RCP all you want. If Trump's below 40 in RCP, he's below 40.
Yeah.
So that to me is more important than any individual poll you're going to pull out now.
And the big development, of course, as well, is not just Trump's approval rating, but that New York Times Siena poll had the generic congressional ballot D plus 11.
Right. Now that's above the average. So going back to RCP, I didn't check before we got on, but I know at the start of the week that basically was at 7. And I wrote about this at the Washington Monthly. You can't find any party with a 7-point lead in the generic congressional ballot in May over the last 20 years. So in 20 years, Democrats were even better than that. That was 2006. You're talking post Katrina, you're talking to Rock Quagmire, talking the bust of the Social Security partial privatization. Republicans were really flat on their back, and Democrats were just cruising. They were in double digits at that point. But since then, no one's gotten to 7 in May until now, and it is extremely rare for the president's party to gain ground in the generic congressional ballot come summer and fall. Now, I did write in 2022 that there was an unusual case where Democrats did gain ground in the summer of 2022. Although
I don't think that's happening this time, Bill.
I mean, look. If the Strait of Hormuz opened tomorrow and the gas prices went back to $3 or below, then maybe you'd see some shift in those numbers.
Bill, look, I'm not an expert on that, but I've heard that if the Strait of Hormuz opened tomorrow,
right, the gas prices would go down. Yeah, right.
It would take months for prices to come down. I don't know if that's true,
right?
But that's what I've heard, and I'd love
in a hypothetical where like magically gas prices were lower. I think full numbers would move. But we are getting to a point where you run the risk of like, there's no way that it could happen. There's just too much problem in the supply chain, damage to the infrastructure that's going to turn on a dime. So in all likelihood, you're not going to see Republicans gain ground here. And even when Democrats gained ground in 2022, Republicans actually widened back up a bit by Election Day. But the polls still indicated Democrats doing better than you would expect for a president's party. And that was reflected in the polls. And we see in generic congressional ballot testing polls, I mean, not that they're always on the nose, but they're generally correct in the direction. And so Democrats even just held a 7-point lead going into November, you would expect a blue wave. Now, that may be the number of seats it translates into, you can't predict with precision on that data point alone. And with gerrymandering, with general political polarization, ideological sorting, you may have a more limited number of districts that can be in play. And the Senate races may come down to quirks in the individual candidates. But 7 points, you should see Democrats take the House. Even though gerrymandering, the recent spate of gerrymandering makes it a little hinky, 7 points still should be enough to get that over the finish line for the House.
Yeah, and I want to make a point here because I don't think sometimes we just forget about the past. We brush things by, not us, but just the royal us. It wasn't long ago where people were saying Trump's approval ratings are down, but the Democratic congressional ballot is not high enough. Dems are only up 5 points in the generic ballot. And they would say back in 2018, they ended up being up by like 8 points or 11, but I forget what it was.
Well, the polling in 2018 was a little over 7. The RCP, I'm not like a crazy savant. I just happened to wrote about this recently. I remember I believe 7.3 in the polling average. I think that the popular vote differential was 8.4. So it's not always the case that Democrats do better than the polls, but in that case they did, and it's not totally unprecedented. And that change translated into, I think it was 40 seats or so. I think it was 40, 41. And we probably won't get to that level this time around, but it's a little hard to know. We don't have a lot of data to work with. We don't have a lot of district by district data to work with. The candidates aren't all settled yet. So right now, Cook Political Report, they freshen their House ratings very regularly. So even with the recent gerrymandering shifts, they've incorporated that. So Amy Walter just did an interview with New York Times. Amy Walter runs Cook Political Report now. So they had, before the Supreme Court ruling and Virginia court ruling, Democrats had 217 in the lean, likely, solid Democratic columns, just one short of 218, which is the majority. And that's not even counting the toss-up races, which you would expect Democrats to get the majority of in a wave year. So that this looks pretty baked. Yeah. The Democrats have the House. Now, after those court rulings and after the recent gerrymandering, they took that 217 number down to 207. So now you got to pick up another 11 to get to a majority. Cook currently has 18 in the toss-up category. And if for my reading of a 7-point margin congressional ballot, that should give you 2/3 of that 18. You should get 12 out of that, which would just barely give you a majority. And so at one end, that's kind of nuts. You got a 7-point blue wave, and you're just barely eking out a majority. That wouldn't 7-point in the polling. If you had 7-point in the national popular vote, that should translate close to 54% of the seats.
Right.
And this would be more like 50 point something.
Amazing.
Now, but having said that, typically, as we get closer to election day, Cook Political Report and other type handicappers will update their ratings. And so you may get more seats put into the toss-up column as they get more district by district data, as you see where the parties are moving their money, as we see how the individual candidates are performing. So I would still think if you're maintaining 7 points or even more, is also possible. This could well go up, not down. We still should see, I think, a decent Democratic margin. Maybe not 40 seat pickup, but something pretty solid.
Yeah, I think things are going to get better for Democrats and worse for Republicans as they go on. And part of that's that Donald Trump keeps doing more crazy things, keeps getting in more controversy. So, Bill, I have a piece in the LA Times this week about sort of looking at how Donald Trump went on this revenge tour. And he's purging the Republican Party, Thomas Massie, Cassidy in Louisiana, and Cornyn in Texas. He just endorsed Paxton. And in the case of Paxton and Cornyn, that could have electoral ramifications. It is very possible that Paxton will prove to be easier to defeat, or that Republicans will have to just expend a lot more resources to defend Texas, and that will have ramifications in the other contested Senate seats. But regardless, Donald Trump now is sending a message to Republicans like, you cannot distance yourself from me. You have to stick with me. He's doing that at the exact same moment when polling is telling us that Donald Trump is electoral poison. And so it's just interesting, the juxtaposition of those two messages, and I think it feels like Republican candidates are now damned if they do, damned if they don't. If they don't stick with Trump, he attacks them and they're vulnerable in primaries. But if they do stick with Trump, then they have
folks,
it increases.
I've because I am poor, my son had for some reason or another, he got like an iPhone 16 last year, I guess it was. And I would think he would have taken his old iPhone and turned it in. Well, no, of course he didn't do that. He just left it on a bookshelf in his room, and it was just lying there. Nobody was using it. And I'm coming up to a point to where my Google phone, the Pixel, needs to be replaced because it's just running out of storage space, to be honest. And so I'm like, well, I swore I would never buy an iPhone, but this one's already bought. Why not just, test out the iPhone? So Black Bear, I called you Blackbeard, but that was actually autocomplete in the iPhone. I haven't mastered, it's somewhat different. No. It was an accident, Speak Radio. For some reason, the autocomplete is different. It will complete the shit if you don't, with the Pixel, it just works different. And I'm trying to get used to it. I haven't actually moved the SIM card over yet. I'm just kind of installing apps as I need it. So at some point I'm going to switch over and, see if I like iPhones. It is definitely it's a good phone. It's just a little heavy, and there's some things I don't like about it, other than the sheer expense of it. But anyway, I apologize, Black Bear.
The odds that they're going to lose control of the House and the Senate. What say you?
Well, Trump started this election cycle kind of being a good boy, not sticking his nose into primaries in a way that was seen as detrimental, getting behind establishment favorites, people seen as safe, like Sununu in New Hampshire, for example. Someone who had criticized Trump in the past, like he wasn't taking things personally. You weren't seeing elevations of like people like Carrie Lake
That's
and
pretty
Blake
funny,
Masters
Speak Radio.
who were throwing away winnable seats, and he got so. I mean, two things have happened that are relevant here. One, I mean, this is someone who is very attracted to ego validation. So he was seemingly getting validated with his military adventures, which is making him feel more untouchable, omnipotent. He was angry about state legislatures that didn't do his bidding on redistricting. And so he exacted revenge on a handful of Indiana legislatures successfully not too long ago. And this seems to have whetted, I think the two things seem to have whetted his appetite to go farther and farther and farther. I mean, this is someone who always, never sits still, always wants to push the envelope more and more. But again, he was being a relatively more restrained on the electoral front earlier in the year. And now you have this explosion of self-indulgent behavior. He takes up the Indiana legislatures, he takes out Massey in Kentucky, and he had restrained himself from getting involved in Texas. Cornyn does better than expected in the first stage of the primary. Republican senators clearly want to protect one of their own, seen as the safer choice. And so Trump holds off, and now at the last minute comes in and goes in with Paxton, who is scandal-tarred and seen as the weaker choice. And is also piling on other things like the slush fund for January 6 rioters, which puts Senate Republicans in a really awkward position because Trump is trying to pass a reconciliation bill, a budget reconciliation bill. It allows you to circumvent the filibuster. You can do it on a party line vote. This is to get immigration stuff done that's important to him. But part of the process of that bill is the so-called vote-o-rama, where any party can try to put amendments on the bill, and the out party always tries to put painful amendments on the bill to put people running for re-election in tough spots. And so here Democrats are poised to putting slush fund amendments on the docket. And so Republicans are like, you just screwed our friend John Cornyn. You're making it harder for us to keep this majority. You're doing so many corrupt things that it hurts our brains. The generic congressional ballot is a disaster for us. And you want us to take a bullet for you on your slush fund? Screw you, buddy. And so they basically balked yesterday, and now that bill is now on ice. So all these things are coming together to make it easier for Democrats to win the Senate, even though Democrats have some of their own issues out there too that they have to worry about. And you talk about Democrats in disarray. Republicans are chickens with their heads cut off at this point. They can't get a party line bill passed on one of their favorite subjects because Trump is so narcissistic and self-indulgent and incorrigible that he can't do just the littlest things to help the people in his party get through the midterm.
Word. All right. I want to ask you about this one. I don't know anything about, New York politics or California politics, but they're big deals. And I guess it's the LA mayor's race. There's this guy, Spencer Pratt. Apparently he was a reality star, I think on The Hills or something. And it seems like he's gaining traction. And I don't know if it's a bipartisan or nonpartisan thing, but it seems like a lot of Republicans are backing him. But what do you know about this, Bill? What should we know?
Here's what I can tell you. So Spencer Pratt, lived in Palisades. His house was destroyed in the fire. And that fire hit a lot of wealthy Hollywood LA hard. And Karen Bass, the incumbent Democratic mayor, was out of the country at the time. And so she took a huge political hit on that. The question is whether there was the proper fire department, resource and strategy in place, a lot of finger pointing going on. So definitely put Karen Bass in a tough spot. But and so, but some of the bigger potential opponents to Bass didn't end up running. And so her main opponents are now a city council member, a woman who had endorsed Bass and backstabbed her at the last minute and jumped in. And she had some Democratic Socialist affiliation, and was being billed as another Mondani, but her ties to them are kind of iffy, and DSA has not actually endorsed her, and she's trying to walk a finer line on certain issues that makes some people on the left a little skittish on her. And Pratt is, full on MAGA, but is
he a Republican?
Yes, he's a Republican, but he's trying to mine the fire, which has a certain bipartisan ire associated with it, because a lot of Democrats are part of the wealthy part of LA. And so he had a fundraiser of a lot of big Hollywood liberals who were there. But Hollywood liberals are not necessarily the swing vote of LA. But can he potentially put together a bipartisan coalition to actually eke this thing out? And he's doing, it's a very smash mouth campaign. He's got people doing AI video.
I have an interesting question for Black Bear, and while I'm thinking about it, let me drop this link. Black Bear, why can't you just say liberals hate true masculinity? Why do you have to make it racial? Just out of curiosity, I thought that we had come a long way according to Chief Justice Roberts. We don't need, say, the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, because America has changed. Why are you being all racial about the liberals? Can you help me with that? Maybe you can.
Those on their own that have shown like Bass as the Joker, and they mock Newsom and mock Biden and stuff. And he's a TV performer, so they had a debate not too long ago where he's got some telegenic quality to him, and the woman on Bass's left did a very mediocre job, so she's having a hard time staying afloat. And so there's going to be a first round where I think if you clear 50, you're done. Which Bass probably won't clear 50, and you have to go to a runoff. And so I think the Bass people think.
What's up, Black Bear? If you're talking, you're still muted.
All right, there you go. What's going on, Stanley? How you doing today, brother?
Nothing much. I'm sorry. I'm doing pretty well. Not much going on other than doing the show.
Yeah, man. I just want you to know you guys are listening to two white male liberals who are sad.
Well, no. Let me correct you right. Let me correct you right off the bat. The man on the left is a Reagan Republican. He's just not a Trump fan. No, he's probably a truer conservative than almost anyone I know. He's been Matt Lewis has been around for like 20 years. So the man on the right is a liberal. He's Bill Scher. He writes for the Washington Monthly.
So Stanley,
they're not two liberals, at least in the sense that you're using the word.
So Stanley, I've been listening to these two men talk, and they just sound like some defeated broads. Both of these white liberals. Go ahead, Stanley. Go ahead. I can't finish. Go ahead, Stanley.
Well, no, you need to get it right. Okay. I don't do the propaganda. I literally just gave you a brief rundown on who the two gentlemen are. Matt Lewis is the one on the left. He's kind of a freelance journalist, but he is a conservative, probably more than he is a Republican. And I guess my question to you, do you think Donald Trump is a conservative?
Stanley, I am a Republican, sir.
Okay, so you're not necessarily conservative.
I'm a Republican, sir. And these
Okay,
two men,
Republican and
ah,
conservative, especially in 2026, are not synonymous. MAGA is not a conservative movement.
Stanley, can I say what I want to say, Stanley, or are you gonna keep cutting me off?
Okay, don't pretend like I'm interrupting you. I'm sorry. See, and I don't mean to, I don't mean to come right after you per se or specifically. Okay, but I run a different ship over here. You need to be quick on your feet if you're going to talk politics with me. It's not like it is over at Gospel of Bob. We are adults here. In an interruption, especially in a one-on-one conversation, it shouldn't be that big a deal. So I wanted to correct you. Maybe that would change something that you were going to say once you knew who these two on the screen are. We don't do the Gospel of Bob slow shit. And, again, it's a different style over here. So say what you want to say. You're welcome to say it.
Yes, sir. So I've been listening to these two poor excuses of white men talk. They sound like victims. They sound like they eat McDonald's every day, and they order they order supersized fries. And
Well,
my
are you a big fan of Justice Roberts? Chief Justice Roberts. Oh, that's a question to you. Okay, I don't know what you're used to over on Bob's channel, but we actually converse over here. We don't mind if someone interrupts to correct you. Like I said, it's a different style. So we actually know shit over here. So are you busy? Are you frustrated? Don't know. Are you a big fan of Chief Justice Roberts? And there's a reason I'm asking you this question.
Go ahead, Stanley. Go ahead, man.
Well, Chief Justice
I
Roberts says essentially he says America has come. I'm sorry, what?
I thought I was coming over in peace, but I see you fired.
Well, wait, hold it.
Ahead,
as far as I'm concerned, this is peaceful. Why are you so upset?
I'm not upset.
I'm literally, again, this is kind of how it works over here. It is a different thing than Bob. You need to be adaptable, soldier.
Okay. So I just wanted to talk about the video you're playing.
Correct. And I'm talking about the video I'm playing too.
I'm just saying, Stanley.
What? So I can't interrupt you? Is that how this works?
Stanley, can I say one thing and then I'll mute?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm listening to these two white men who are they just haven't been successful in the white skin that they were born in. They sound like two men who want to blame Trump for the women not being pleased by them. They sound like two men who you can tell one of them is a homosexual, and that's what's really going on, Stanley. A lot of white men in America right now, especially liberal white men, they're going through it, man. It's sad, man. But go ahead, Stanley. Go ahead. Thank you for letting me finish. Thank you, sir.
Sure. Well, all I have to say is I've been watching these guys for years. They're both married and have kids. The guy on the left is an evangelical, basically. I don't know why you're just making assumptions. I am surprised that someone like you who loves America sounds so racist. Is something wrong with these two gentlemen being white? You keep pointing out the whiteness of them.
Well, I'm just I live in a country, and maybe it's just a circle I'm in, where black men and white men and Mexican men and even Asian men, they don't sound like two bitches on the screen.
Two what?
Bitches crying about.
So you're gonna call two men you don't know bitches?
Oh my God, Stanley! You don't even know these guys, Stanley. Let me call them.
Actually, I literally just said I've been watching them.
Guys.
I have been. You know less about them than I do.
But they sound like bitches.
Okay, dude, do you know what you actually sound like?
Okay, go ahead, Stanley, man. I can't finish.
You literally,
liberal white men. I can't believe you're defending these two liberal white men. Go ahead, Stanley.
Okay, well, look, and I'm gonna be gentle with you because I consider you at least a YouTube friend. Dude, we do things different over here. We don't cater to the lowest common denominator here. You either keep up or don't. This isn't Bob hovering in the background like monitoring your every move. I'm so glad because I actually enjoyed talking to you last night on Bob's channel. But you know what? Bob does not tell me what the fuck to do. And I didn't appreciate his approach. I haven't been coming over there because generally the topics don't interest me. It's like lowest common denominator stuff. It's like CT part 2. There are individuals that I actually enjoy talking to, you and Dave and, General Dave and that sort of thing. But I won't be coming over there. Once was enough. And believe it or not, last night was the first time I've ever been up on a panel on Bob's show. That was the second time I've been up there. The first time I went up there, it was just Bob and Blacks Who Defy, because I've known both of them for quite some time. And quite frankly, they're the only two people at the time who were worth me talking to. Then Gimpy came up and it just went to shit. I don't go over there because most of the people over there aren't up to snuff and they don't know shit. So I appreciate you coming here, but we do things different over here.
Hey,
we actually know. Hold on. Let me finish. Whether it's liberal or not really is besides the point. I don't have a problem with conservatives, but even the conservatives that tend to flow through this channel tend to know stuff. Like, I don't have a problem with conservatives. As a matter of fact, later, I was on Latinos panel yesterday afternoon, and me and you know who Josh is, right? Doug Early.
No. Yeah. I think I know who. I think.
Okay. Well, he and I probably talked. I know who he is. We talked in the Discord. Type back and forth in the Discord.
Yeah,
and I know who he is.
And he's coming over. Yeah. Go ahead.
Right, and he, it's the first time I ever had a substantive conversation with him, and I don't agree with his politics. That Christian nationalism stuff is a cult. However, please let me finish.
Go ahead.
We probably had like a 2-hour conversation. It was very cordial, and I enjoyed the hell out of it. You don't have to agree with someone's politics as long as they can explain, for me at least, as long as you can explain why you think something. I may not agree with what you think. I may not even agree with your conclusions, but I can follow the breadcrumbs. And I appreciate that. Most people who call themselves MAGA or conservative have no fucking clue why they think they don't know the history. You can't know politics and be serious about it if you don't know American history.
Why
And
you don't like conservatives?
most people, I have no problems with conservatives. The smart
Conservatives
ones.
are cool.
Now,
man, they don't.
okay, no. I don't have a problem with smart conservatives. Most of them are dumb. And
Okay, now
if
you get- now
if
you
you
get out
are
of
a
line.
if you
Now
are
you get
a
out of
Trump
line.
voter, I'm convinced if you're a Trump voter, you are not a conservative. The dude has spent more money
Well, you're
on
right.
this
Trump,
Iraq.
don't
The
forget,
dude
Trump
just
started off as a
created
Democrat. He
a
started off as a
1.8
Democrat.
dude just started a $1.8 billion slush fund to basically do reparations for criminals. That's not conservative. Conservatives tend to be tough on crime.
Yep.
Trump is not tough on crime.
He is tough on crime. Go ahead.
He is a criminal. He is
not a criminal.
convicted.
Go ahead,
He
Stanley.
is a convicted felon. So
Stanley,
he's
stop
not
convicted
soft
of
on crime.
nothing,
He
you asshole.
he doesn't. He
Don't talk about my
commits.
president.
He
Nick.
commits.
Hey, hold
He
on,
commits.
Stanley.
I will
Stanley,
do
hold
what
on.
the fuck I
You don't
want to
talk
do.
about
This
my
is
president,
this
man.
is
Hey, I told
not
you about
Bob's
this shit.
panel.
I don't
This
play
is
that.
not
When it comes
Bob's
about
panel.
Trump,
I
don't
do
play,
what the
Stanley.
fuck
Now, Stanley,
I
you ain't
want
gonna just talk
on my
about
panel.
Trump when
I
I'm
think
on here.
Donald Trump
I
is a
will
piece.
cut your
Donald
ass
Trump
off.
is a piece
Go ahead,
of
man.
shit. He's a
You shut up.
criminal and he is a con man. MAGA. Oh, that was refreshing. Dude is a fucking crybaby. He's a MAGA crybaby. Dude, I'll say what the fuck I want about Donald Trump. I happen to be a United States citizen who did not vote for Donald Trump. I've committed no crimes. What the fuck is he going to do about what I said? What an asshole. Black Bear, you need to grow up, son. Don't talk politics if you have a thin skin. Ooh, boy. Well, the link is pinned, folks. Anyone else want to come up and talk some shit about Trump so I can smack them too? Way to start the weekend, buddy. I'm refreshed. I'm invigorated. Let's go.
think that Spencer Pratt's actually the better opponent because he's too far to the right. I mean, Trump literally endorsed him. Trump literally called him MAGA the other day. That's going in every single ad. So they think that's an easier thing to deal with than the person on their left. But some people might say, hey, you watch what you wish for. Pratt's the more charismatic candidate.
Yeah.
And he's got the Palisades Fire thing working for him. And this other person is kind of weak tea. So that's where the race seems to stand right now. And for a lot of these things, we don't have a ton of polling to really tell you how they would match up one-on-one at this point.
Were there any like famous celebrities backing Pratt that I would know of?
If you give me a second, I'll tell you,
Sure.
what was who was at this fundraiser that he did, and there was video of the fundraiser where people were singing. Someone was singing like a parody song. It was definitely kind of cringy.
Wasn't he like the bad guy too on the show?
Well, not only is he the bad guy on the show, but his sister in real life still sees him as the bad guy, and did his social media video was like, this is the most unqualified person imaginable. How would you possibly think of making this guy your mayor? And that's the thing about when you talk about being a mayor, like that's not an on-the-job training position.
Yeah.
You might think Karen Bass is the worst person in the world and just totally incompetent or whatever, but that's not arguing to have like someone who was like manifestly unqualified because it sucks that his house burned down. It doesn't make you qualified to be mayor.
Yeah. I heard, so again, I know nothing about this, but my son was telling me that he saw a reel. That's a great setup. But that like in, New York, Mamdani has this ability to make big changes because the New York mayor has a lot more power and authority. Apparently in LA, there are all these different municipalities that also have different like jurisdiction and authority, and that the LA mayor doesn't have the ability to kind of impose their will the way that the New York City mayor does. I don't know if that's true or not.
I don't think New York mayor has that much unilateral power either. I mean, mayors are generally not omnipotent. I mean, even mayors that have a lot of individual unilateral power are still at the whim of state national economies. You only can do so much. So it's often very hard. I mean, but mayors, of course, take all the brunt. You're the one. Just like president, the economy goes bad. It's the president's fault, whether or not the president really had anything to do with it or not. There's the person who you beat up on, and so I understand that dynamic. But and we've surely seen times when people are so mad at the establishment they'll take a flyer on the amateur just to see what happens. But you might think that a bunch of Democrats in LA would say, "Hey, that's not working on the national level so well. Maybe we should have tried." So the fundraiser was at the home of David Foster, who's a musician. Did like St. Elmo's Fire and stuff like that. And his wife did the version of Tina Turner's "The Best" in service of Spencer Pratt. Spencer, you're simply the best, better than all the rest, better than Karen Bass and Rahman, who's the other candidate.
There's a really cool acoustic version of that, by the way. I don't know if you've ever heard anyone. I think it was on Schitt's Creek. They did a version of it. The Tina Turner version's different, but there's an acoustic version of that song that I really like.
So Paris Hilton's with Spencer Pratt. I don't know if there's at the fundraiser or not. Keep trying to find these articles. I keep clicking on the wrong ones. I'm going to bore everybody trying to. Googling on air is often poor for ratings.
That's all right. So it's not great TV, but Paris Hilton, and I'll take your word that there are some lefty celebs that are in the Spencer Pratt camp. Bill, we've talked Ken Martin, autopsy. We have talked a little bit about Massey and Trump, but any final thoughts or anything you want to leave us with?
Well, I got my articles at the Monthly this week. One was about the polls about the Democrats and the different ideological directions they seem to be being pulled into. So that's at the Washington Monthly. I haven't written about it, but I do think this whole Massey thing is weird, in that people are sad some people on the left are sad about Massey losing and really ignoring that. Like it's great that he hates Trump. It's great that he helped, get the Epstein files released, but he's still pretty anti-Semitic. Yeah, there's still some things about that guy that you should be a little cautious about.
Okay, I thought we were going to go here. Let me just push back slightly. I'm not saying he's not anti-Semitic, but I'm not here to defend Massey. I totally get the admiration for a guy who believes certain things. He went after Trump on spending. He went after Trump on the Epstein files. He went after Trump on Iran and had the guts to stand on principle. But look, let's be honest. Donald Trump goes into Iran.
I just got a YouTube push notification. So Cellulite is going live with a show comparing Chud to Carmelo Anthony. Quote, same situation. Dude, these MAGA blacks will just, God damn, dude, do they have any ability to think critically? And now I understand maybe this is just something to bring in viewers or something like that. But dude, I gotta be able to sleep at night. And when I saw that pop up, I'm just like, wow, really? So now they're comparing a fucking racist to, how old was Carmelo Anthony? 17 or something like that? How is there a comparison?
I think he's pushed into it by Netanyahu. Massey's against that. Now Trump is mad, and AIPAC, Miriam Adelson, these Jewish American and Israeli, I think Miriam Adelson has dual citizenship, I think, pour in tens of millions of dollars to defeat Massey. So I don't think criticizing that or pushing back on that or questioning whether that's like good constitutes anti-Semitism.
I'm sure on some past show, Matt, you have said to me, doesn't the left have an anti-Semitism problem?
We've been doing this for 20 years, so yes, I'm sure I have.
Right.
You can say that about anything that I said.
Right. Look, Netanyahu sucks. Likud government sucks. I think what they're doing is abominable, and I don't defend it in any stretch. I mean, I think it's one of the most colossally. I think their implosion of the two-state peace process has just destabilized the entire world. The war in Iran is an abomination. All of it. Okay, it's really, really hard to separate that kind of criticism from genuine anti-Semitism, because there are people who are anti-Semites who take the legitimate criticisms and weave it in and mix it in. So it becomes very hard to say what's on the level and what's not. And we are seeing a lot of anti-Semitic tropes getting mainstream, getting mainline, getting normalized. And so when you have Massey in his concession speech, like, I was going to call, my opponent to concede, but I couldn't get his number in Tel Aviv.
Yeah. But if that had been, I hear you, but I also think, look, Donald Trump has created this. Okay. Number one, his Secretary of State comes out and basically says, the reason we started the war with Iran
screw those
is that we
guys.
pushed into it. Okay. Then you have the fact that Donald Trump, I don't know if you've heard him, he literally was talking about Adelson, and he said, I think she likes Israel more than she likes America. I think she's more loyal to Israel than
Trump?
And then the other day he was saying, 99 Israelis love me. I may run for prime minister there when I'm done here. Like, he is, if you were trying to stir up the stuff.
No disagreement for me. I mean, Trump and Netanyahu are feeding. They're giving them all you can buffets of anti-Semitic food. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. But doesn't mean you and I have to get swept up in it, and give Massey a pass when this is the one. There's an anti-Semitism resolution on the House floor. He's the one guy to vote against it. That's a huge red flag.
I would say this though. This is the 4th congressional district of Kentucky. It's a small district. There's 435 others or 434 others, right? And the fact that the Israeli lobby spent something like $20 million to try to take this guy down, that to me, okay. And this is a 7-term congressman who last time won with 80% of the vote. And now he gets on the wrong side of the Israel lobby and they take him down.
Well,
doesn't that confirm all the stereotypes that, that they're about this?
I mean, AIPAC is allowed to pursue AIPAC goals. They're not doing anything.
Which is the advancement of Israel, it seems to be.
But that's not global Jewish conspiracy. That's not Jews have outside influence in the world, and we should not like Jews because people are we've seen murderous attacks on Jews at temples and by the Holocaust Museum. We just saw 2 teenagers shoot up a mosque. This is happening on both sides. The fact that we are allowing and forcing people to pick sides in this.
Yeah, I'm pretty much these people, those 2 who shot up the mosque. It's gonna be interesting what happens to the 17-year-old's mother. I was reading about that earlier. I can't remember if I included a follow-up today or not, but it's interesting. She was the one who called the cops and alerted the cops were a little slow on the uptake there too. And I can't figure out whether the first time the mother called, she wasn't very forthcoming. But apparently that 17-year-old, I think he's 17, somehow or another took a shotgun and some stuff from a gun safe. And my question is, why the fuck does a kid have the combination to the gun safe? That's like crazy. And I'm going to say something that's probably kind of racial here. White people are fucking real reckless with their Second Amendment rights. It's like, if you have a right, with rights come responsibilities. And these people, this thing that happened in Winder, Georgia, and then up in the Detroit area, where kids are just like able to like get guns on a whim, pistols, guns, rifles. This kid had a shotgun. What the fuck is wrong with white people? You have taken your Second Amendment right and you're flagrantly abusing the right. With rights come responsibilities. That's one thing that a lot of these far-right MAGA nuts don't understand. With rights come responsibility. You can't just flagrantly use your right to trample on other people's rights. So this kid who wasn't of age, I'm sure at 17, but say he was of age, because I think his partner was like 19. Dude, your Second Amendment right, using your Second Amendment right to deprive someone else of their life, that is just, it's criminal, obviously. But what the fuck is wrong with Americans who don't actually understand that rights are not carte blanche to do what the fuck you want to do? This is the problem with our education system, and these fools like DeSantis who want to push this notion of patriotic education. They are the problem. This patriotic education that's been going on for decades, if not a century, if not a bit longer, post-Reconstruction. Dude, America has fucked up generations of people by not teaching responsible use of your rights. And I see it almost every day on YouTube. People will be free speech absolutists. The fuck does that even mean? Does it mean you can do what you want to do or say what you want to say? That's what it sounds like to me. That sounds irresponsible.
When we should be on the side of a peace process is leading to people dying. And that's why it's hard for me to just kind of shrug off and say, yeah, I can make an argument. I mean, to say, hey, AIPAC did this and Massey's mad with that. Why shouldn't he take a pot shot at them? I get that. But to separate it from the broad context of what's going on in the world and at home, where people are literally fearing for their lives, they go to homes of worship.
Yeah,
both Jewish and Islamic, because so much of the American domestic rhetoric around this is more geared to picking what side you're on. I mean, that's why I don't really love. You can make an argument that what Danielle doing is genocide. I understand that you can interpret the international law of genocide in that way. It's cut and dry, but I certainly understand the argument. But I can also argue that given the wherewithal, Hamas would do the same thing to Jews. So there's not much value in trying to pin the label on one side. It only makes sense to do that if you're trying to have one side win over the other.
Yeah.
And we should be trying to reduce the temperature in the Middle East so they can get back to the negotiating table and actually come to a two-state solution. So much of what's happening in the primaries now and the elections in general is about side picking, and it's super dangerous.
Okay, but let me say, when it comes to Massey specifically, he, again, the big money that came after him was basically pro-Israel money. And I to me, the distinction with anti-Semitism versus, I don't even want to call it anti-Zionism, but I think it's obviously wrong to be racist, or whether it's religion or race, against Jewish people. I think it's okay to criticize the government of Israel. And in the case of Massey, really, two of the three big reasons that Trump came after him seem to be tied to Israel, right? So,
well, Trump was the reasons to be mad at Massey. He's mad at Massey over the Epstein stuff.
Well, Epstein is one of the two.
Right.
I mean,
I do not think that Massey would have lost that race on AIPAC money alone. I mean, AIPAC money supported Trump's disendorsement of Massey. I mean, it gave us some extra fuel. But Trump has the track record of knocking out Republicans he doesn't like in primaries. And so I don't think...
Why is Trump suddenly reversing his position? He ran on being against forever wars. He ran up until the very end, saying he was going to release the Epstein files. And then it's like something happened. Something happened after the suicide attempt, or after Charlie Kirk died. All of a sudden, Donald Trump now has reversed, and he's all of a sudden going to war in Iran.
I do not believe in any stretch that Charlie Kirk's assassination has anything to do with this. I don't know if you saw that.
That's what they want you to believe, Bill.
I just saw Candace Owen just this Hunter Biden interview where they're both agreeing that there's something fishy about the Charlie Kirk assassination in regards to Israel. I mean, this is classic anti-Semitic stuff. There's literally no evidence whatsoever. None. Zero. It's just pure speculation based on a feeling that Israel is behind this stuff. That's what anti-Semitism is. The notion that that Jews pull the strings on the world. That's anti-Semitic trope. Now, look, again, Netanyahu sucks. The Iran war sucks. Horrible, horrible things that they're doing.
Well, I think with Epstein, though, wasn't Ghislaine Maxwell's father actually was a part of like Israeli intel? And it doesn't seem to be a crazy notion that that Epstein was somehow involved with foreign intel. He may have been compromised.
But we're talking about like maybe this could be true. But you have no evidence that actually is true. It's based on thin wisps. And why are people trying to connect the dots? Because they're anti-Semitic. That's why you try to connect those dots. I mean,
I don't know in this case, though. I think that now we're starting, like, Donald Trump has created this weird environment where it's like, if you're not skeptical of the official story that we're being given by our government, then you're really not paying attention, because I don't think we can trust the official line or the official story anymore. I think that Trump has lied to us so much that you'd have to be kind of naive to buy. Do you think Epstein actually committed suicide?
Honestly, I do. I will say that there was that story. It was a Miami Herald story, I think, recently, that gave a pretty good case that maybe he wasn't. With actual reporting. Actual. I haven't read it closely recently, so I can't articulate well right now. But I read it, I was kind of like, oh, maybe not. I don't know. There's some.
I'm very skeptical.
So based on that one story alone, I can understand somebody pausing. I do think these suicide notes suggest actual suicide. They do seem to actually use the language, the wording, the phrases that he used in other emails. And of course, you go, if you want to be conspiratorial, you could say, well, they must have known those were his phrases. They wrote those notes to make it sound like it's, obviously, I wouldn't blame someone for wanting to dig in there because of some of the digging that has been done. But again, I'm not going to make a jump and say that Israel's behind it, because I got zero evidence on that score. We keep coming back to making it about Jews and Israel because there are people with anti-Semitic agendas that want you to connect those kinds of dots and take it in that way. And I grant you that the way Trump and Netanyahu behave make it really freaking easy. So I get that.
Totally.
But it has actual life or death consequences for people. And it doesn't serve the agenda for peace to get stuck in those traps.
All right. Well, we almost made it out of here without talking about that issue. But all right, my friend, another good show. Make sure to like, rate, review, all this stuff. We'd love for you to become a paid subscriber to any of us, including Washington Monthly. So thank you, Bill. And thanks, everyone, for watching. And hopefully we'll be back in a week or so.
All right. Take care.
Have a good one, buddy. Thanks.
All right.
Yeah.
What is this? Oh, actually, we will watch this at some point. So let's run through some quick news articles. There's good news and bad news. The good news is Tulsi Gabbard is resigning from the Trump cabinet. I figured she wouldn't last long, but unfortunately, this is something that, is the bad news. Her husband, Abraham, was recently diagnosed with an extremely rare form of bone cancer. She wrote in a resignation letter, "Bone cancer is ugly." So let's play the video. If it'll play.
Has just learned Tulsi Gabbard is resigning from her post.
Oops, let me start from the beginning.
Now, Fox News has just learned Tulsi Gabbard is resigning from her post as Director of National Intelligence. All right, let's get right to David Spunt. He's got the news for us. David?
Well, Sandra, we are told that Tulsi Gabbard is resigning effective June 30th because of her husband's recent diagnosis of an aggressive form of bone cancer. Our thoughts, of course, are with Ms. Gabbard and her family, Director Gabbard, and her husband, Abraham. She said that Abraham has been her rock since they've been married, and she submitted her resignation letter to the president and two members of the senior staff, announcing that her last day would be June 30th because of this diagnosis of her husband's bone cancer. Unfortunately, this is something that Gabbard says that she cannot continue to manage doing two jobs at that time. So she will continue serving in the role of the Director of National Intelligence, overseeing the CIA, National Security Council, other agencies, but will leave June 30th because of this tragic news of her husband's bone cancer diagnosis. Sandra and John, as she helps him fight that over the coming months.
All right, David, so you're just learning these details now. Have we seen any sort of public statement from the White House on this yet?
I have not seen any public statement from the White House yet. We are just reading the story from Brooke Singman, our colleague in Fox Digital. She said that Brooke reports that Gabbard notified President Trump during a meeting in the Oval Office on Friday. Her last day is expected, as I said, that's going to be June 30th. She said, quote, "At this time, I must step away from public service to be by his side and fully support him through this battle." So, no, we don't have any immediate reaction from the White House. I suspect that they wanted to let her make this announcement first. Then perhaps we'll get something from President Trump or somebody from the White House to comment on this. But apparently she just let the president know this just hours ago in the Oval Office before he heads to New York to make a speech this afternoon.
Got it. All right, David Spunt with the details on that for us. David, thank you. John?
Sandra, let's go to former Pentagon official Brent Sadler for more on this and the conflict in Iran. Your reaction to the fact that Tulsi Gabbard is going to be stepping down in a month and just a little bit because of this diagnosis that her husband Abraham has this rare form of bone cancer. I mean, our prayers are with him, obviously.
No, absolutely. And certainly prayers with her and her family. And again, it's just a reminder that, while we may be very busy in our daily work, there's always our families that come first. I think it's important to note that she will be serving for quite some time. That'll allow the president to figure out a transition and certainly make sure nothing is dropped when it comes to our nation's national security. Importantly, her office, the ODNI, had done a significant threat assessment on China and Asia and national security issues. And so that's also good to have in the back as she faces what will be a very trying time with her family.
Any thoughts on who might replace her?
Too early at this time.
I'm gonna make a guess. I am going to guess Sebastian Gorka. Sebastian Gorka. So I'm probably going to be wrong, but what if I'm right? So again, it's good news and bad news. I feel sorry for what she, her husband and her and her are going through. It will be a difficult time. We, of course, those of us who pray will pray, but it's good that she's gone. Frankly, she wasn't doing a good job, and she's a flake. So let's move on. Federal judge, this is good news. Federal judge dismisses human smuggling charges against Kilmar Abrego Garcia. And Moxie, do not beat me up for that horrible pronunciation. On Friday, U.S. District Judge Waverly D. Crenshaw Jr. dismissed the federal human smuggling case against Kilmar Abrego Garcia, ruling the Trump Justice Department engaged in selective or vindictive prosecution. Absolutely true. Crenshaw found that Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche initiated the investigation to justify the executive branch's removal decision, stating Blanche started the investigation to implicate Abrego. He did so to justify the executive branch. A Department of Homeland Security agent testified the probe began only after the Supreme Court ordered the administration to return Abrego Garcia from El Salvador in April 2025, despite the 2022 traffic stop resulting in only a warning. Wow, I remember that now. The defendant's deportation to El Salvador last year violated a 2019 immigration court order granting him protection. And Crenshaw noted the prosecution would not have occurred without the lawsuit challenging his removal. Despite the dismissal, Trump administrations maintained that Abrego Garcia cannot remain in the United States and have vowed to deport him to a third country, most recently identifying Liberia as the destination. There could be worse places, I guess. So, congratulations to him, but apparently his problems are not. I thought I was rolling my R's there, Brian. So let's see, what else have we got? What is this? Oh, this is another Abrego Garcia thing from the Washington Examiner. Judge dismisses human smuggling charges against Kilmar Abrego. This is the reason I included this is it's somewhat of a more MAGA take on this. They note that Crenshaw, Waverly Crenshaw Jr., an appointee of former President Barack Obama, we got to make sure that Barack Obama, threw some politics into that decision. So we know that, and Crenshaw included the administration's decision to reopen. I guess the main reason I included it is why does it matter who appointed him? Other than trying to politicize the judicial branch. So now some bad news is that Mahmoud Khalil's attorneys to turn to the U.S. Supreme Court. This is the Columbia grad student who was part of the Palestinian protests at Columbia basically probably a Republican appointed judge has greased the skids for his ass to go. Khalil's attorneys to turn to U.S. Supreme Court after ruling paves way for deportation. Move comes as federal appeals court upholds ruling that opens door for government to detain and deport Khalil. So I'm going to guess the Supreme Court, I'd be surprised if they even hear it. They are hook, line, and sinkered or bought and paid for. I guess it depends on the individual justice. So they're not done yet. They may not be able to get Abrego Garcia out of the country, but they're damn sure going to get someone out of the country, whether they deserve it or not. So let's see. Trump swears in. Actually, it wasn't Trump who did it. It was Clarence Thomas. Swears in Kelvin Warsh as new Federal Reserve Chair, replacing Jerome Powell. On Friday, Kevin Warsh was sworn in at the White House as chairman of the Federal Reserve System, succeeding Jerome Powell in the 4-year role amid significant economic uncertainty. I don't know that much about Warsh, so I'm not going to, go in, but it will be interesting. Is it June? The next review of, the economy. It'll be interesting to see if he cuts rates. If inflation is heating up, you do not want to cut rates. So let's see if he does what Trump wants him to do. Inside the Senate GOP's meltdown over Trump's fund. Let's listen to a little bit of this.
Inside the Senate GOP meltdown over Trump's fund. This article is by Michael Gold and read by an automated voice. When Todd Blanche, the acting attorney general, arrived at the Capitol on Thursday to meet with Republicans questioning the Justice Department fund that President Trump has said he wants to use to pay people who claim to have been unfairly targeted by the government, he may have expected a few strident complaints. Instead, what unfolded in an ornate room just off the Senate floor on Thursday morning was a 2-hour blow-up, in which dozens of Republican senators vented their anger and concern about the president's fund at Mr. Blanche. They questioned its legal basis, whom it would pay, and how the process would work. And they made it clear they wanted no part of the plan, the product of a deal struck between Mr. Trump's lawyers and his own administration, to use money that Congress does not control to pay off purported victims of government mistreatment, potentially including some of the rioters who violently assaulted their workplace during the January 6, 2021 riot. By the end, Republicans were so livid that party leaders scrapped planned votes on the party's top priority, a $72 billion immigration crackdown measure it had planned to muscle through before Memorial Day, punting action for fear of having to cast votes on the fund. The discussion started out on Thursday morning with a genteel if pointed statement from Senator John Thune, Republican of South Dakota and the majority leader, who told reporters before Mr. Blanche showed up that he and his members were discussing whether to add language to the immigration bill to place limits on the fund. Our members have very legitimate questions about it, and we've had some conversations about if it's going to be a feature going forward, what it might look like, and how we might make sure that it's fenced in appropriately, he said. It went downhill from there. Inside the room, according to people familiar with the session, Mr. Blanche came under withering questioning and criticism from the majority of Republicans about the fund. They were incredulous that they were just learning about it, and deeply dissatisfied with the acting attorney general's answers to queries about how it would work. Several Republicans spoke up to express worry that the fund would be...
Well, why don't we skip this part and just go directly to that hearing? I was actually going to start with Van Holland making a speech, but now I'm curious to know what Senator Moran has to say about it. So this is the Senate hearing that Todd Blanche, it's the oversight, Senate oversight. So let's hear a little bit of it. I may skip through it. It's like 2 hours, but we certainly don't need to hear the whole thing.
Committee hearing where Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche is testifying before Congress. This is his first time appearing since taking over for former Attorney General Pam Bondi at the Justice Department. This is live coverage.
ATF and the, let me do that again, the FBI, U.S. Marshal Service, ATF, and DEA. That was a very good hearing, General, and I appreciate your allowing their presence here in advance of your appearance today. I appreciate the department's participation as we work to complete our budget hearings and draft the FY27 CJS bill. Attorney Blanche, I appreciate your support for law enforcement in the states, and I look forward to welcoming you to Kansas in the future. Overall, DOJ is requesting an increase of approximately $4.7 billion, or roughly 12 to 13% above FY26 enacted levels. Much of that request reflects the reality that after several years of effectively flat funding, all while facing inflationary costs, many of the department's components were under significant strain. Last year, I worked with my colleagues. This committee worked together to maintain critical funding for both federal law enforcement agencies and the state and local departments that continue to serve as the backbone of public safety in communities across Kansas and the country. Attorney General, I saw the note in your written remarks about what a serious challenge FY26 resources have been and will continue to be. I particularly understand the enormous strain that the Bureau of Prisons, the One Beautiful Bill Act, provided $5 billion to BOP for both recruitment and retention of staff and to address severe maintenance backlog. Additionally, the department is requesting an increase of $2.2 billion, or 27% for BOP. I assume that this reflects serious ongoing resource challenges. At the same time, I have some concerns about cuts proposed to the department's 3 grant-making offices. The grants administered by these offices provide significant support for state and local law enforcement, juvenile delinquency prevention, support for victims, and the safety of our nation's police and deputy sheriffs. For example, this budget proposes a cut to youth mentoring programs. This would have a significant impact on those organizations that mentor and operate in Kansas and across the country. Veteran treatment courts have been a program that I've been particularly interested in. As I chair the Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs, I've worked closely with many in Kansas and across the country in regard to VTCs. The Violence Against Women program is facing a cut, which would have serious impacts on victims and the services provided to victims through organizations such as the Kansas Coalition Against Sexual and Domestic Violence. I agree the department requires additional resources to fulfill its mission and keep our communities safe. This is especially true for our federal law enforcement agencies, U.S. attorneys' offices, and the Bureau of Prisons. As this committee evaluates the department's request, we also have a responsibility to examine whether reductions to many of these community-based programs could ultimately place additional strains on law enforcement and local communities in the longer term. Attorney General, I look forward to learning more about the department's resource needs and your FY27 request, and I would recognize Senator Van Hollen for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Blanche, welcome. The Acting Attorney General is supposed to be the people's lawyer and defend the rule of law and not act as the president's personal lawyer. But in this administration, the Department of Justice is solely focused on pleasing one man, no matter the cost. Lest anyone forget, huge banners with Donald Trump's face hang from both sides of the main Justice building. This is the big banner of Donald Trump on one side of it, so that every single person who enters that building
is very Orwell.
And remember exactly what that man wants them to do. You're his former personal attorney, and you know exactly what he wants. In fact, he often posts it right here on social media, his Truth Social account. He wants to weaponize the department for his own political ends. And right from the start, you and your cohorts have worked to deliver what he wants, doing his political dirty work. 2 days ago, you even suggested that there was, quote, a ton of evidence that the 2020 election was rigged against Trump. And here you are at a budget hearing asking for taxpayer funds to pursue the department's mission when you're using those funds to punish Trump's adversaries, reward his friends, and pursue his personal vendettas. It began with pardoning the rioters who stormed the Capitol on January 6th and assaulted police officers. The revenge continued with the firing of more than a dozen lawyers who represented the Justice Department in those cases. Yesterday, you created a $1.8 billion slush fund to dole out taxpayer dollars to the president's supporters, including those who attacked this Capitol on January 6th. That is pure theft of public funds. And rewarding individuals who committed crimes is obscene. Every American can see through this illegal, corrupt, self-dealing scheme. You have also misspent resources on the blatant political prosecutions of James Comey and others. You couldn't find a single career lawyer to bring the first case against Comey, and lawyers resigned rather than participate in that charade. Now you've launched a ludicrous vindictive prosecution in the Seashell case. It's a shameful dereliction of your duty to pursue impartial justice without fear or favor. You've also brought criminal charges against journalists who were doing their jobs in Minneapolis. You've refused to hold accountable the DHS agents who shot and killed Renee Good. Instead, while members of the administration called both Renee Good and Alex Preddy domestic terrorists, you ordered a criminal investigation of Renee Good's partner. Hardworking professional attorneys resigned rather than engage in that abuse of power. Others in the department have been fired for telling the truth to the courts, an insidious message to send to officers of the court. You have fired immigration judges who rendered decisions the administration didn't like. More gross political interference in what is supposed to be an independent process. All told, DOJ lost over 8,500 staff last year and nearly 1/4 of its lawyers. It's so bad that you're now offering $25,000 signing bonuses and hiring prosecutors with no prior legal experience, seeking applicants who personally pledge support to the president. You've also refused to share with members of Congress the Office of Legal Counsel's purported legal justification for the blatantly illegal war the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu started in Iran. You have clear conflicts of interest between your prior job as the president's personal lawyer and your duty to ensure justice. This is especially true with respect to the cases of the survivors of the heinous crimes committed by Jeffrey Epstein. Many of those survivors are in New York City today as we speak, as part of a 24-hour public reading of the Epstein files. Many reading excerpts from their own FBI 302 reports documenting the abuses they endured. These survivors have tried to share their stories with you. Instead, you spent 2 days interviewing his convicted associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, and shortly thereafter, she was moved to a lower security prison camp with special perks. Mr. Blanche, the record is crystal clear. You are still acting as the president's personal lawyer, not as acting attorney general. It is hard to justify giving you any funds that will enable this pattern of wrongdoing to continue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Van Hollen, thank you. Senator Collins, you have an opening statement?
I don't, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to asking questions after hearing from the witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Collins, for joining us. With that, General, you are recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you very much, Senator Moran. Good morning to all of you, Ranking Member Van Hollen, Senator Collins, Senator Moran. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to present President Trump's fiscal year 2027 budget for the Department of Justice. As Senator Moran noted, the request totals $41.2 billion, a 13% increase over fiscal year 2026. This underscores our department's renewed focus on reducing violent crime, combating the fentanyl crisis, strengthening border and immigration enforcement, expanding fraud prevention, and ensuring our law enforcement agencies have the resources they need to protect the American people. Violent crime reduction remains one of the department's highest priorities. Since January 20th of last year, the DOJ has indicted hundreds of members of TDA, crippling their leadership and dismantling operational networks. Across our major law enforcement components, the results have also been historic. Federal law enforcement helped drive a 20% decrease in the national murder rate in 2025, arrested 44,000 violent offenders, which is double the prior year, by the way, and seized over 2,200 kilograms of fentanyl. Last year, law enforcement captured 8 of the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives, located 6,300 missing children, and arrested more than 2,000 child predators. The DEA has made thousands of fentanyl-related arrests and seized millions of fentanyl pills and hundreds of kilograms of fentanyl powder. In one August surge alone, DEA executed over 600 arrests, seized multi-ton quantities of narcotics, and recovered more than $11 million in drug proceeds. With 82 offices in 62 countries and 26 U.S. field divisions, DEA continues to disrupt global supply chains from source to street of illegal narcotics. The U.S. Marshal Service, one of the smallest federal agencies, law enforcement agencies, with roughly 3,800 deputies, arrested more than 73,000 fugitives last year, conducted 308,000 prisoner movements, and housed over 55,000 detainees, and provided protection for 18 federal protectees, including Supreme Court justices and their residences. The Marshals also manage over $10 billion in seized assets and are obviously essential to federal judicial security. ATF continues to be a leader in the federal effort to combat violent firearms crime. Since January of last year, ATF has arrested more than 8,700 violent offenders and seized nearly 44,000 firearms, including 5,100 which were interdicted before reaching Mexico, which was their intended destination. ATF agents seized 2.7 million rounds of ammunition, more than 28,000 illegal explosives, and conducted over 3,500 arson and explosives investigations. They process hundreds of thousands of traces every year, 856,000 last year alone, and are continuing to do great work. To sustain these historic results, the fiscal year 2027 budget includes $22.2 billion for DOJ's law enforcement components and U.S. attorneys' offices. This is a 16% increase over fiscal year 26, and these investments will build on our tremendous progress and will ensure our continued momentum in violent crime reduction nationwide. We are also strengthening immigration enforcement efforts. The Executive Office for Immigration Review has completed well over 1 million immigration cases and reduced backlog by more than 447,000 cases since President Trump took office last year. This budget provides for $899 million for EOR. This is to continue rebuilding our workforce and modernizing our case processing systems. Across the department, nearly $4 billion supports immigration-related enforcement activities. Finally, the department launched the National Fraud Enforcement Division earlier this year to expand federal fraud enforcement and better protect taxpayer-funded programs. The budget includes $30 million to hire 100 attorneys and enhance data analytics capabilities to combat large-scale criminal fraud schemes. DOJ is also modernizing the grants process by consolidating COPS, OJP, and OVW into the new Bureau of Justice Grants, providing a unified and simplified approach to federal grant making, while obviously continuing to preserve the important missions of each office. The department faces serious budgetary constraints. Fiscal year 2026 marked the second year of flat budgets for several components, basically equating to a decrease in funding because costs and expenses increase every year, but the budget remained flat. The Bureau of Prisons remains under-resourced, funded at $8.1 billion, almost $300 million below fiscal year 2025. and risks insolvency without additional support. The president's request of $10.3 billion for the Bureau of Prisons is essential to restore staffing and maintaining safe and secure federal facilities. In closing, the fiscal year 2027 budget reflects our unwavering commitment to public safety, strong law enforcement partnerships, and responsible stewardship of taxpayer dollars. With your combined continued support, the Department of Justice will remain strong, effective, and fully equipped to protect the American people. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear in front of you, and I look forward to your questions.
Attorney General, thank you. I recognize now the chairwoman of the full committee, Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Attorney General, yesterday the Justice Department announced the creation of a nearly $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund to compensate individuals who were purportedly targeted by the Biden administration, in exchange for which President Trump dropped his $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS for the completely inappropriate leak of the president and his organization's tax data. Amounts for this new fund will come from the Judgment Fund, a permanent law appropriation for paying claims and settlements brought against the United States government. Amounts in the Judgment Fund have traditionally been used for the payment of specific claims against the government or amounts owed for the settlement of those claims, but not for future claims that have yet to be bought. So I have some questions for you. First, has the DOJ ever used amounts in the Judgment Fund to pay claims that have yet to be brought against the United States government based on the settlement of a completely unrelated case?
Thank you, Senator. So the short answer is yes. I mean, we have done this in the past. This was done during the Obama administration, something almost identical in structure to what we announced yesterday. In that case,
yeah, these motherfuckers just cannot avoid the natural tendency to whataboutism. Reminds me a lot of SKC. Like, as soon as you start talking about Trump, they just automatically go to Obama or Biden. It's basically moving the goalpost. They just cannot, like, I don't know whether it's an abilities thing. I don't know whether it's willful, but they simply cannot deal with criticism of the people who are currently in power. Obama's no longer president. Biden is no longer president. Trump is president, and we hold our elected officials, or should hold our elected officials, culpable, responsible, whatever the word is you want to use. And these weak motherfuckers who cannot concentrate on the here and now, they just expose their lack of intellect, in my opinion. Now, I'm sure I'm harsh, but we heard Black Bear earlier. Motherfucker, as soon as you start criticizing, quote, his president, like he's the only motherfucker who voted for Trump, dude. What kind of weirdos? This MAGA thing is a cult of personality, and apparently he's my president is like the Pledge of Allegiance to these MAGA blacks.
There were allegations made by Native Americans that the Department of Agriculture had systematically treated them unfairly, and some had filed claims. There was a pending lawsuit, but many had not. A fund very similar to the one that was established yesterday was set up. It was funded by, in today's dollars, a little over $1 billion, and a single claims commissioner was appointed to review the claims and to distribute funds. In that case, at the end, there was around 300 million left over. And the Obama administration had set it up so that that money from the judgment fund was distributed to nonprofits and other NGOs. So what we've done with this fund, and by the way, it is true that this is unusual. That is true. But it is not unprecedented. And it was done to address something that had never happened again either. So there is an unprecedented nature of what we did yesterday in response to years and years of weaponization. Just to correct a few things, Senator, it's not limited to Republicans. It's not limited to Biden. It's not limited to the Biden weaponization. It's not limited to, in any way, scope or form to January 6th or to Jack Smith. There's no limitation on the claims. So, and the other thing we've done, just to finish up in comparison to what was done previously, is we intend to appoint 5 commissioners. And also at the end, the money goes back, any leftover funds go back to the federal government, not to nonprofits.
So how will the commission that you've just referenced that oversees the fund determine whether future claims from the fund are eligible to be paid out of it? And how will they determine how much will be paid for each claim? What's the legal basis for those decisions?
So there's commissions that are established all the time where a commissioner is charged with determining the correct amount, if any, to repay a claimant who's asking for funds. So in this case, what we expect is the commissioners will take in information. It's entirely voluntary. If an individual wants to apply and assert that they were a victim of weaponization, and the commission can do anything according to what was set up yesterday, from issuing an apology to the claimant to awarding compensation and the monetary compensation. So it depends on the claim, and there will be 5 commissioners who will review each claim. It won't be reviewed by me. It won't be reviewed by others in the administration. It'll be reviewed by the 5 commissioners.
Aren't those commissioners appointed by the president?
No, they're
Who
appointed by 4 of them are appointed by the Attorney General, and 1 of them is appointed by the Attorney General in consultation with leadership of this body.
Will the information related to the claims be publicly reported?
So that's a good question. I mean, look, there's privacy laws that exist, so I don't want to sit here today and say every scintilla of data collected will be released, but of course, there's accountability that the commission has, a quarterly report that has to come to the Attorney General, which will certainly be public. There's a process that you all will get information, and there's a FOIA process. So I very much anticipate that the claims that are awarded, the basis and the amount will for sure be made public along the way.
Let me switch to a different issue which Chairman Moran brought up. Along with Chairman Moran and other members of this committee, I was one of the lead sponsors of the Violence Against Women Act reauthorization of 2022. These programs are critical to reducing violence against women, ensuring that justice is served, and strengthening services to victims and survivors of domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, and stalking. In Maine, the Rural Victims Program is especially critical. Despite the importance and effectiveness of these programs, the department's budget request proposes reducing funding by about 25%. Why is the department proposing a reduction in funding to combat domestic violence and to support survivors?
Well, first of all, I completely agree with you that these are extraordinarily important programs, and the funds are well used to support these programs. We have asked for $539 million, I believe, in money to support all these programs, and that I mean, look, there's a lot of money that goes, 190 million for grants to combat, to stop the stop grants, which is extraordinarily important. And so it is a priority. Obviously, we have to make choices, and the president's budget has to make choices on where to spend that money, but it is extraordinarily important. And the $539 million that we've asked for will go to support all these programs. I mean, so yes, we are asking for less money than the budget had last year, but it's not because we don't view it as extraordinarily important.
Well, I would suggest that cutting the budget for these important programs by 25% is a huge cut. And I hope that's something the subcommittee will take a close look at. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Collins. Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Attorney General, this is an outrageous, unprecedented slush fund that you set up. Simple question: Will individuals who assaulted Capitol Hill police officers be eligible for this fund?
CKJ3, I'm porting a bunch of apps over to my son's old iPhone. So I actually have Gmail on the phone. Maybe I need to make sure that the alerts are set, but I'll check it momentarily.
Well, as it makes plain, anybody is
just let me know if they're eligible for the fund.
As was made plain yesterday, anybody in this country is eligible to apply if they believe they were victim of weaponization.
Mr. Attorney General, let me ask you this. Are there going to be rules that say that if you've assaulted a Capitol Hill police officer or committed a violent crime, you will not be eligible? Why not make that a rule?
I expect that, because I'm not one of the commissioners setting up the rules, I expect
you're
that there
appointing
will be
4 of the
rules
5
set up.
members, aren't you, Mr. Attorney General?
Pardon me?
You're appointing 4 of the 5 members.
I am appointing
You can
all 5
certainly
members.
set up the rules. I would hope you would make a rule that anyone convicted of assaulting a police officer or a violent crime is simply not eligible. They should not apply.
Well,
let me ask you this, because you compared it to the Keeps Eagle case. But I think you know full well that in that case, the settlement agreement was approved by a federal judge, including the payments to people who were not originally parties to the lawsuit. No federal judge has approved this fund, have they, Mr. Attorney General?
No federal judge did approve this.
So that's a big difference between this case and the case that you compared it to.
No, it's not.
What, did a judge sign off on this case?
No.
A judge did sign off on the other one.
Yes, but your question was whether it's a big difference. It's not.
Of course it is, because that allows for an independent person to look at it rather than the
There was no independence. There was no independence. There was a single commissioner.
That
a judge signed off on it. A judge had nothing to do with deciding the money.
There was a judge who looked at it and signed off on it. So to compare that case to this one is incredibly deceptive. Let me ask you this about the Epstein case, because as we speak, many Epstein survivors are in New York. They're reading portions of the Epstein files about the abuse that they suffered. Otherwise, they might have been here with us today. At a House hearing, your predecessor refused to acknowledge the pain experienced by some of those victims when the administration improperly released their names in identifying information. So I want to know where you stand. I spoke to the representatives of some of the Epstein survivors yesterday. They are extremely frustrated that you keep calling for people to come forward with more evidence, but you have not met with them to hear their stories. So simple question. If I connect you with these survivors, will you meet with them?
Absolutely. And what you just said is false. I have met with them. I've met with many of the lawyers for the survivors of victims, as did Attorney General Bondi. So whoever told you that, unfortunately, gave you bad information.
Okay.
But I would encourage them. I would encourage them to reach out to the Department of Justice, because like we do every single day, we absolutely care for victims, and we absolutely want to hear from them and their lawyers.
Well, I've been told directly from the representatives they've not had a chance, at least this group, to meet with you. So
Did they represent that they asked?
So I'm glad to hear
Did
that.
they represent they asked for a meeting?
Can I ask you to commit that the Justice Department will not recommend a pardon for anyone named in the Epstein files?
Can you repeat that question? I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you said.
Can you commit that the Justice Department, you, the acting Attorney General, will not recommend a pardon for people named in the Epstein files?
When you say people named, there's tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of quote people named.
How about Ghislaine Maxwell? Can you commit that you will?
Yes, I can commit to that, of course.
Okay. Let me go back to this slush fund, because there's also an individual who, after being pardoned by the president, went on to molest 2 children. And that person actually tried to buy the silence.
By the way, hold on
saying
one second. Hey, CKJ3, you've had executive producer credit. That last donation that you did, you and Lupin. Yes, at that level, of course you are. And I'm actually glad that you brought it up, because I hadn't really thought about it that much. But I think you gave me a good idea. You know, when people support the show at your level, in Lupin's level, you do need to stand out. So what we have is both you and Lupin as executive producers. And I'm thinking of just making it a monthly thing, but you can advise me, if you want to do it somewhat different. Hold on one sec, Chocolate. And then you also are credited with tomorrow's show. So Lupin, CKJ3, and 12th Man sponsoring tomorrow's Saturday short bus. And I got Thus Spake Zarathustra, and I've been meaning to reread it, and maybe I'll get to it in a month or two. Nietzsche's Thus Spoke Zarathustra. Well, the German is also, oh, damn it. I can't even remember the German for it. So tomorrow has an odd title. And then the artwork is from Nightish. I bought a couple of his illustrations. I don't know what you call them, but both the ones that I got are actually pretty funny. So I ponied up the money, for Nightish. Hey, Chocolate Earth, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. Can you hear me?
Your volume's a little low. Well,
Okay,
a lot
okay.
low, actually. Now,
about
hold on
now?
one sec. You know what? Let me change out earbuds. Give me one sec.
No, I think. How
Um,
about now? Testing.
My earbuds just died, so I need to put in a second pair. Try it now.
Salute.
Yeah, it's still pretty
Okay.
low.
All right. Hold on.
Let me try.
What-
Hold on. Let me just try it from this end. No, it's auto. Hold on one sec here. Try it now. Try it now.
Okay, hello.
Okay, well, it just went back automatic, so you'll have to adjust it from your
How about
end.
now? How about
Still low, but I can hear you. Audience or chat, how's the sound out there?
Testing.
Because I
Yeah,
can
testing
turn
1,
it
2,
up
3.
on my end, my own earbuds.
Okay.
So I can hear you
I
once
got
I
my
turn my
headset,
volume
so
up.
bear with me a second. It might be. I'm
Okay.
gonna check one more thing. I'll be right back.
Okay. So CKJ3, let me check your emails right now, and I'm just going to go ahead and start this video. We're not going to go much longer. I just want to hear Van Hollen's, and then we'll move on after him because I got a couple more news stories.
He would pay them some of the funds that he was hoping to get from your slush fund. Can you commit to making the rules so that that person is not eligible for a payout under this fund?
Well, you're obviously lying in your question, because there's no way that this person committed to that.
Look at the naked disrespect. So he's at a Senate hearing and he's calling a senator a liar. That's unfucking civil. It's unacceptable. And this is MAGA, folks. Just a motherfucking frat boy just being all disrespectful.
The slush fund, as you call it, which is not, didn't exist.
I'm sure,
but I can commit.
Mr. Attorney General, don't ever do that again. I am reporting
what again?
what he said. He said on the expectation that he hoped to get some of the funds from a payout. He's been
From
hearing
the, no,
what
you
we've all
said from
been
the
hearing.
slush fund, Senator, and that didn't exist when he said that.
This is the fund that the president and all of you have been telegraphing all along that you're going to use to help the president's friends.
Can you point to a
Mr.
single
Attorney General,
telegraph
I have a
I
last
made?
question.
What telegraph did
I have a last question for
Okay.
you. Do you know that it is a criminal offense to lie to Congress?
I am very well aware of that.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General, how are you?
I'm great. Thank you, Senator.
In America, unlike other countries, where they let you die in a ditch, in America, if you're too poor to be sick, we'll pay for your doctor. Isn't that right?
It is.
And and one of the programs we do that through is Medicaid.
Correct.
Okay. And this money for Medicaid, it didn't just fall from heaven. We thank heaven for it, but it came out of people's pockets, didn't it?
Yeah. Now look at that. Now this is I want to say Ways and Means. It is an oversight committee hearing of the Justice Department. So there are multiple issues, and he's not going to talk about the slush fund. He wants to go into Medicaid or Medicare or something. So let's just move on. So this is interesting. So new rule requires most green card applicants to apply from outside the U.S. I don't know if I like that or not, to be honest. I haven't really thought that much about it. Hey, Chocolate.
Hello.
Well, you're still a little low, but I can turn up the volume, at least on my earbuds. So what's been going on?
Oh,
How was your ladies' night last night, by the way?
I actually canceled it. I'm gonna do it tonight. It's sad.
Oh, you're real muffled.
Oh gosh, hold on.
How about now?
Oh, way better. Now I have to turn my earbud volume down.
Oh, okay.
Way better.
Listen, you already said I was low. I had to go on up.
No, it's
okay. Let me get this headset together. But I think I'm good.
I agree. You are good. I was gonna. How was your show last night, or did you do it? Well, she's muted. She may be busy. So this is.
I'm still here. Just making sure everything is working. Yes.
Okay. How was your show? Did you do?
We had a lot of fun. It was well, not last night. We're gonna reschedule. We're gonna party tonight.
Okay, well,
I don't argue, you know what I'm saying? I really don't. Like, I really don't want. Okay, can you hear me still?
Yeah. You've been fine for the last couple minutes.
Hello?
I can still
now
hear
I can't
you.
hear anything. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
I'm having. Okay, here we go. Oh, you know what? It's user error. I'm up here doing all kind of stuff.
Can you hear me now?
I'm thinking I'm being savvy. And I'm not being savvy. Okay, I'm gonna leave one more time and come back. We're gonna fix it. I can't.
Okay.
I can't. Continue on, please, sir.
Okay.
I apologize for interrupting.
Oh, no. It's no problem. Let me go back because I understand all that, Moxie. I'm going to let Clifford and Mariah deal with it. She gets to decide what she wants to do. But some of the stuff I've read, because I don't always keep up with the chat like post by post, but they've been mixing it up good. And if Clifford is not wise enough or smart enough to figure out that she has the hammer and he shouldn't be the nail, she can do what she wants to do. Now I don't want her to like ban him for 24 hours or something, but a minute or two timeout. Maybe he'll learn if she uses the power judiciously. I simply don't have a problem with it. So what's up, Imperius? So where do we want to go from here? So this is a new rule requires most green card applicants to apply from outside the U.S. I haven't really thought this through. I don't know that it's a horrible idea, but once you get here, say you were on a student visa or something and you decided, you want a green card. So hopefully it says most. So obviously there may be some exceptions to the rule, but let's listen to it. It's fairly short.
Get rewarded just for shopping with Simon Plus.
Oh my God,
Don't
this
miss Memorial Day
Washington
sales
Post.
and love all in one place.
Listening to new rule requires most green card applicants to apply from outside USA. A news story written by David Nakamura and read by Helen, an AI-generated voice. The Trump administration Friday announced it would require most foreigners seeking green cards to apply from outside the United States, a shift in long-standing practice that immigration lawyers said could affect hundreds of thousands of people who file applications each year while living in America on temporary visas. U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services described the changes in a 6-page policy memo as a return to the original intent of federal immigration law. The guidelines instruct foreign visitors to apply for a permanent status through U.S. State Department consulate offices in their home countries, except in extraordinary circumstances. Known immigrants, like students, temporary workers, or people on tourist visas, come to the U.S. for a short time and for a specific purpose, USCIS spokesman Zach Kaler said in a statement. Our system is designed for them to leave when their visit is over. Their visit should not function as the first step in the green card process. Certain visa holders can apply to adjust their statuses by petitioning for permanent legal residency, also known as a green card. The United States authorizes more than 1 million green cards each year, of which more than half of the applicants are already living in the country, according to federal data.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and stop it there. That kind of answered my question. I don't know. I think of a kid, who's in the U.S. for some reason or another, because, I'm thinking of my son's school. Sometimes like in the summer or say over summer holidays or something, not summer holidays, like, spring break or something, you got some foreign students, maybe they want to work, maybe they want to work at a hot dog stand or something, for a couple weeks. So, students, I would tend, if it were left up to me, I'd probably be a little bit more lenient, excuse me, a little bit more lenient on, but it's not horrible. But I'd probably need to know more details at some point, and I'm thoroughly not interested in the details, to be honest. So this is something that Kimmy provided. He emailed this. And I was kind of like, what? Is this a real story? But it's from Newsweek. So apparently Gen Z is bringing parents to job interviews with them. Now I'm trying, why would you ever do that? Why would you bring your mommy to your first job interview? So, because I know what I would think if I was a hiring manager. So while Gen Z has long been described as a bit unorthodox in the workplace, A new trend is emerging among younger job seekers. They're bringing their parents to the interview. Based on a new survey conducted by Zeti using pollfish of roughly 1,000 Gen Z workers, 20% said a parent has joined them during a job interview. That included 15% who said this happened in person and 5% virtually. Why it matters. The data that 1 in 5 Gen Z workers say a parent has joined a job interview could signal a shift in how adulthood and professionalism are being negotiated at the start of careers. Because interviews have traditionally been a hard boundary between family life and professional life, hiring managers may have to rethink. No. Hiring managers do not have to rethink shit. May have to rethink applicants' judgment and readiness to operate without supervision in the younger generation. No, we don't. What to know? Parents are getting involved with Gen Z career prospects far beyond actually showing up to job interviews. I don't know about once my son gets out of college, but my father used to give me advice. I don't know that he got directly involved. As a matter of, however, there have been a couple, well, one almost job and one job I actually did get because he was through his network. I don't see a problem with that, but he wasn't at the fucking job interview. I heard about the opportunity and he put in a word like, hey, my son's interested. He's going to come and, do an interview. And, I was just out of the Navy. So, I had some credentials of my own. So, some in Gen Z feel having parental involvement when looking and applying for jobs is important. Yeah, for guidance. And there's nothing wrong with using your resources or even your parents' network. I'm not sure that I have a problem with that. But not on the interview. The kids have to sink or swim. You just kind of, build the diving board or the diving platform. They have to nail the dive. So I can't imagine why a parent would want to go on their child's job interview. That's too much. So let us move on. This also interested me, and people probably don't understand that I'm a clothes make the man sort of guy. And people like C. Moore, for instance, that pants hanging below your ass cheek sort of style that some of these old YNs still want to dress like. And I know CM does. I've never seen him in real life, but I know that motherfucker just saggy pants.
Can you hear me? How you gonna do me like that? As I'm trying to. Never mind, sir. Hello. Obviously, you can hear me, so I'm gonna stop talking. How do you walk right into that?
I'm sorry. Sometimes I can be kind of mean.
What? I was listening while I was trying to get my technicals together. Hey, chat, and hello, sir. I just thought I'd come by and see what you were talking about. You are out of control, sir.
It's kind of well. Friday and Saturdays do get a little more, a little bit more raucous. But Seymour deserves every bit of it, so it doesn't hurt my feelings.
Seymour Butts, is that him again? Seymour Butts?
Yeah. He's a regular.
Did he ever find out who Seymour Butts really was?
Of course he didn't.
Okay, I'll tell you that.
Why would he? That was wasn't that South Park?
No, this is a real person. Seymour Butts. It's not spelled the same way, but it's Seymour Butts. SEY.
SEY. Okay.
Yeah. So, and Butts. I wouldn't look that up.
yes.
I wouldn't look it up. Not right now, I say.
Oh, I can look it up.
You can.
But,
Tell me what you think. Go ahead, look it up.
But see, Clifford is his actual name, which
like
in
the
my
dog?
no,
Clifford
he's
the
a big
dog?
he's a now see, I don't want to sound racist, so I'm not gonna say he's a big black dog.
Bye. Bye-bye. I thought I'd come by, but maybe I made a mistake. I think I turned left. I need to make a right. You clapping it. Okay, I see where we're going with it.
Hey,
No
let me
problem.
tell you
Here.
something. Last night I did something that I very rarely do. You know who Vanta is, right?
Yes, I despise him. Yes, go ahead.
Dude, I got so fucking annoyed with that punk that I just, dude, I spent like probably $100. I'm like, motherfucker, I'm just gonna get you off the panel 20 minutes at a
Let's spin
time.
on the gospel about. Is that where
Oh
y'all?
no, it was on Clifford's show.
Oh,
So
see,
finally,
okay, gotcha.
yeah. So finally, I'm like, he's not on the panel. I don't want to see him in the chat either. So I paid to just fucking time him out for 24 hours. I'm like, dude, it is a total waste of money. A parent should never be spending money, with their kid in college. But damn it, I had a couple Coors Light, so I was feeling kind of.
I want to do this. I'm not judging you in that level. You are fine with me and Vanta. I'm not even gonna say us in the same sentence, but I will tell you a crazy story. I don't want to derail from what you are talking about.
Oh, don't. I wouldn't worry about it. It's fine.
Okay. All right. Yesterday, let me tell you what happened to me. So I'm on one channel, and you are familiar with Willie, right?
Oh yeah, I had a little encounter with him on Bob's channel. It was like the first time I'd ever been up. Actually, it was the second time, but the first time it was Bob and Blacks Who Defy. I've known them for a while, and I figure they are actually smart, so I don't mind,
But hold on, this is it would be cool if it was conversation as you and I are having. But I found out something very interesting yesterday about this person, which was that he felt the panel asked him, why are you bothering her when she has asked you to leave her alone several times? Do you know what he said?
This was yesterday?
Uh-huh.
Oh, wow. I wish I'd known that.
Yeah, it was yesterday. It was yesterday or the day before. It's been in the last couple of days. And I could not believe how I'm up here not bothering nobody. And it's shot after shot after shot. And I'm just like, bro, what is it? He tells the audience that he talked to me that way because he loves me. And he respects me. But I'm a dummy and a goofy and I'm stupid. What? Well, if I'm all those things, why are you talking to me? And then the question was, well, why are you talking to her if she's saying you could be on a panel and not interact? You know what I mean? You don't have to. He gonna say no. No, it's bigger than him and I. It was crazy. What is wrong?
I ran into Wall Street Willie on Bob's panel.
Yeah.
The second time I'd ever been up there, and usually I don't even watch it that much. And I've never been on the night panel with the consistency of dunces. Like all those motherfuckers are stupid.
No.
There's not one of them outside of Bob, and I doubt Bob sometimes. I think they're all idiots. They have nothing that is even worth listening to.
So much to say to me and to other women who are in
well,
this
they don't like smart women.
I gather. So no, Brian Nichols. That is not love. That is abusive. behavior. Okay, and I know they don't like when I say that, but it is when you cussing at a person for no reason, when you yelling at a person for no reason. I'm not doing that every day.
Okay,
That's
well, let me tell you what happened to me, and
Yes,
you might
please.
be able to relate. Well, dude, I did go up there very aggressively, and I went after him specifically.
Oh
I
my.
think he is a problem, and he might be a focus of mine, a short-term project. I think he's an idiot, and I think somebody needs to be man enough to tell him he's a moron, and we don't care.
They lie,
I don't
but
care.
they
And then he wanted to get all thothy.
Mm,
Motherfucker, don't you ever come talking shit about, oh, you got a soft voice and all this. Dude, you got a lisp. Dude, I am gonna hammer your thothy ass all over this panel. And the only thing that saved him, Bob had to come from on high.
Uh-oh.
I don't give a fuck about Bob.
No, I was talking about you. Uh-oh. You done made the man come down.
Oh,
Come
no. I know where Wall Street Willie hangs out. If I ever catch him on CT's show, I'm gonna make it a specific point to come up there and just slap him around a bit. I think he is a toxic male.
Oh my God. He was telling people that he loved me. Then he gonna say he respected me. Then it went from stupid goofies and
Did he say respect?
Stop it. Okay, Boston. You're not gonna do it. You're not gonna do it. It's too early. It's too early for me to talk shit. So
But let me tell you one thing about this channel. People like Brian Nichols, pretty much everyone in the chat right now is capable of being a troll. This is
okay, nice.
No, we have a healthy respect for trolling.
Yeah,
Most
you
people are
should. I troll.
Yeah, most of these people know where the limits are.
Yeah, like just jokes, not trying to hurt or disrespect. I don't think.
Sometimes there needs to be a little bit
y'all
of
menses. It's more y'all out here than us.
Most of the people, looking at my demographics, and I want to make one more point for the chat. My demographic is mostly over 35, and it tends to skew older.
Yeah.
So between the 24 to 35 is actually the low end. Most people are in that 55 to 65.
Yes, thank you. And I was telling them, people out here, the kids, ain't no kids watching us unless somebody holding their baby.
All my shows are not for kids. It's
exactly like no. When I say kids, I mean anybody that they brain ain't finished developing. So that's 25 and down.
That's funny.
That's when you done growing. I need to know.
Well, I mean, now we do have one or two young people who are actually cool,
of course.
And they want to do kid stuff sometimes, but it's not even that often.
Oh yeah,
they can hang with the elders.
Listen, I had no choice. I think that's why I'm so old and young at the same time. My mom didn't give me no choice. My family talked very candidly in front of the kids and animated it. And it'd be crazy. People, it was the women. That's why I don't. And I wanted to do a topic about this outside of trolling is weak women versus strong women. Not physically, but
mentally.
We deep and strong. Weak-minded women to get you hurt. I'm just saying. And I don't mean that in a negative sense. I mean, like, I'm talking woman to woman, like friend to friend, mother to daughter, that type.
They're boring. The woman, I don't want to get deep into detail, but one of these days we'll talk about it. Because I've got a show, and I actually, I'm going to review that. I was on on Latino for Trump's panel yesterday.
Oh
And
wow,
I
you
ran
did.
into Josh, who's kind of a self-avowed Christian nationalist.
Oh
And
my.
shoot, we wound up talking for 2 hours. I don't agree with his politics, but the thing is he can explain his positions. And what are you going to be able to do? You don't always agree, but if someone can tell you why they think this way,
That's
what are you
right.
going to do?
Well, one, you don't have to be an asshole to each other. It's
Right.
fine. That's where we get out of pocket with this. Well, I'm a beat you down in the name of the president. What does that do for anybody?
Well,
Where
Black Bear tried that.
Oh my
You're not going to talk about, dude, you are on my panel and you're going to tell me I'm not going to talk about your president? Dude, get out of here with that bullshit.
Oh, he said the president. Oh, come on now.
His president. You're not going to talk about my
This
president like
president
that.
ain't thinking about you. He don't even like black people.
like you were the deciding vote.
He don't like black people. He don't like us, so we ain't got nothing to worry about. But you know what?
I don't know what Trump likes, but a lot of
I
people
do. Young girls and a lot
Well-
of money. And McDonald's. And Olive
Well,
Garden.
the thing is,
hold on, you said
I've
his
often made
his,
the point that Northerners like Black culture, but not like individual Black people,
Mhm.
and Southerners like individual Black people, but not Black culture.
and I'm smacked in the middle of
Yeah,
I can see
Trump
the
is
forest and the trees.
well, you kind of have to, and most people
better.
don't. They see one or the other.
Yeah, and they act
But-
like they can't let their eye wander. Not like if you got like a loose eye. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying your mind can go more than one place. You don't have to just go into this one direction. But yes, I do. I have a healthy amount of trolling I do as well to release stress and to make people understand that yes, I enjoy comedy, I enjoy fun, luxury, and ghetto luxury, bougetto stuff. I like bad
Bougetto?
jokes.
Is that?
You ain't
I've
never
never
heard
heard that term. I've never heard of bougetto.
That's when
I'll have to use that one.
you are bougie and ghetto, but you on a budget.
Well, there's nothing. Genteel poverty is another term for it. Well, no, it's like an English term. Like
yeah,
these
it is all
lords.
of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Let me
well,
deal with this idiot right here, Yakub.
Okay.
Okay, Jakob. Trump is a transfer student into the University of Pennsylvania, Wharton specifically. His daddy paid for a building or something like that. That's how Trump got there. So don't give me that bullshit. And by the way, I'm University of Georgia. It was number 50 in the country, even back when I was there. Ivy League means a lot if you're looking for name brand, but there's schools outside of the Ivy League that are just as well respected. In the Navy, for instance, you'd be surprised at like a military academy like the Citadel is very well respected. If you're an Ivy League graduate in the Navy, but Georgia Tech, oddly enough, they worship, like the real engineers. So Trump is Ivy League, but his daddy bought his way into it. So see, I know shit, Yakub. So you can come in and you can talk all your little shit, but I just know more. I know, and this is the other thing. This is why I always crush these MAGA fools. I actually know more about MAGA than they do because I read. So
have you thought about
Yakub,
debating, like opening up a line to debate?
I hate debates.
Okay.
I think it's high school because like Black Bear is a good example. He came up today and I would just interrupt him mid-sentence, and he was crying practically. Dude, I don't care about fallacies and all that stuff. That's high school debate. Adult debate is literally kind of like bare knuckle brawl. A bare knuckle brawl.
What about Mississippi, the news? How about if you did it that way? There's plenty of debate, like, or Piers Morgan or something like that.
That's a little bit. I could probably do that. Okay.
That's what I want to do.
Really interesting.
Oh yeah. That's why I joined the debate club.
Even then, you've got to know your stuff. You also have to be able to think quickly, like on a dime. So most people on YouTube can't do that. That's why they get crushed. Like Seymour, sometimes I feel sorry for him when I'm on his own panel. It's like maybe I'll go a little easy. So let's see what else. Yakub, I'm not just a blabbermouth. I'll back up my bullshit. Why don't you hit the link, bitch? Debate. Now look at this motherfucker talking about debate strategy. Fuck debate strategy, dude. Do it up. Do it from the hip. Shoot from the hip. I like really fast twitch thinking. Let's see what you know. Just right off the top of your head. Debate strategy. Dude, I graduated from high school back in 1983. So no, go ahead, Chocolate. I'm gonna have to admit I've had a couple beers on a Friday, so I'm a little mouthy. I'm a little mouthy.
Well, I'm mouthy all the time. Anyway, yes. I'm just working. I am back here working.
So what are you going to talk about tonight?
Well, we're going to talk about romance and love and good sex scenes in a good book.
Oh.
And audio.
You just engaged my prude mode.
I know. You poor black man. I get
actually, it's not a black man thing.
It's a man.
I grew up. My parents were fairly liberal, but not that liberal. They were. I won't say they were strict Catholics, but they were Catholic.
I come from militant hippies. If that answers your question.
Yeah, I come from the 180-degree opposite.
Right. Yes.
We were, but funny enough, as like my brother is 13 years younger. As a matter of fact, he's your age.
Oh, okay.
He's the last year of Generation X. I'm the first year. So
yeah. It's such a huge
that
difference
kind of range
between us, especially within the Gen X. And then they labeled us younger Gen Xers, Zennials. That's what we are, Zennials. Yeah, because we were born right in the middle. We were alive during the height, along with millennials. Because again, other than Meta and Facebook, it's been Gen X who created all of these. So what we now have is social media.
Yeah, people seem to forget that. But where I was going with this, like, after parents have two kids, my brother probably grew up a little bit more. They were a little bit more successful. I think my parents were like,
I have a younger brother and sister.
Yeah, well, they were 22 and 23, and then 20. My sister's like 16 months younger, so they were in their 20s when they had us. They were like, I think my mother was mid 30s or so when she had my brother. They were more mature. They were a little bit more.
Oh,
stable.
yeah.
So, I remember one day I was home. I was in the Navy. So I'm home on leave. So I open up the the shed out back. And I look in there, and there's like a motherfucking remote control, like a RC plane. I'm like, and this is my parents. I never asked them for it, so it's not on them. It's really on me. But I'm like, I remember opening that JCPenney catalog or the Sears catalog.
Come on now. Come on now. I have one too. Yeah, my grandparents.
These $400 RC planes. And there was no way I could, in good conscience, ask, like, can I have a $400 RC plane? Like, they're putting us through private school and all this stuff. Even as a child, I'm like, nah, that's a little too much. So I was a little well, I was a little verklempt. I opened it up, and that plane was beautiful. Now the thing is I'm in the Navy. If I want my own plane, I can buy it. I was like, well, damn.
Right.
But here's the deal: my brother didn't even ask for it. It's like, would you like a plane?
Oh my God.
I was like, what? But look, it's not that big a deal, but the irony was obvious.
But it's I get what you're saying.
But parents get better. Two kids, they knew what to do. Plus, they had me and my sister. I remember me and my sister, because I was 13, going on 14 when he was born. So we're at the Oglethorpe Mall in Savannah, Georgia. My sister and I actually look fairly alike. And my brother, now that he's older, looks like us. But at the time, he was this cute little baby. And I'm like, me and my sister are pushing the baby stroller because I was driving at the time, I think. So we're pushing the baby stroller through the Oglethorpe Mall, and they kept saying, well, what a cute couple, what a cute baby. I'm like, she's my sister. Dude, I stopped going to the goddamn mall. Like, dude, what do you think? I'm motherfucking 15.
Oh yes, you're crazy.
I'm 15 and she's 14, and people are thinking we just had a baby.
Some people it's wild like that, but you that's wild.
I'm sorry, I had to stop. Like, I'll take him, without you. You can take him, but we're not going together.
You're so hilarious. Not you up here trying to use the baby. Okay, I'm done.
No, dude. Now look, I'm a little, I don't know. It was just, how it is when you're 15. Like, I'm not going to be talking to girls with my sister and this baby in the stroller.
Let me tell you something. Stanley, I was listening to Snoop Dogg and drinking 40s. Okay. Yeah. So don't think you were out of the loop. Like, real. Stereotype stuff. So I was the girl that DJ was talking about.
Well, see, I should have known you. You'd have broke me out of the shell.
Probably were.
Dude, the first time I ever got drunk, now the drinking age in Georgia was 18. I think I was 20 or 21.
Yeah.
I never drank in high school. The type of school I went to, if you cut school, dude, they're gonna call your parents. So just don't even bother.
Right. It
was a Catholic school.
Oh gosh, yeah.
All boys Catholic military school.
Jeez.
And but it was a good education.
I wonder why
rules all.
We should have that for our boys. Why don't we have that? That for you to ask.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm glad my son, and now he went to a really good small town high school that's co-ed. I would never I had an opportunity because my brother went to the same school, and in my school legacy, like if my son had gone there, he probably would have been treated like royalty. Because
Okay.
I was fairly smart. Like my brother used to get so annoyed because they would always be asking, well, how is Stanley? Some of the same teachers that taught me were still there when he went.
Yeah,
Oh, dude, he used to get a little verklempt. It's like, can you please just stop by and visit some of these teachers so they stop asking about you?
I love that you're using for Clint. Like, that's the word of the day. So listen, I'm gonna drop off real quick. I'll be back since I know you up.
All right. Well, I
bopping
actually would love if you do, because I'd love for you to hear the politics we're talking on.
Oh yeah, I've been listening.
I'm going to review it, but we'll be here for another couple hours at least.
Oh yeah. Cool. Then there it is.
What time is your show, by the way? And when you get back,
8
just drop
o'clock.
the link.
8 o'clock.
8?
Yeah.
Oh shit, that's in like 10 minutes.
No. Not Eastern time. Don't do it. That's scary.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I'm thinking East Coast.
Late after dark, ain't nobody saying.
Okay, well maybe we'll all just come over there. I am not going to come up on the panel though. Not if y'all talk about sex.
We are. So yes, we are. So I'm gonna tell you now, we are. So if the boys want to hear, come on through. But it's gonna get hot next week.
Oh, I can hear about it. I just don't want to get up there and talk about it.
Oh, well, you don't.
I am always interested in what women have to say about it, but I don't know. It's more a ladies' night.
Yes, we need it.
Well, good.
This week is crazy.
Don't let Nightish up there. Don't let Nightish up there.
There's not gonna be any men tonight. We don't have an
All
honorary man. I'm gonna introduce that based on how many women come tonight.
Gotcha.
All right, then. I will talk to you later, sir. All right, now.
Bye. Let's see. Link is pinned. What was I gonna do? Something someone said. Let's see. Yakub says the people chocolate debate would call Stanley a coon and a Sambo. No idea what that means. Who did she debate? Can you give me a clue of who would be calling me those racist names, those racial epithets there, Yakub? Does she debate you? Because I bet you're a racist. Hey, what's up, King Rooster? Let's see. There was something someone said. Well, anyway, the link is pinned if anyone wants to come up. This particular article, The Ways of a Gentleman, it's a Substack. Now, I subscribe for free. I haven't really, done a paid subscription. But when I was a child, like in 8th grade or something like that, my father was like, the clothes make the man. So this is how to dress like a gentleman without being wealthy. And unfortunately, since I don't pay for this, I can't use the Substack reader. So I'll read a little bit of it. Oh, shoot. It's not even the whole article. So I'll just read the first 3 paragraphs. One of the great misconceptions of modern life is that dressing well requires wealth. To a certain extent, yes, but get shit on sale. Whenever I write about style or clothing, I usually receive several responses from men who say that they would dress better if they simply had more money. Because of this mindset, many men assume style belongs only to celebrities or the ultra wealthy, wearing $1,000 suits. As a result, they stop trying altogether. They convince themselves that appearance doesn't matter and slowly begin to carry themselves with less confidence and less pride. This is unfortunate because dressing well has never primarily been about money. It's always been about standards. The gentleman doesn't dress well to impress strangers or get attention. He dresses well because it reflects self-respect. Agree with that. It communicates that he takes his responsibility seriously. It shows that he understands that presentation influences how others perceive him and how he perceives himself. The good news is that any man can dress well on a normal income if he approaches clothing with discipline and intentionality. In this article, I will cover a few practical ways you can improve your wardrobe and carry yourself with greater confidence without breaking the bank. Let's get started. So I may see if I can't crack the this article. One of it is just like get shit on sale. You know, if you are like a year out of season or something like that, who cares? Especially if you're not, you know, if you're a man, you know, a coat is a coat, but a good looking coat is a good looking coat. So Rooster, hit the link if you want. You got your name from the Stone Temple Pilots? Let's see. What do we have here? Brian, I practiced. Yakub. She's in a debate league, dummy. You can't compete there. Who gives a fuck, Yakub? I don't, other than her channel and maybe Bob, I don't give a fuck about debate leagues. Are you talking about that idiot Speak Easy? That motherfucker's a moron. I've debated back and forth with him, and I slapped him about the ears and shoulders. The motherfucker's a moron. If he couldn't debate in the wild. He couldn't debate in the Senate or prime minister's questions. People who need rules to debate are pussies. So if she's in a league, great, but not only could I not compete there, they couldn't compete with me. And anybody who has a name that begins with Y is a foreigner anyway. So what you say is taken into consideration, but it doesn't do a lot of heavy lifting. Debate league, yeah, good. She's in a debate league. I'm impressed. Yakub is like, dude, this dude is really soft in the head, to be honest. In my opinion, of course. All right, so let's go to this debate. Is it here? What did I do with it? Did I even save it? Pretty sure I did. Yeah, I'll have to thin this playlist out. Here it is. Yeah, this one's it. So to set this up right quick, this is a lot of people know him as Josh. I know him as Doug Ehrlich too. He tends to frequent, at least as far as I know he's probably on a lot of different channels, but I know him. I know him mostly from. Oh Lord, I don't even know. I've known of him for quite some time. I've exchanged posts on Discord a couple times. I think I know him mainly from Here for the Teas channel. And shout out to Here for the Tea. I haven't been over there in a while. I think that's where I mainly know him from, but he's been on Voice of Venus. I think he's even been on Sharon's channel once, probably been on CT's. A Christian nationalist. And he's self-avowed. It's not even like an insult. He will admit it. What stands out is it was a very civil conversation for like 2 hours. He talked a lot about where he lives in Vietnam, and he's an interesting guy. I don't necessarily agree with some of his positions or, some of his politics, but we even agreed a little bit on a few different things. So this is going to be a review in detail. I don't stop reviews every sentence. I like letting reviews play for a while to get context, and then I may or may not comment. But shout out to Latino for Trump. If you all, let me drop this channel, by the way. Subscribe to Latino for Trump. It's called Let's Talk About 1212. He is the channel owner. Jewel of Aquarius is over there. So you ought to give him a good listen. He's a solid guy. And of course, like with everybody, I've had, we disagree on things. But all in all, he's a pretty solid family man, and that's mostly what I admire about him. So L4T, Latino for Trump, that's his channel. Please subscribe. So let's get into this. And let me clear some tabs here. So let's go. And the link is posted if anyone wants to come up.
I don't see any point in people. I don't even understand why the hell people are like, oh, I should have say in family. Bitch, you don't want a family. Why the hell do you have any say in it?
I was about to say that. Damn, man, you read my mind, bro. Oh my God, dude. I had and I love them to death, but they're liberal. And it's like they themselves are not planning to get married. They themselves are not planning to have a kid, but they got a house and everything. And this is not to throw shade at them or anything. But I had asked them a question, and I was like, dude, why does it matter to you what political whatever is in power if you don't have any children? Let's say that this person believes in this and this and this and that. Why should you?
Excuse me. By the way, let me do something right quick. I forgot to do it earlier. Nidus did a couple things that some of you may have even seen before. Let's see here. How am I going to do this? Let's get rid of that. And let's do this. So, a couple things that I got from Nidus, because I really appreciated the artwork. Nothing like a guy who's doing AI but with a sense of humor. And Nidus did both of these like maybe it might be 6 months ago. It actually was in December or so it is almost 6 months ago. Just wanted to show a couple of the things that he did for me. So that one, believe it or not, this is the thumbnail I used today. It looked pretty scruffy, but it's actually pretty accurate. Now I usually shave, maybe once a week. But so the title of the show today is Free Speech Costs Money and Will Preach for Food. The truth, not popular but powerful. I think he captured a moment with this. And then the grim look. The truth ain't free, but your soul is worth more than a meal. I think that's funny as hell. So here is the other one that he did. Let's see here. I'm gonna have to kill that. So we'll kill you, remove from studio, and then we got one more. This actually made me laugh the first time I saw it. This actually, hold on one sec, Seymour. This actually made me laugh. Let me see, can I find it? It is this one. This actually kind of it made me laugh. I'm Stanley, bitch. Now I'm gonna have to a show title will eventually catch up with this. I think I have a show title of my own, but I don't even know why he made this. He made it for a reason. The first time I saw it, it was pretty damn funny. But So those will be thumbnails that I add to, the stable. So salute to Nightish. Y'all catch up with Nightish if you have a channel or something like that and you need some thumbnails. He's pretty good with this stuff actually. So and he works with you on prices and stuff. So salute to Nightish. I guess I should drop his channel. What is it? Nightish. I think it's Knight's Lair 510. But let me make sure of that. So y'all hit him up if you need some artwork done. Let me make sure right quick. Just give me a second. Is it Knight's Lair? Lair 510. Yeah, there it is. So I will drop this and you all please subscribe to his channel. Copy link address, drop it in chat. And Nightish. There we go. So subscribe to his channel. If you need some artwork or something like that done for a project or a channel or something, do give him a shot. What's going on, Clifford?
Why your mods timing me out for
Because I told her to use her discretion. That's why.
So she hasn't.
So if her discretion was to time you out, well, you need to discuss it with her. I literally told her because I was watching the back and forth with you and Mariah, and I just basically said, you know what, you got a wrench, defend yourself. So that's
she can time me out for a day.
Okay, bitch. I literally just told you. No. It does not work that way. It does not work that way over here, son. Bitch. I gave you a reason why no further questions are needed or will be accepted. I told her to do it. I told her to kick your ass if necessary. Not directly, but she got the point. That is why I gave a woman permission to teach you a goddamn lesson is why. Any other dumb not all questions are good questions on this channel, sir.
I'm just saying, remember this.
Now don't keep asking me stupid questions or I will just abuse you. Now let's move on. You know why now. Can we move on?
So she can time me out for a
day. She can do what the fuck she wants to do right now. How are you going to stop her? How are you going to stop her? I'm not going to interfere. I am not. I don't give a fuck what she is.
Wait, so she has a wrench.
She has a wrench, and you do not.
I don't care. Fuck this channel.
She has the authority and my permission. If you want to act out, bitch, she's gonna slam you. How about that?
Bitch, and fuck
you okay with that? Hey, it's Stanley versus the world. Don't be the world, bitch.
Shit, fuck you in that bitch. How about that?
Who cares what you think?
Who cares what you think?
Why don't you roll a blunt and puff on it and shut the fuck up?
Why don't you fucking crack open the Coors Light and put your lips on it? You heard what the fuck I said.
You heard what I said.
Heard I said crack a Coors Light.
This is Clifford's channel, but it's Stanley's.
Yeah, okay. You know, my bitches call me Clifford.
What you need to do is stop that Cali black whining. You're not in Cali now. This
bitch is a liar, bro. Nobody talks about her fucking kids.
You're not in Cali now, Nancy.
She's a liar. Nobody said what I say about her kids.
Clifford.
I told her to go take care of her kids.
Clifford. I wasn't watching. Bitch. I just caught some of the stuff that you were saying, and I had a problem with it, and I told her weapons free, bitch.
But she's a liar like you.
I hope, motherfucker, if you fuck with her more, she'll just time you out for 24 hours. How about that?
She already did, you loser. I already told you that.
If she can do it for free, she does not have to send me one penny. She can fucking time you out for 24 hours, and that's that.
She already did.
Now, do you understand what her power is right now?
She already
Don't
did.
ask me any more dumb Cali Black questions. You fuck with her and she decides to time your ass out for 24 hours. It's not up to me. She has permission to do it. Do you understand, sir?
Just remember this.
Simon, how are you? Good to see you over here.
Stanley. Thank you.
What's
ever intriguing,
sir? I'm sorry. Say that. Let me turn your volume up a little bit. Try it now.
I said,
this is a liar.
Yeah, that's good.
It's ever intriguing. Thank you, Stanley.
Oh, dude, I'm a mess.
No, I'm just so glad to have you up because it's like I missed you. I miss you so much.
Motherfucker, I've been around. I've had this channel for a year. Now,
I
was in your chat. I subscribed to your channel, and I was in your chat maybe 3 weeks ago and said hello, but you're probably busy. But hey,
I'm sorry. Like
we have found each other, so you were always welcome here.
This dangerous, terrible twins stuff going on over here. Like,
yeah. Oh, dude, this channel is a haven for trolls. If you're clever and a troll, yeah, we're gonna conquer the world one day.
I'm gonna shut this out. I have to.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, thank God for Stanley.
Fuck
well,
Stanley.
we're gonna try and get it monetized at some point. Dude, it has been a slow growth project, but you know me, I'm kind of prickly, and sometimes I'll just piss people off intentionally just to see what happens.
You're just very good at it.
You're not gonna grow. You're not gonna grow quick if you're just being that way. But this isn't my primary source of income. It'll be nice to get it monetized, but you know, it does not have to be like, it would be nice, but it's not a necessity. I'm sorry, do you say
why
something?
does dude keep swearing? Just keep swearing.
Oh, he's mad at me. He's mad at me, and he's from California.
No shit.
That's
well, I mean, you're letting this little troll lie on me.
I call him a Cali Black.
That's a bad combination.
How's a fucking Brit gonna tell me that wears fucking dress?
Well, I didn't know, sir. I didn't come up here swearing at you.
Dress fucking.
Yeah, it's like some sort of Neanderthal. Like, oh, Simon, fuck you. Nah, bro.
Hey, Simon, you'll be getting a wrench here soon.
Yeah, I'll cross this and get a wrench over here.
You are Simon Hectic. Your wrench is automatic. So,
Lord God.
Yeah, I'll cross this and get wrenches over here.
You know, most of the people that have wrenches over here, there are two ways to get a wrench over here.
Yeah, be a cross dresser or be a fucking.
I'm talking, son. What you want to do is listen. So,
Mariah, you time me out. You're a lying ass bitch.
Most of the people on this who have wrenches, look. If you got an article or link or something that you want me to comment on, or you want to comment on, that's why they have wrenches. The others, I just respect and I don't even think about it. You're here, have a wrench. And the people, Seymour, if you've noticed, you don't have a wrench. Not like you couldn't have one, but your behavior is problematic.
You don't fuck about no wrench.
Yeah, you don't give a fuck. That's why you don't have a wrench.
I don't need one.
Dude, when you start giving a fuck, maybe you'll get a wrench.
Oh Lord, Jesus Christ. What the fuck?
Hey, what's up, Snowman? How you doing? Good to see you.
Stanley's a belly buster. I swear to God, like he kills me. Oh shit. I don't know why these motherfucking fools want to come up here to say
No,
shit.
no.
Like, God damn.
No, I don't always win. Most times I lose probably. But dude, don't be coming up here all belligerent and illiterate and angry. I can work with you if you can take a deep breath and think critically, but dude, come on now. So what's been going on with you? We didn't get a whole lot of time to catch up on Nidus's panel. Oh, look, he rage quit.
He too tired of swearing. He's like, yeah. I mean, I'm
Well, now here's the deal, though. I like after I get done with the show, because he kind of does an overnight thing. I do get in his chat and troll him, so I expect retribution.
Yeah.
So it'll boomerang on me if I even go over there. It's not like I have to, but so what you been up to, man? I haven't talked to you in what, a year?
Yeah, I've just been chilling, just been getting on with it,
Well, your reputation has preceded you, and I can't remember. You've been like on Bob's channel, Gospel of Bob. You've been all over the place. I think I saw you on Sharon's channel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've been about, but mainly I've just been getting on with my life, to be honest. You know what I mean? But sometimes when people, they start talking about something, if they've got an interesting subject or something, they could actually have an intellectual conversation. It's just like, okay, cool. But I don't fuck with everybody.
Well, let me ask you a favor, or do Latino a favor. I'm about to review a conversation I had with an avowed white nationalist, and it was a civil. I actually like Josh. I've known about him for quite some time. I just can't deal with the positions, but he's a good conversationalist. He's an interesting guy. And you should probably subscribe to Latino's channel. You know Jewel of Aquarius. You probably know Latino for Trump.
No. If you put in the back, I'll
yeah, I will. Hey, what's up, King Rooster?
Oh shit.
How you been?
Hello, Cap. How you been? I'm doing good, man. I was sitting out here firing off my pellet gun in the ditch. You know what I'm saying? I was.
What are you doing with your pellet gun?
Firing off in the ditch pellet, just shooting cans and bottles. Somebody threw in the ditch.
Now, Simon, I'm from the South. I'm from Savannah, Georgia. King Rooster's from Louisiana, right? Yeah.
No, Mississippi.
That is not a. Okay, Mississippi. I'm sorry.
Is that normal? Is that normal?
Absolutely, it is.
Yeah, that's normal.
It's fun. Man, not only is it normal, it's fun.
Yep. You got 6-year-old kids to walk around. That's what they want for a pellet rifle, dude, for Christmas.
Let me tell you a story, King Rooster. My brother was maybe 10. And my father owns like a family farm in South Georgia. So, at Thanksgiving, the women, and I don't have a problem with it. The women would be cooking Thanksgiving dinner and the men would go out to the farm and just fuck around, the men and the boys.
Yeah.
We got a little BB guns and stuff. So my father gave my brother, who's 13 years younger than I am, a fucking
Daisy Red Ryder.
Like no. I think, was it a 3? It was oh god.
Probably
was it a 3?
You remember the 880? The 880. Oh, 410.
No, it was a shot. No,
yeah, it's a 410.
30-06 or something. Whatever it was, it had a recoil, and we all knew what was going to happen. It put him on his ass. But that was kind of like a rite of passage. Dude, hold it tight in your shoulder. Hold it tight in your shoulder. Oh, that poor boy. That shit. Make sure you fire at a tree. Oh, it was so funny.
Well,
Same thing happened to me when I was his age.
Yeah, that's normal. You like around where I'm at, you got like 10-year-old children. They already shot deer and everything.
Really?
They sons go across
Shit,
the levee every day and
they'll know how to dress one out.
My little neighbors next door, he got stair steppers. Those kids, they go across the levee. They fish out the river over there. And I'm talking about they walk barefoot through the wood. And they just go right across the river. They bring catfish and everything.
You know, my son, and you know, I remember, you gotta if you're like, my son was 4 or 5, I can't remember, right in that area when he caught his first fish, dude, he was hooked. It was like that one fish. Dude, he came home from college like a couple weeks ago, and the first thing he did was put down his bags in the living room because we keep the fishing rods behind the front door. He's like, I'm going fishing. I was like, okay. He has a relaxing hobby for life.
All of my buddies that moved away from here, that's what they do when they come here. Like when they come here, it's some of them take off work just for fishing season or hunting, mainly hunting season. They come back and get the deer because.
Dude, is that the life though? Hey, I'm taking a couple weeks. It's deer season. Oh yeah, hunting season. Yeah, dude. That
a lot of
that is luxury. That is. Yep.
Yeah, and see the thing is, it's convenient because their moms or fathers still live. They don't have to pay to stay down here. A lot of the parents still keep their bedroom. So you basically coming back home, you still got your bedroom in your mom's house or your dad in mom's house. You can, or some of them still like they stay other places, but their family has property that they pay the taxes on. So it's a vacant house. They just come back, bring their stuff, drop it down, and that's where they at. You can literally just come back home and lounge, and everybody, we find out you in town. There we go. It's a party. You know what I'm saying? Memorial Day weekend coming up. It's about to be a party. People gonna be on the boats, dragging inner tubes behind their boats and doing all of that, pontoon boats.
Well, let me tell you something, and then we'll loop Simon in, and then we're gonna get to this video. And Chocolate Earth, the link is pinned anytime you want to come back up. I'm sorry, that's Seymour. I don't have on my glasses. Look, this is what, and I'm gonna pick on Seymour a little bit. That's why you've heard me say this before. These Cali blacks, look, of course we share a heritage, but dude, dude, I would take somebody like Seymour out to my father. There's a low spot on that farm, and he had it dug out just so my grandmother didn't have to go to the white people's fishing hole. Here's your property, and there's your fishing hole. It's stocked. You can catch all the fish you want.
Right. People still do that right now.
Yes.
They will
and that's what these Cali blacks, all these, and I don't like using the N-word, so but you know where I'm going with this. Y'all don't know what
I already know.
Talking about. When you're talking black culture, you talking about shooting cans with your pellet gun, that's black culture to me. Yeah. It's in the South. That's where it started. Now, not all of it started here, but the great majority of it did. These Cali blacks like Clifford, no fucking idea.
And look, Stanley, the greatest thing, see, that's why I'm at the age, I don't want to leave. I done seen enough in the United States due to me truck driving and everything. I can take my pellet gun, walk up and down the road. I can do some power line hunting. The police will ride right past me and don't say nothing. They going on. They don't say nothing about what I'm doing.
No,
They don't
what's
bother
on the
me.
power lines? What do you? What's on the power
Sometimes,
lines?
okay. What happened is when dove hunting. Sometimes the dove season come in, and what happens is the farmers will plant plots of sunflower seeds, right?
Yeah.
But
Dude, my father and I used to do quail hunting, like right after they, harvested the corn and stuff. Now to be sporting, you go through there noisy, so the quail fly up and you can try and catch them on the wing. But I know what you're talking about, right?
But
like fall.
But what I do is because I have hunting license, I don't go out into the field and hunt dove. What's happening is there are so many dove hunters out in the field. The doves are smart enough to come into town where I live at. So I just wait till they flock up on the power line, and I pop them with my pelican, and I can get me a good 30 of them to tag out. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I do what it takes to get the job done. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. And don't nobody say nothing. I know, like the game wardens and all that, some of them black, they don't say nothing about what I'm doing. You got your, they know I got hunting license.
You're probably kind of doing them a favor, thinning them out.
Yeah, they got a season for them, So whenever they go to the field, based on where I stay at, the doves will come to the power lines where I'm at, and I just pluck them off, put them in the cooler.
Well, let me ask you a question. In Georgia, in Georgia, if you own the property, you don't need a hunting license.
Right.
Now now I haven't hunted in Georgia in 30 years. It's been quite some time. But there are a lot of things, if it's your property, you can do.
That's all across the South.
Like
if it's your private property, you can let anybody come hunt or hunt whatever your land.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
But they trying to change that. They trying to change it to the point of if a game warden hears some shooting or whatever, they can cross over into property to see if somebody's poaching.
Oh yeah, look,
So
you know what my brother
right now.
did? Yeah, my brother is like, he works in tech, so he just basically put a bunch of trail cams and they tap into the internet, so he can actually like look at what's going on remotely. It happens so much. There's a YouTube channel, and I don't want to get too deep into it, about this young lady who's probably in her 40s, maybe early 40s now. She had some tech job or something. So she and her father bought a farm. It's south of Atlanta. I can't remember the town. And she's done a whole YouTube channel about some of the travails and stuff. But what they've got right now is
something like that.
Oh no! It's just south of Atlanta. It's nowhere near that far south.
Okay.
But anyway, the thing is she and her father have actually turned it into a business. They're starting to turn it around and do well. So I don't want to. We need to get Simon, and Chocolate Earth just came up. Simon, what you got?
Yeah.
We sound mighty country, don't we, Simon?
No, I just find it interesting. You know what I'm saying? Like, because over here you can't just roll like that. You know what I mean? It's like you can say.
Well, even out in the Dales.
Nah, you can't. No, you ain't doing that. Like, you get put up real quick. You know what I mean? Like. How Bruce was talking like, the police was kind of laxy daisy. You know
what? You can't go out pheasant hunting?
Pheasant hunting? What?
I thought you could go out pheasant hunting.
No, we don't have that type of population over here. You know what I mean? No, we don't. We're not like voluptuous like that. We import most of our shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like at the end of the day, you know, that's a niche. It's a real niche. Or you said niche or something. I don't know. But it's just
Well,
like
I think you and I talked about, there's a British British guy. He owns like a kind of like a Trader Joe's sort of thing in places like London. And he actually, I have to go back and review it and remind myself, but I think it's called The Black Farmer or something like that. It's like,
yeah.
you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, because I'm the second black farmer. So there's only one.
Really?
Yeah, there's only one other dude that did what I did, and
Really?
yeah, that like seriously, like
Oh, motherfucker, are you rich too?
yeah.
Salute to you, brother.
I don't like to talk about it too much.
No, don't. I'm not, dude.
Yeah,
this is
no, but
admiration. I
this is
knew about that one guy.
he sells sausages, like because he's got like a little pig farm. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no. This is the guy. The guy I'm talking about has like these little kind of. I don't know if you're familiar with Trader Joe's in the United States, but it's kind of like a high end like place with like a food court and stuff. And there was this thing that I actually looked at on my show. I think it was still over at John Galt's. Yeah, this dude is high end. I mean, he's like older now.
It's hard. It's really fucking hard. Like because the population is kind of different. It's not like the US where you got a whole bunch of like black people that will back you. Like to become a farmer in the UK is crazy.
Yeah.
Fucking elite shit going on. You know what I mean? It's like the people that sort of rock with you, like you got land. You know what I'm saying? Like you got like pasture and you got like, you know, animals and like it's just kind of different. So
well, it is, you know, I talked, it might have even been with you or it was some other person. Like, I just happened to ask, because I don't know if you're familiar with All Creatures Great and Small. I've always wanted to visit like Yorkshire, the Dales. I don't know why. Yeah, I know. Scotland's another place. I just dig that kind of terrain.
You know, the funny thing is,
so I got to asking, well, how many black people actually live remote like that? And it's no one.
Yeah,
like it's hardly anybody.
Listen, I used to date this chick, what they call Black Country, Devon, right? When I went over there, first of all, her parents were pissed. Secondly,
wait, was she black?
No, she's white.
Okay, gotcha.
I only recently got into black chicks, but yeah, like she took me around.
Well, you married an African woman, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Not recent.
When I say recent, I mean like I've been divorced for like 8 years. You know what I'm saying? So
gotcha.
Yeah. No, but yeah, primarily my marriage was to a black woman from Africa. Yeah, but this chick I was talking about, that was before. Like, but we'd walk into a pub, you know what I'm saying? And they'll just be all talking, like you can hear outside. We ain't even open the door or anything. You hear it nattering. It's like, yeah. We would open the door. We walk through the door. It's like some fucking Mississippi.
Let me tell you something. One day, this is like at least 20 years ago. There's a place called Mustang Sally's in Manhattan. It's just up the street from Madison Square Garden. And I was up there training for something, and I'm not going to get into details, but I was in like a hotel, like literally like a 5-10 minute walk from Madison Square Garden. So Mustang Sally's was kind of like too expensive and all that stuff. So, I'm not a dancer, but I sat at that bar and they had Guinness Stout on draft. And dude, that is just like that's like catnip to me. I'm just like I'm just like here's my credit card. Let's open the tab. So I'm sucking down Guinness on tap. So of course I get into a dancing mood. So I walk out on the dance floor and there are like 2 or 3 white girls. And it turns out that one of them was Danish. So we just started dancing and it was like the world went away. We just danced.
That's priceless.
I don't do this. So anyway, after she had to go because she didn't drive herself in. So we walk outside and I swear, and Chocolate, don't get mad. I'm like, you know what? I said this. Now I was like 31. I was drunk, but not like,
not drunk,
stumbling drunk. So I looked her in her eye and I said, I'm gonna put my tongue in your mouth. And I just kissed her. And you know what? She kissed me back. So the bouncer, this big white Italian looking bouncer, comes up and he goes, well, ma'am, is he bothering you? No. She looked up at him and said, no, he's not bothering me at all.
This is where I was going with it.
We dated for like 2 years. I lived in Norfolk, Virginia. She was in upstate, like in Westchester. Yeah. Dude, it's like I could count on one hand the number of times I've been that bold. Like,
I went
you know
crazy.
what? It was awesome.
Man, like, wow. I was dating this. I don't with the dating the white chick thing. So I just like,
Well,
I swear,
it wasn't
like,
so much that she was white. She was just.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Hold on one sec, Chocolate. I'm about to come to you. I'm not overly worried.
Please don't. That's what I'm saying. Like,
well, hold on.
Hold on.
Give me 1 sec. Because I'm going to finish up because I could imagine, but I'm not particularly into any type of woman. My number one prerequisite is you have to be smart. That is the number one. If you are not smart,
ding ding. Ding ding.
And you also have to have a sense of humor. A lot of smart people don't have
a sense of
humor. They're clever, have a good sense of humor. I've dated plenty of black women. As a matter of fact, there was a 6-foot woman I dated. She was in the Navy, and boy, did I make a mistake. I was Stanley. I was a little truculent. I was a naval officer, and I just sometimes I made a huge mistake because she was gorgeous, and she was 5 years older. And really, she was wanting to, and I was immature. No. Sometimes, look, you know what? Sometimes, because I'm kind of a big picture guy, like my wife used to deal with the finances and stuff because she just liked doing it and I didn't. I can go outside and split wood. She was a stay-at-home mother. I'll go outside and split wood and you pay the bills. Fine, because I don't like paying bills.
I like that.
Yeah. But she was also really smart and really funny. So, Chocolate, we'll turn it over to you. I know you're gonna have some words.
I don't. I wanted to say you guys are assuming really big. I don't care who y'all date. Y'all, I'm sorry, you're the wrong black lady. You're not gonna.
Oh no, that's fine. I was hoping you'd say that.
Because again, I have also dated white dudes before. I've been in those scenarios. I get it. I did my quota. I'm good. You know what I'm saying?
You're a quota?
Yeah, like I was Jesse Jackson. You know what I'm saying? Every rainbows are not just for, never mind. Let me stop. I'm being bad.
Well, no, but the thing is,
what were you gonna say? Hold on, real quick. But I'm curious to know what y'all thought I was gonna say.
Well, I thought you were gonna just, let me tell you a story. And this was well, hold on, a young lady on YouTube. Now she was dating a white guy, and Deacon Dave will tell you about that. So she was a little, I wouldn't say crazy, but she was eccentric.
She was crazy.
No, she was eccentric. She was pretty smart.
Yeah, I got you.
But she's dating. I will never be able to understand this. She's dating some white guy, and it came up somehow or another. She found out that I had married a white woman, and she was like, "Well, you married a white woman?" I'm like, "Yeah." I was 40. I think it was 38 when I met her. We got married at like 39 or 40 or something like that. My son was born when I was 41. It wasn't like I was going looking for a white woman. She was the sister of my neighbor, and we just happened to meet and, hit it off. But I couldn't understand. You're dating a white man, but you're mad that I actually married a white woman, and I don't have a preference as long as you're smart. I want you to be a woman to be attractive.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say I'm shallow, so we're not even gonna pretend. Like,
when you get 38,
yeah,
you're probably going to meet a woman who has been married before or something like that. My wife was a widow for 14 years when I met her. And again, it was a total accident. So I never really had to deal with her kids. They were teenagers. As a matter of fact, they were happy. They were happy that she was dating so she would stop bothering them.
But
so
anyway,
that was the weird thing. How do you get mad at a man who marries a white woman when you're currently?
Let me just tell you, there's a sensationalism that works on both sides. Same to what you just said. I was waiting for my date at the restaurant. I was waiting for him, right? He had asked me out, and then we finally linked up. Big, tall, white guy. Like big cornfed Ohio white guy. And so we met at this place, at this Italian restaurant. And so I had told the waitresses, like, this is our first date and where we a good place to sit, just trying to do girly stuff.
Oh, nice.
So I'm looking fabulous, looking like a whole the girls is the girl and the ladies like, oh my God, it's girl power, all of it. It was three girls happen to be white women. And so we sitting there, we laughing until he walked in. Everybody
really?
So quiet.
Now were were they black?
Who?
Obviously they were.
No, they weren't.
No.
They were white. The waitresses were white.
Really? Now please continue.
So they got quiet and they got sparse. They ran our asses right over to the table real quick. I didn't see them again. We had a whole new waitress because he was one of the kind that why would you want a black woman when you know what I'm saying?
Well, wait. I've seen you on camera. Of course, he knew.
No, that's not what I mean. I'm talking about when I got there, we stayed there and talked. We closed the restaurant. We had such a good time. Too bad he was married with children.
What?
Did
you know it? Did you know?
No, I did not know in the beginning, and once I found out,
Yeah.
All I say is, why you gotta lie, Craig? I met this is what I was saying. Like, I met this Cuban truck driver. He took me out one time. Listen, you have to be. My mother taught me to date. Dating had helped me find out what kind of man I truly wanted. Who am I looking for, and what do I?
Well, that's the whole purpose, in my opinion.
Yeah, my mom started that very. She said, just because you're dating, that don't mean you sleeping with anybody. That's not what I'm telling you to do. But yeah, dating is a gamble. Finding somebody, and I applaud anybody that want to be in the room with a man for more than an hour. Good luck.
I disagree that dating is a gamble. Like, you know,
can I interrupt? Because I definitely want to hear what you got to say. But let me thank Mariah. Thank you so much for your support, ma'am. It's so kind of you. You know, look, Mariah, you are a darling. So thank you, ma'am. She has supported the show. And let me put this back up. Tomorrow there will be a Saturday show. I'm still not 100% sure, but it's something about a short bus in some weird amalgamation of Friedrich Nietzsche. Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Nietzsche?
Yes, I'm going. I don't know how this is going to work, but
I'll be
Wait
there.
a minute. I've given you, gentlemen, your moment. I'm still waiting to get my answer. What did you think I was going to say?
well, I thought you were going to object. I told you the story about the young black woman. She was in her 30s.
Yeah.
Who's dating a white guy.
Right.
But
And
had
she
a
was
problem
mad.
had a problem with me, who's I was 60 at the time. She has a problem with black men marrying or dating white women, but she can do what she wants. So I thought it was going to be something like that. Like, some black women do not want, they get kind of
Just like some black men. Yeah, I've heard it because
no. It works both ways.
They don't want to.
Oh, that's right. I wanted to land on the story I was telling you. So we in the restaurant, but I'm gonna tell you, sir, I got more dirty looks from the brothers who was bringing the sweet bunnies. They was bringing the Latinas, the spicy ladies. I haven't said a word. I look up. I got two brown eyes looking at me. Don't you worry about your day? Why is you worried about? And what I learned later was they be like, we get mad when it's the good ones. If we don't care if it's the busted.
Oh, wow. Wait, hold it. Say that again.
These dudes told me these were my friends. I called them after my date because I was like, "What's going on? What was all this?" And so they was explaining to me. They were explaining what the men at the time were thinking, which is, we don't care if the white dude take the busted ones. The white dudes never go for the busted ones. They always want to go for the good ones. And so I thought that was bullshitting. It's out here.
Dude, why on earth would any man go for the busted ones unless you like that busted one? I mean, you know,
busted is subjective, you know.
Well, it absolutely is.
You're busted, my busted. But anyway, long story short.
Wait.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do these young black men own all?
We ain't talking about no young black men. These are men that's in their mid to late 30s, all the way up to their 60s, talking this same cray. Talk about I
think like a lot of women are insecure, and they have their own.
Have y'all ever talked, Simon? I've known you for quite some time. This is Chocolate Earth.
Yeah, I know Chocolate.
Simon lives over in London, and somewhat of a different perspective, but he's pretty. Oh, you do know him? Okay, cool.
I do know him. I think it's going on 3-4 years, 4 probably.
Oh wow! Well, shit, you've known him longer than me.
Mm-hmm.
Chocolate stuff.
Nobody knows. I don't tell people business. You feel me? Nobody would know. But That liquor get him.
Oh, I've seen him liquored up.
Because when he leaving out.
Yeah, you see now
He leaving out the part where he tried to date me.
Chocolate, leave me alone, please.
Oh, well, shoot. Chocolate, please don't be offended. If I were younger and lived closer, I'm sorry. I would shoot my shot too. You are a darling. But
yo, I'll share the link. Like, yo, Chocolate, be careful, please.
Well, I'm
be
old.
Careful with what? You're not old, sir. We're not that far apart in age now. We in the same era.
All right, I'm gonna
by the time we get up. I don't care about that. Anyway,
I get what you're saying, but okay.
But no.
Yeah, Stanley, you see what's going on here?
No.
Here's Camille. What's up?
Camille, hit the link, Camille.
I love her. But I'm gonna be honest with you. Like we were having this conversation. This is why I started writing about romance again. I used to. I was a playwright for a little bit, and then I love dissecting those moments in a relationship because usually when people go back, they go, "Damn, that was the moment."
Right.
You know. So I try to incorporate that into my writing, where I bring you right there, front and center. And you don't even know why. You're like, damn, I'm already here. Yes. Now I'll tell you the story.
Oh my Lord.
Listen, it's been fun. I got 12 books. You want to read one? You want me to send you one?
Please. Yes, please.
Yeah, put it in the back. I'll read it too.
I will. I'll put it. There's 12 different stories, but these will be snippets. So you won't have to read a lot. So yeah, I've been
hold it. I need a break. 400 I'm reading 400-page history books. It's a little sometimes you need a little bit of a break.
Intelligence. They are novellas and they are about women expressing themselves.
Novellas are even better. You know what? I actually have a book. It's an old book. When I was younger, like maybe in my late 20s, early 30s, like in the Navy, short stories, Raymond Carver and people like that. Short stories. You will never believe this. Neither of you will. I actually took a creative writing class my senior year of college and got an A in it. Now it was an A-. And he said, well, dude, I was like, I submitted the fewest stories and took the longest time to deal with the stories. But there is nothing like, we would sit, it's seminar style, and they would read your story, but you would read it out loud. Dude, I used to get claps. And Raymond Carver specifically was kind of, at the time I was just kind of he was kind of weird in a Twin Peaks sort of way.
Right.
Dude, there was nothing like writing something, reading it, and getting claps, and then getting an A. And I was a chemistry major.
That was my show.
I made a mother. Oh, did you really?
Yes, I watched Twin Peaks. That was my show. Ding, ding. Oh my God, we did. My whole family watched it. Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, I like that sort of stuff. Actually,
that's the kind of stuff I write.
Most films are made out of books.
Hey, Camellia.
Like every time, like you see a film or something, they turn it into sort of like a reality. That's your perspective. It comes from writing. So yeah, I mean, writing's important. If someone can actually formulate that shit, that's a fucking talent. You know what I mean? That's what we look to. Like, we're trying to get, like, just take Harry Potter, for example. Like, J.K. Rowling's, like, was just in her house just writing that shit. And it just became a worldwide sensation. It's the same with Steven Spielberg and all of them. Like, E.T., like, everyone, that's just a classic. Do you know what I mean? So,
have you ever seen Duel? Steven Spielberg's, I think his first big movie was called Duel. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah. I'm an avid fan of Steven.
Okay.
Yeah. I was
Well,
brought up with Jewish
let's
community.
welcome Camille, and then we'll come right back to you, or Chocolate. Camille,
appreciate it,
welcome aboard.
Hey, Stanley. I just came up to say hi.
Welcome
I
for
am
the
not staying
welcome
long.
for the
Chocolate.
It's a bit of a roller coaster.
I'm good. How are you?
What's up, Camille?
I am fantastic. Thank you.
And what's the name of the other
all
person?
know each other?
Who's the other person on the panel?
Simon.
Is that how you're gonna address me, the other person on the panel?
Oh, I can't see anyone's name, and I don't know anyone over here.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, you know, Chocolate, you kind of know me, and you know, I don't know if you know Simon, but
No, but hi, Simon.
Yo,
what
Stanley,
you got?
like you got banner up,
It
so
is
she can't see.
Camille is a personal friend of mine at this point. Don't.
Why are you laughing like
Hey,
Stanley, you're on some
appeared-
dangerous channels. That's
Really?
We're all personal friends. Don't worry.
Well,
about
wait,
it.
this is my channel.
I know this. That's
dangerous?
why I'm up here, because this is your channel.
Oh well, yeah, but I'm glad that you kind of appreciate it. It's not everyone's cup of tea. Let's face it. It's a little dry, and then it can get acerbic, to use a word. And
I don't think it's dry
and
at
it
all.
could
I
just
think
go
it's actually
wacky.
elevating. It's really elevating. I don't know. I think dry is what they do. You know what I mean? Like that's why we don't really fuck with them, because it's boring.
Well,
Boring as hell.
Look, Simon, that's a high compliment. Look, I remember this is like maybe 2 years ago. We got to talking about Lincoln, something. Some bullshit. No, it was like something. I can't remember whether I had written it or we were reviewing it, and it just got like, fuck. It was just me and you
It
on
got
a
lit.
panel,
It
and
got
everybody
lit.
else had left.
Yeah.
Because we were literally like, it got
You know the thing
into
about
the
you? Let me
weeds.
tell you something
Yep.
about you, Stanley. Right? You're inspirational. So like, there's not a lot of people I could turn around and say that to. You know what I mean? Because a
Well,
lot of people
that's
kind of
kind
like
of you.
they're kind of like numb. You know what I mean? Like they just on some base level. You know what I'm saying? Like surface level bullshit. You know? So like
Well,
when you
I
talk,
thank my
I have a
wonderful
different
parents.
fucking perspective. Like most of the
Right.
time, like most of us travel around these YouTube streets, and it's just like we're just listening to people, you know. But like at least you offer something. It's just like okay, do you know what I mean? I'm going to spend some time with you. Yeah, whatever. You're the Godfather. I don't give a fuck what these motherfuckers say.
Well, wow,
Fuck that shit.
that's high praise.
No, I'm deadly fucking serious. And Chocolate will tell you because
Well, I
Chocolate
know
knows
you-
that
I
I don't
know
fuck with
you
that. I
are.
don't fuck with people like that. You know what I'm saying? Like for real.
And honestly, I'm very glad that we finally, talked, and look, you are totally welcome here, and I will give you a wrench. I have to go and look for you in the chat.
I don't mind.
Camille,
Like
what are your impressions? Or are you going to be on Chocolate's show tonight?
You're asking me?
Yes, ma'am.
Chocolate, what's the show going to be about?
Uh-oh.
Well, first, we're going to get the women up there. No men allowed this time at all. And then we're going to talk about what we want to talk about. So if it's politics, religion, but we will be talking about sex and romance as well. So I'm just leaving it up to let the women have a place to just kind of, not yap. I'm so sorry. Just
why
get
do
it out.
you need to be biased like that though? Why is it always like, oh yeah?
No. They
It's-
let me up last week. They
not-
deserve time alone. I kind of disrupted their plan. So, well, no, it wasn't that bad.
I wouldn't have let you. You and Huscular and Muscular. I was one of his first co-hosts, so that's how he got a pass.
Yeah.
And
Right.
then I do enjoy talking to you, Stanley. I like that you bring a different perspective. to the conversation.
A more mature
Chocolate's smart.
perspective.
She's smart. She is actually.
Oh, I've noticed.
And that also too, Camille, I want to show the ladies how they can, if they're interested in making money with AI, there are different things you can do, especially in the niche of Black women. So yeah.
Yeah, well, I beg the question again. It's just like, I mean,
shy.
Why?
No, we're not getting raunchy or nothing. Well, okay, I'll tell you why it's going to be women only. One, I'm not yelling.
You don't have to explain why you.
No, she does. She knows she does.
You can do what you
does.
want.
Yeah, she does. She does.
Okay,
So,
all right.
I'm choosing to do so, but I'll keep it simple. In comparison to the male hosts and the women hosts and content creators and chatters and mods, there are not that many places where women actually get to finish what they say. Because I don't want to argue with a man. I just want to get the topic out.
Right, I get.
And everything isn't a dig. And see, I don't have time to explain that it ain't a dig and then try to calm you down. So yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
No,
Thank you.
I understand.
Thank you. After we will vote, if the ladies, when they ready, we'll drop that link.
What? So
But
wait a second. You're still gonna let men out after, like?
After the women vote, we either finish the show and it's just us, or we let somebody up, let people up who have questions, let other
So
women.
you got a time limit on this shit, like, so like you're gonna have like a 90-minute
did I
panel with
just
women,
say?
and then like you're gonna drop a link, and then men can come up. Is that what's going on? What's going on?
Why do I have to knock it off? Why y'all are so weird? We're not allowed to and talk.
You said it's a women's panel. Like, what the fuck?
What's wrong with that? There's all men's panels all over the place.
No. I throw you gratitude for that one. I'm just saying that's cool, but I'm just saying like what's going on. So it's just like you're saying.
You know what's going on.
If I'm not mistaken,
Men are
what you
tired
said.
of being disrespected,
Come on, Chocolate.
called out their name, like
You know what I
underhand
like. Nah,
conversation.
you know what I like. No,
I'm
Chocolate.
tired of that. I don't do that.
No, wait a sec.
Never
You turn
did.
around and you said it was an all-women's panel, okay? But then you
wrong
turn around
with
and
that?
wait. Wait, don't interrupt me, please. Just calm down for a second. Like,
Don't
look,
tell me to calm down, yo. You wasn't listening. I said
I was listening. You're not listening to me. Look, I
women,
get.
the women
Jesus Christ.
Okay, let me step into the middle of this, please. Let Camille talk, because you haven't said that much, Camille. How have you been? What's up with you?
Okay. I don't have a lot to say. I talk when I have something to say.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have a lot to say, honestly. So I'm just listening right now. I've
Okay,
been
well,
good.
as
Otherwise,
long as
it's
you
been
know
a busy
you can
week. That's
bust in,
it.
I don't have a problem with you busting in if you want to say something.
like Camille.
Don't be
Camille's
shy.
cool.
Yeah. I talk a lot of junk in the chat more so than on the panel because it's a whole different energy when you're talking to someone versus when you're
Well,
typing at them.
So
So
see,
it's a whole different thing.
you're my type of woman, dude. Sniping from the chat and then getting noticed and then having someone on the panel fuss at you. They're talking.
No,
and
that's
you're
actually not my
writing.
intention. I guess because
Oh no, but it's always mine.
no, it's never my intention, but I guess because my comments, I guess, seem so, I don't know, opposite, polarizing, argumentative. I don't know, but I'm really just typing in reaction to what the conversation
Right.
is. I'm never trying to get anyone's attention on a panel. I'm just
Yes,
literally
ma'am.
typing and reacting. That's
Well, let
what I'm doing
me
most of
tell
the
you
time.
my attention. My intentions oftentimes is to get someone's attention and just snipe. It's almost like a version of long distance sniping. and then once you get an idiot on the panel, and hopefully it's the host, once you get them engaged and then you just start sniping back and forth, you get in their head because they have
No,
to
that's
read.
never my intention. It's just because
No,
I'm just
ma'am.
oh
I'm telling you, I'm telling you my intention. Sometimes the only reason I'll go to a chat is just to see what I can get away with. It is beautiful. So I'm a little aggressive sometimes, especially if I have a gripe or a vendetta. No,
aggressive. You're
dude.
just smart.
You really want? I know more words.
You're just smart.
At
Like
least,
there's a difference.
at least for
I don't think
at
you're
least for
aggressive.
most.
I've never seen
Look,
you being aggressive.
oh no. It's like, look, being aggressive isn't just getting up in somebody's face and saying the N word a bunch of time and posturing. Dude, get in their heads. It's really. I'm sorry. It's just really, and Camille, never be that way.
No, I think I'm really a sarcastic person, but I realize people can't take my sarcasm. So I can be sarcastic in the chat because people don't really know they don't really know what tone I'm using when I'm typing. So I can kind of get away with my sarcasm there. But in real life, if I'm talking to you, it's easy for you to distinguish that I think you're dumb. Or that I think what you're saying makes no sense. So I have to be a little bit more careful when I actually talk to people.
But do you pair sarcasm with wicked humor?
I'm not that funny, but I find it's easy to find things funny.
Because see, the thing is sometimes you can get away with the sarcasm if you can make them laugh. Dude, I don't know. Let me tell you the ultimate troll pleasure. Especially if you're actually on a panel talking to someone, you say something and about 2 minutes later, they recognize what you meant. Oh, that is chef's kiss. Like, oh yeah, I insulted you and you're just recognizing that now.
What's chef's kiss?
Oh, you can't get mad at me now. It's 2 minutes after I insulted you. Oh, that's always. That is like, what is it? Like a hat trick in hockey? It's like I win and there's nothing you can do about it. So anyway, enough of that silliness.
Cool.
I was hoping, let's get into a little bit of this video because I think I have the 3 right people to comment.
Is chocolate still there?
Yeah.
Yes.
What do you need to hear her voice?
No, me and Chocolate know each other. I mean, what are you doing that for, Stanley? Okay, don't do that. Like,
I think I'm getting jealous.
No way. Well, you can't get jealous if you want.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I ain't kidding. I'm just saying you can't.
Oh, by the way, we don't use the N word up here.
Yeah.
It is literally discouraged. You're new, so you got a little bit of latitude, but
I didn't say that, and I didn't say that N word. I was just like, yo.
Oh no. I know you. I've known you long enough. I heard you say it.
I just appreciate you, Stanley.
Well, shoot, I've said it too, but I always go, hey, I'm going to take host privilege to use it because it needs to be used in this context. So anyway, this is Latino for Trump's channel. It's Let's Talk About 1212. I had a great time. I've known Latino for a little bit from the John Galt days, and he and I have bumped heads, but in the end, he is a family man, and he's a young family man, and how could you not appreciate that?
Be able to vote and ruin every other parent, choice or way of living.
Hey, Shiesty Bum.
When you yourself don't have kids or don't want them.
Do me a favor. Go down to the chat. The third one from the bottom with Stanley. Let's address this one. Okay, so here's how you can get around this, right? Tax deductions are kind of a big way where you can actually rob the federal government of taxes. Yes, it's true that you're always going to pay, but you do actually get a choice in how you.
And I'm going to let this play out, but he literally moved the goalpost here from where they were talking. My point is once you lick the stamp and put it on the envelope, and like it was back in my day, you open up the old mailbox and put that envelope with the check in it, it's no longer your personal money. It's our money. And our representatives in Congress or the state legislature, depending, it's no longer your money. So when you say my tax dollars, there's no such thing. It's our tax dollars and majority rules. Whether you agree with it or not, vote. It's not your money. You are not paying that cop's salary, is my point.
Pay or whom you pay. Generally speaking, most tax deductions, at least for like income, that's easy to write off deductions, right? Like you can donate to charity, get around that, right? You'll at least get your money back. We'll put it that way. When it comes down to property taxes, you get a little bit more colorful on it. There are ways to outskirt from underneath of it to generally rob your county. Now it comes with a nasty little cost, because if a vast majority, let's just say 60% of a population within a county does it, you're pretty much going to tank your own school district, right? Like, so generally schools are going to be the first one that gets cut. There are ways, a 101 different ways to get out from underneath property tax, at least to where that taxable value does not go to the county, at least property taxes, and then ultimately to the state and ultimately to the Fed. There are generally ways around it. So when I say yours, yes, you actually get a little bit more say. A popular one is to become an ordained minister. Really requires logging into a website, again, different states, but logging into a website, filling out some paperwork, and boom, you become an ordained minister. Of course, you do have to go to court, pay a small fee, blah, blah, blah. Now you can register your property as a religious institution. You just have to meet the requirement. And again, every county is a little bit different. My county, pretty much specifically, you have to hold, I think, 3 gatherings per year. Let's just call it a barbecue. Not very difficult to meet. There are colorful ways to get out from underneath it. You just have to start getting involved with your county and start looking this shit up.
Is it true that like I don't know if this is true, but is it true like if you were like, I don't know, I've seen this with like rich people where they bury their relatives on the property, and now it becomes something like burial grounds or some shit like that. And
yeah, but
they don't have to pay taxes or something on it.
Yeah, but it becomes regulated in a different format too. Generally speaking, if you're going to keep dead bodies on your property,
by the way,
right?
hop in if you have a comment.
Per county
always
changes,
pause
right? You have to meet the requirements are.
I just
like,
don't. I don't know.
Mausoleums and things like that. There's all kinds of weird stuff you can do, but
I'm sorry, what?
I just don't really understand what he's saying. Like, really? Like,
okay, well, I'll put it in context. I will be right back, so I'm going to play a little bit more of it, but I know it is confusing if you don't know what the tax code and all that stuff is.
No, it's not that, Stanley. It's just like, he just sounds like a sales agent, like he's just talking. Like,
well, he's an interesting guy. What's up, Rooster?
I don't believe him. Like, he's just talking too much. Like, and I know law. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's just like, I don't get what he's talking about. He's talking,
you know what? I forgot about that. So carry on. I forgot about that.
Yeah,
no,
I
just
think
don't.
my phone timed me out.
Yeah.
I think my phone timed me out. We had a storm rolling through. The lightning, it's still lightning, but it's raining a little
probably,
you got your pellet gun?
Shooting the lightning.
It's at the door. No, it's at the door. It's in the corner by the door. I put it down. When it started raining, no, you don't stand out in the rain, just shoot. You know what I'm saying? I'm not looking for the next revolution.
Shooting in the rain.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, yo, sir, Stanley. I gotta go. But yeah, I'm gonna catch you next time. I appreciate
all right, well,
you. Thanks
hey,
for having me up.
It was an honor having you here. Don't be a stranger.
No, not at all. Like, I told you, like, I don't know, like, you're the only one. So
You know, you're the godfather. I ain't gonna mess around with that. You take care of yourself, okay?
I will do just that. You too. So, any comments from you three young ladies and gentlemen?
Now I missed that part of this because I couldn't.
Ain't no ladies up here.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying.
You know
I'm
what?
sorry.
You know what? You know
I don't
what,
know if you
young
can hear it.
lady?
Can you hear it, Stanley?
I consider you a lady.
Appreciate it. Rooster, I think is talking.
Yes, ma'am.
No, I was just asking. Can you hear that background? That like the thunder in the background. I don't want to mess up.
Not very well, but I tell you what's going to happen. It's headed this way. I'm in right on the border of Alabama.
Yeah, it's coming. You better believe it's coming. Big raindrops, man. We look, our river dropped, right? And
really?
by this morning, the other day it rained. It was up.
Oh, really?
It was up. Yeah.
Were there flash flood warnings?
Man, not really. But the thing is, we was anticipating it coming. It's supposed to rain all this weekend over here, so y'all gonna get it. Y'all gonna get it. But we kind of need it because certain places kind of drying up, so we kind of need it. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, you know, that violent rain can be problematic in and of itself.
The thing we worry about now because the tornado alley that shifted.
Oh yeah,
it's like right above us.
I'm in Tornado Alley. I like literally, like I think I don't even know if we're 20 miles from the Alabama border, but you know, it's great here. It's small town life and all that sort of stuff. So you know, we love it.
It don't take long to get to Alabama for where I'm at. You know, you can take 20. Or 82. You can take 82. Be right there. My people over there. Huntsville and all that. But you can't find me through them because they got different last names. You know what I'm saying? A couple girls.
Well, you know, John Galt is from that part. He's I can't remember. He's right from around Selma, I think. Which I don't even know why I'm bringing him up, but you know, there are a lot of Southerners from on these YouTube streets.
You know what I love about us Southerners, though? We can
South.
be first cousins. Look, the South. We can be first cousins, but a lot of us have different names. So you got to be careful who you talking around because somebody might be, you know what I'm saying, to know us. You notice Southern people are the most well-traveled people. We come from towns where
you mean within the South or worldwide?
Look, if a person comes from the South, 9 times out of 10, they've been in a lot of places. Certain people, I'm just saying certain people. Because you better believe it. Man, look, just me, myself, if I decide to take a trip.
Yeah, but you're a driver. You know.
Well, I'm saying without driving. Without driving, if I was to decide to take a trip to certain states, I don't never have to buy hotel rooms because I got people. I got friends everywhere. Like people I grew up with, they relatives and everything, and then we grew up during the summers. They bring them down south as kids and everything. I didn't even stay with them.
Oh, like, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah. So you never know who knows who. From the north to the south, I got people everywhere, and some of them are.
I got you. Yeah. Basically, the Great Migration. So, ladies, anything to say? Y'all, if you either of you have anything to say, and then I will, kind of put this, you know, into context. To me, it was actually, I really enjoyed being up here. Simon didn't quite get Josh. Probably, you know, either all three of you or at least one of you will know who Josh is. He's a white nationalist, but, for better or for worse, he's actually quite the conversationalist. And I honestly didn't have any problems with him. Now, I'm sure on the right panel, we'd be at loggerheads, but
Who is Josh?
he was David Duke nice.
See,
The-
I don't know. See, I don't. That's the. I don't really mesh well with people like that. I can get along with everyone in a professional, corporate way. I can deal with everyone in that manner. But if I know someone is KKK, white nationalist, skinhead, I do not want to have any conversations with them. I don't care unless it involves something business or professional. I don't need to talk to them. That's just
let
my
me
on
put
that.
it to you. And now here's the deal. If you look at my show description, and by the way, Savage, salute, hit the link if you want to. I haven't talked with you in a while, but glad to see you. Look, I have chosen to do more or less a political channel. It's always been a fascination of mine, So I will run into a person like Josh or something like that. Now, this guy is not KKK. He's not even, because I will ask him the question about Jared Taylor, who is like a white supremacist, like an avowed and he's another smooth character. Jared Kessler and John Galt, I think we'll at least touch on it. Probably won't get too deep into it. I know who he is. Now, he wants to basically make the wild connection that he is a personal atheist, but he's a Christian nationalist. Essentially, he's and I want to talk about someone like Amy Wax, who is a professor at University of Pennsylvania, but I've known about her for 10 years. They call themselves Western chauvinists. They literally think that Northern European culture in particular is like the best culture ever. And if it were up to someone like an Amy Wax or probably Josh, the only people who should immigrate to the United States would be from Northern Europe. Now, you may get some black genius from Nigeria who's like, who's like, some super smart exception to their racist views. Like, even black people can be like exceptional, but that happens once every generation.
I don't know. It seems like there's a need to try to talk to and reason with certain types of people. It's not my desire to. I don't care because a lot of them really come off dumb at the end of the conversation.
Well,
And
and
for
that's
me,
kind of
when I
one of
think
my
about
mission.
them,
That's one of
it's
my mission
just
statements.
anyone whose priority, you can be as race centered, as culturally centered as you want. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But when it comes with your goal in you being quote unquote superior is to make sure that someone else is subjugated in some way. And that's when I don't think that I can ever reason with them,
Well,
or I can
the
ever have any
goal,
sort of come to any sort of common place with a person like that. I don't care if you're black or white.
their
If
goal
your goal
is
is to
not to.
subjugate me, then I don't need to have a conversation with you. I don't really care
The
what you think about
goal
politics
is
or the
not
weather.
to subjugate.
Well, I
The
don't care. Well, if they
goal.
think they're superior to
Okay,
me,
well,
then I don't care what they think.
ma'am. Let me just interject a bit.
Okay.
The goal, like, this is what if you've ever read say the Field Sisters, there are 1,000 books written by black people, Derek Bell to Ibrahim Kendi. The one thing about American racism is it tends to mutate. Okay, you don't need Bull Connor. You got someone like a Josh.
Yes, it will be
who
mirrored
is
between different groups.
right.
Yes.
But let me finish. I'm not unaware. Let me tell you something. I'm 61. My mother, when I was like, I don't know, 10, I've been reading people like Du Bois and stuff like that. So pretty much between 10 and 61, I know my shit. When it comes to race in America, I know it down cold because I've done the requisite reading, the research, the life experience. So I am not unaware of the, you know, the problems with a Josh who's very soothing, very charming, very conversational. I know what people like a John Roberts, conservatives in particular, in conservatives like John Roberts, they play the long game. They John Roberts was in the Reagan administration. He was in the Solicitor General's office. He's been working on, you know, neutering the Voting Rights Act for decades at this point. In my opinion, Black people in America, heritage Black Americans, people with deep roots in, you know, like my mother's side of the family and my father's too, but my mother was more local to where I grew up. We should be the ones to go, yeah, it's pretty cool now. But white people insist on telling Black people America is post-racial. And Black people know the United States better than white people do. I'm firmly convinced of that because we have we've seen the good and the bad historically. So please don't act like I don't know what a Josh is. My point is there were some good conversations. And by the way, you don't always get to pick your next door neighbor. You could be living next door to a Josh and it'll be perfectly fine. You just won't socialize and maybe you won't want your kids to go and visit next door. But this is America. It's fundamentally racist. It is racist from the floor up. And most Black people, a lot of MAGA Blacks in particular, they have, I don't know, Cali Blacks, Detroit Blacks, New York Blacks. I think the Black people who actually know what America is are
in the South.
Well, dude, from let's say East Texas all the way to the panhandle of Florida. And if you got North in your name, you're the North. Now that's my little thing.
I apologize.
South Carolina, Georgia, panhandle of Florida, Alabama, Mississippi. No. You and I'm older than y'all. No. I know these people. And better than that, I tended to be smarter. So I tested into my high school and it was an elite high school. But dude, thank God I had my parents. My parents were wonderful. And my father's still around. My mother died a couple of years ago, but they were brilliant. They were actually smart and they taught me and my sister and my younger brother. Dude, these people, you always have to be looking over your shoulder. Now,
yes, Lord. You're preaching the gospel right now.
Right. So I don't want to belabor the point, but don't you ever think I don't know who Josh is. But that doesn't mean,
I understand what you're saying, and I understand that you navigate based on who you know the person is. So you're not going into a situation dumb or blind.
I was educated with them. I
don't even care to even prove how smart or how dumb they are.
That's
never my goal. I don't even want to talk to them. It's that simple.
Ma'am.
Sir.
It's not about how smart you are. It's actually about how experienced you are. You can be smart. Smart is not always the best thing to be.
Nope.
So, and I'm not discounting.
It'll worry you. It'll worry.
No. You're the discount, whether I'm being discounted or credited. It's not even that.
Camille,
it's just
not about that.
What is it about?
I am introducing myself to you. That's pretty much what I'm doing. Don't think I don't know shit.
Oh, no. I'm just giving my opinion on basically that person as far as how they're being introduced, white nationalists and blah, blah, blah. And just my opinion and how I don't interact with them. And yes, we all interact with different people and we don't know who our neighbors are. We don't know who our coworkers are. We don't know who our clients are. But if you do know who they are, then you do have the choice how and if you want to interact with them. Once you do know.
You always have a choice if you
Not
don't
always.
have the kind. Right. And as you grow up, you will find that sometimes you have to deal the hand that you're dealt.
When it comes to another individual, no, you don't. The only time you have to deal the hand you're dealt with is when it comes to yourself.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, I'm gonna take a deep breath. and I am literally as a 61-year-old, because you sounding mighty young right now.
I'm not. I'm older than dirt.
Are you?
I'm older than dirt. Yeah.
I would put you about 41.
I'm older than dirt.
Yeah. If you say so. Bottom line is sometimes you have to deal with the hand that you're dealt. You don't always have choices. You just need to know how to deal with the choices. So I think we understand each other, but
well, there's no understanding to be had.
Oh, of course,
there was no disagreement,
ma'am. There's always there is always a choice to be had.
No, there's not always an understanding to be had.
Absolutely, there is always a choice to be had. Again, based on my experience, sometimes there are only bad choices, and you have to pick the least worst. But there are always choices.
No. There's not an understanding. No, something separate. There's not always an understanding to be had. I don't have to understand everyone's point. They can still have their point, have their opinions and their belief. I'm not required to understand their choice or belief. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Let's get back to the video because there's no talking to this one
at all. All right, Stanley, it was good talking to you. I'll keep checking in. Have a good one, okay?
Property. But you kind of lock yourself into it. Keep in mind, if you ever change any of the zoning, right now you have to deal with dead bodies, and that is incredibly expensive.
Okay.
Once they go in, getting them out.
What the fuck just happened, Rooster?
So you have to be very sure that
somebody trying to. Man, there was somebody trying to change your mindset, bro. Look, they
about
lead
what?
With their women. I don't know. Look, it might be a Josh in a female form.
Well, no. I'm not gonna go that far. Look, I was in the middle, dude. I was telling the story. Was it even on? I think it was on my show last night because I need to stop doing all these fucking shows in a day. But dude, someone asked me, well, Stanley, I was a naval officer. Have you ever had to deal with racism as a naval officer? And it just so happens that most of the time in the Navy, on a ship at least, on these small destroyers, minesweeper stuff, sometimes I was the only naval officer out of 300 and 350 people. But I was an officer. So this,
right. So they got to give respect,
even well, oddly enough, from the officer corps, like my captains and stuff, never had a problem. It was all about competence. But every now and again, I was telling the story about some little E3 scruffy that called me the N-word, and it was just me and him in this engineering space, so I couldn't prove shit. And it's a whole story. sometimes in the upshot is I went to my captain and it was special circumstances. We weren't actually on a ship. We were 3 ships that we were going to decommission were being heavy lift transported on a civilian ship. So we were skeleton crew. It wasn't a regular Navy ship, because had we been actually on a Navy ship, I'd have had that kid off the ship.
Yeah, free reign to go and get them done. Yeah.
Right. But we weren't. So my captain, like, I went and said, look, this was a bit much. This is what he said. And my captain's response was, well, Stan, we're on a civilian ship. Do you really want to make all the paperwork and stuff? And you know what? At that point, I was not going to win this. If I had pursued it, it's one of these things, like, is he going to be a troublemaker? Now, here, and dude, it was really kind of disgusting. However, I have to give this captain credit, and he never made admiral, by the way, so that's another satisfaction. But dude, I got I got my warfare qualification, I got a Navy Achievement Medal. I guess I was rewarded, but this motherfucker was like an E3. He was never going anywhere. Was I going to sacrifice? Was I going to be Ensign X and make a big deal over some, one word?
A peon, yeah.
Yeah, I was not going to sacrifice my goddamn Navy career and piss my captain off over some peon. Never saw that.
Because you were going to be a whistleblower, basically saying this is what's actually going on.
Yeah, but let me tell you something. That's literally, honestly, that's the only time I ever had like a nakedly racist experience. Look, if you can be the Navy is a lot different than the other branches. Look, if you can be a Navy officer, well, fuck. Okay. You got the railroad tracks, I don't. Yes, sir. It's real. Sometimes it's kind of a too heady experience, but yeah. But I had to kind of accommodate. I was 23 by that time, and I was full of piss and vinegar. I've read, but what was I going to do? Be all mouthy, not accept, or work the system to my advantage? I was going to lose this one. So let's get the warfare.
Yeah.
And they were decommissioned. He wasn't going to be my captain much longer. Why am I going to blow up my career just to deal with some redneck from Kentucky?
See, and then I'm looking at the time that you probably served, like back then.
Oh, I only did 5.5 years.
No, I'm just saying, back then, any white little John that come off the street think they're more superior than any black person that anyway.
But you know what? In the Navy,
you can ride up in a Rolls Royce at Walmart and they bagging groceries and they'll still think they.
Yeah,
so
but
I already
in the
know.
military,
We know that type. Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you right now. In the military, it was in the Navy, it was totally different. Even though, dude, most of those little white boys and black boys too, motherfucker, they were scared. Okay,
Yeah, because they was trying to respect the rank.
Dude, it's not even respecting the rank; it's respecting the leadership. Okay, dude, we're going on our first deployment. I've never been out of Podunk, Kansas, and we're going to the Persian Gulf. In a war. It's very different. as long as you're not an F up as an officer or even very senior enlisted, dude, those kids, white or black, race is kind of, at least back in the early 90s when I was in, race didn't really play that much of a part, except for that one little racist dude. And he was just pissed. He was that dude who is sweeping the sidewalk, but he's a superior to the police chief who happens to be black. But that was
Stan,
one time in 5 years.
Stan, you notice something based on what company you get into and who runs that company. In truck driving, it's the same way.
Mm-hmm.
I have had a lot of good experiences over the road with dealing with white people.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what I'm saying? I'm from the real South. What I mean by the real South, I'm from real South. You know what I'm saying? Where I'm from is predominantly black. We really don't deal with white folks like that. We see them, but we don't see them, if you know what I mean. But in the company I drove for, the people that like kind of built the company, they was military.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And what happened was, whatever they've been through over there or whatever, that's what made that company what it was. They started bringing in like black drivers. It's some drivers that was over there that probably older than you. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, you had to have that certain thing about you in order to get into that company. It was people that was driving way before me, and I ended up getting that company. But experience like just dealing with white people, the company had a lot of white people in it, and I did not experience racism because from the gate they already told everybody, this is what we are not doing. They put it down. They put it down in black and white in the handbook and everything. We better not hear of you doing this. It's all about camaraderie, brotherhood, help your fellow driver. And that's what it was. I ain't had no problem out of none of that. But I had more problem out of us.
Oh, talk about that. Talk about it.
Because they picked some of us. They picked some of us that slid through the gaps because they know how to code switch and turn it on, turn it off. Man, look, every time I pulled up every time I used to go to a parking lot and I see some of the trucks that look like mine, I park at the other end. But then they always try to find the truck. Okay, if you see one of our trucks in the lot, they always try to band together and whatever, because you can watch each other. Because I was doing flatbed, you can watch each other equipment, and then if anything go on, somebody can always report back and say this is what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Because things happen in truck stops. You know, folks pass away and all this. So they always try to park by you. I never had many problems by parking by or the white drivers parking. But when they had one of them young hotheads that look like us, that slip through the cracks, it's always something weird, and you got to go out there and retrain them without the white folks knowing. Hey, bro, you up in this truck stop. Don't you know they got people in plain clothes that's watching your ass, and then they follow you in your truck so they can call your folks and say what you doing? You out here trying to mix and mingle everything because you from bumfuck nowhere, and you finally got off the little stoop you've been sitting on, and these people give you a chance. You in this truck stop, and they got cameras everywhere. These folks finna tip. I had one, and he got his ass fired. Black guy. He ended up parking by me. I'm sitting around chilling, playing PlayStation. You can't tell him nothing.
Right.
You know what I did? I couldn't tell him nothing. Bro, whatever you decide to do, keep it plain or whatever. Oh man, I'm this, I'm that. Oh, you know what I did? I put my truck in they got this they got this setting that when you off duty, you can use it to move your truck. My mind kind of scrambled right now because of other stuff going on. Look, I moved my truck away from. Don't you know? By the end of the night, the DOT was on the lot. Come to his truck. I'm sitting across the parking lot looking. I said, man, I told. And then they had GPS. So people called me and say, hey, I'm looking at your number on the truck. Y'all sitting right beside each other. What went on? I don't know what went on. You see me put it in personal personal driving, and I moved. They said, oh, okay. So you must, oh, bro. No, it be us sometime. That racism, and he go up in there doing something he ain't got no business, talking to everybody, and then by him being hot-headed, he gets into it with a white boy. This is just hot-headed as him.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And know what? I something told me to move. I'm glad I wasn't over there because it'd have been a situation where I'm right there. And then as foolish as he was by us being from the same company, he probably would have knocked on my door and thought I was a part of his little coalition and hate the white people shit or whatever. And then I would have been like, what the hell? You know what I'm saying? I thought something told me to move. Yeah. It be us sometime. Bruh. And it was about some racism shit. White boy can't tell me nothing. I said, I don't want to hear that type of shit. I'm gonna have to get the money. You bullshitting. Yeah. But carry on, go ahead. But man, look.
Well, look, let me tell you something. And please continue after this. Look, there is also something about the South where those elders, whether it's your parents or your grandparents, they're going to, dude, we just know white people better.
Yep.
You don't get, most of the people that I can think of, and I would name names, but I don't want to make enemies. All these weird motherfuckers are from the North or Cali.
Yeah.
They're, dude.
They will literally call you weak for just getting away from around white folk conversation and just tell them, look, you have your beliefs, I got mine. I don't know about your business. They'll say, you supposed to, them folks from California, them folks from the North, you supposed to sit there and tell them what's on your mind. No, we ain't got time for this shit. We out here for business, man. Whatever we get into, some people already come from certain situations where they didn't have chances to do certain things. Some people are first generation people that get a chance to go out here, see other countries and everything. You think I'm finna mess that up, and I know I got 3 generations after me that I can take care of.
Shut the fuck up. Y'all don't know nobody. Y'all never left the South.
If I get this one thing right, I got 3 generations that I can take care of after me, and I can train some of them people to do what I've done, and that's a multiplier. So I supposed to be hot-headed and foolishness and let a white person or somebody
you are speaking common sense. Oh boy, that's some old-fashioned wisdom right there, dude. You sound like my father. Some of the stories he's told me. Oh boy, you got that old-fashioned wisdom.
That's what I'm saying. So Stan, I'm supposed to let somebody, just because of my pride or hurt over, I'm supposed to let somebody trick me out of a situation that can help my family. Some of them that can go places, been places, and some can't go at all. So I'm supposed to let this one.
Dude, y'all never left the fucking South.
Man, you crazy as hell.
Yeah. I'll bring it back once. He can't come and listen. He has to. He's a Cali black who now lives in Texas, and he's being re-educated. He'll get it at some point. But let me tell you something. My mother used to call that mother wet. It's critical thinking. It's like, really? You gonna talk some shit now? It's like I did with my captain. It's like, dude, I'm gonna lose this. However, I might have to eat this one. And dude, he literally made my career. Like, and it's kind of no one will know unless you're in the Navy and surface warfare. Dude, I got selected as a 01 for department head school, motherfucker, as an ensign, because I had my warfare qualification. I deployed, I had combat experience, etc. Dude, I have a buddy of mine who was on the same ship, and I should have fucking stayed. He's a goddamn 3-star admiral.
What I get from it, like that, I might be wrong or I might be right. What I get from it is when you
motherfucker, I heard what you had to say, and you are right.
Look, that's what I'm saying. When you had that incident on that ship, what happened is that person probably looked at you and said, "Hey, he didn't go forward with this, so he has conflict resolution skills. He's weighing out his options, and he can think to where it's for the greater good of everybody." Right. He didn't do this,
dude,
to try to be So
the captain was right. There were only like 15 of us. It really would have caused a problem if I'd gone farther with it. And look, that captain, I was under a different captain in like less than 6 months.
You guys are fucking
we were on our way. We were on our way out.
So
the fuck do you have to say, CM? You better mind your manners, son. I don't have
do what
patience.
I want.
Okay, no, unfortunately you don't. I'm talking to an actual black man who's an adult who has experience, and dude, you better tread lightly. Now, Mariah has handled you with kid gloves. Motherfucker, I'll ban you from the goddamn channel, and fuck your channel. It's not the destination for smart people. You're a snack. You don't get to do what you want to do on my goddamn panel. This is not me on your panel. It's you on my panel. Don't make me treat you. Don't make me hold you to standards. Now, your choice. Take a puff on that blunt. Take a deep breath, and motherfucker, act your age.
You are a country backwood motherfucker. You never traveled. You only went to fucking be a conformist. Get over it, bitch.
Anything else before you go? Anything else before you go? Oh, he's gone. Yeah, he came. Dude came all the way up here to say that and then fucking quit. Oh, what a fucking pussy!
I don't know. It wasn't bad. Hold on. Hold on. Let me say this. That I wonder, is he mad at me because, like, I do certain things.
Do you even know who he is?
Man, I don't pay attention to people's names. I don't even take stand. You heard me just this early today.
Well, no, he is. He and I are, I would say, frenemies, but maybe not so much friends as enemies.
But
dude,
I don't know if I
came
have
all the way up here to leave, dude. Seymour Clifford, you're a pussy, man. You couldn't even stay at. That was so womanish, and I look. You aren't even a good woman. A good woman would stay and stand her ground. It was girlish. It was girlish. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying. I look a lot of them names. I can hear voices, right? I can hear the voices, and I can kind of say who is who and what on the channel. A lot of times, I don't even take a lot of these folks serious. I don't even look at my phone half the time. Or even if I'm at the computer, I just hook my Bluetooth up to it, and I be walking around the house. You literally heard me say, bro, I was shooting my pellet rifle at beer cans and bottles in the ditch. Don't that sound kind of relaxing? I would, when I came up here, I was listening, just listening to people because I'm trying to see what their inputs are on the subject or life or whatever. Bro, see, you got to calm down. Your hair will be gray by 35, bro. How old is he?
Yeah.
He about 35 or something. And understand it. You know what I noticed? These internet spaces are messing up these people. Like, I've been on here for like 6 years, right? I'm 40 years old, right? I don't have gray hair in my head.
Dude,
look,
young.
I'm 40. Look, I'm 40, right? But there are people on these platforms that I have seen change over the period of years. Bro, they are younger than me. They got gray. They got gray in their beard, gray all up on their hairline and everything because they constantly get us up here and argue. You know what? I compare it to like being the president of the White House. Before they become president, they have their full natural hair color. They look vibrant and everything. But after dealing with so many people, they become looking dried out, wrinkled, gray hair. A lot of them leave the White House head fully white, and they had dark hair. That's the same thing that's going on with a lot. I can cam up, right? I don't look half as old as some of the youngest people that come up here and contest y'all every day.
Hey, can I make a very specific but supporting point? Dude, have you seen Joe Biden lately? That motherfucker looks 10 years younger.
Yeah, because he threw it all away. He said, he said, let's go fishing.
Apparently being president
it's a terrible job.
Though. Oh my God.
Look, in the place I look, I know I don't want certain positions. That's why people tell me all the time, Rooster, you ought to create a social media platform. Man, shitting me. Hell no. Look, in my hometown, the people that ran for sheriff, don't you know how many sheriffs have died trying to run that position? We had 5 people, man, and they were young. They didn't even make it to like 60, dead and gone, trying to run the town, trying to find out how to stuff money in their pocket, trying to find out how to avoid locking certain people up, trying to find out how to lock certain people up, trying to figure out everything, trying to run the town. Dead and gone. I don't want that type of position. Shit. Look, I'd rather go fishing and shoot my pellet gun in the ditch. I don't want that shit. Hell no. I don't want that. No. And just like this content creation, these people are on these platforms constantly. They got this false sense of control over people, and they say what they want to say and everything, but then they'll go back under a different name and run their channels knowing that, bro, that's too much chaos in one brain. That's why you see, look, if you ever get people to camera up, the youngest people with the grayest hair keeps up the most shit on the internet. They got too much shit they're trying to calculate and control.
That's an interesting thing to say.
I'm telling you. Just pay attention.
No. I'm not doubting you. I'm just like,
look,
I'd never really looked at it like that. But I can think of a couple examples.
Yeah. Just think about it. A lot of the guys they got
they're males.
They are males.
Oh my God, dude. Oh
The
my
ones that keep
lord,
up a lot
Rooster.
of crap, they
These
get great early.
motherfuckers, they are male hens. They're not roosters, they're hens. Male hens. Gelding.
I,
Wait, fuck it. What's a a male chicken? I can't think of the name of it. Like
that's
you
a rooster. A
no
rooster is a
that you snip them. They are damn it, it's like a chicken version of a male eunuch. God damn it.
Hold on, I gotta look.
Capon. Capon. Look up capon.
Okay.
It's basically
that's a different language then. Okay.
No, they sell them at. You can find one in the grocery store if it's like Wegmans or something. So it's a male chicken that has had its testes
snipped. Yeah, so he can't reproduce it. He become leaner meat. Leaner meat and thicker. He becomes thicker. That's how they used to do the Mandinkas. They used to snip them.
I didn't know
and
that.
It swells the body up. Just like if a male has a vasectomy, they swell up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's the same thing, you know. That's what they do to like a lot of livestock and everything. If you want your meat to be leaner and a little stronger,
right,
and with the oomph in it, they put them rubber bands around your nuts. Yeah, they put them. They put them rubber bands around your nuts and let your shit drop off.
And they just kind of rot off. Yep.
Yeah, they just drop off and it'd be a clean cut. They
do it with hogs too.
Yeah. Yep, they do it with the hogs too. So.
That it hurts even thinking about that shit.
It's a lot of them. It's a lot of them that well, I say it's a lot of males in these spaces. They have been decapitated. So somewhat fictional, like not in reality, but the way they act.
Mm-hmm.
They have no balls. They've been.
Well, let me ask you a question that I've actually help me out. You may know the answer, you may not, but how does we know that at least, and I think it's true, but I got lucky if we had a daughter, so I'm a single father raising a daughter. It might have been a little bit of a problem, but I moved back to Georgia because my sister lives about an hour away, and it was very intentional. Even with my son, I knew that I needed a female presence.
Right.
He would go. Now it's my sister, and I've said this many times. At this point, she's probably we've been best friends for years. She'll be turning 60 in a couple months. We've known each other for motherfucking 60 years. She knows what I think, not precisely, but I can look at her and know, oh really? We've known each other forever.
But Stan, it probably wouldn't be a problem because my mom's dad, my granddad, he took care of all of his kids.
Oh, I'd have figured out the problem. It wouldn't have been a permanent problem. But here's where I'm going to go, and you'll know why I asked the question. I keep hearing from a lot of these old YNs talking about, being raised by a single mother makes a boy feminine. Now, I'm not saying that I disagree with that, but if she's a smart mother, she will know that, oh, hey, I can't do it. I'm a woman.
She sends him to the brother.
Or like I did with my son. And, I wasn't gonna, motherfucker, he lost his mother. He needs a female. He needs a strong female. Cause honestly, my sister, god damn it, dude, I hope she never starts a YouTube channel. If you think I'm brutal, Oh my Lord.
But Stan, I went
My
through that.
sister
Like,
can be vicious.
look, I went through that. Right, my mom and my dad is still
Oh,
living.
really?
Right, my
Uh-huh.
dad is probably your age. You know what I'm saying? He probably your age, right? My mom and my dad still living. They ain't together, but the thing was, throughout their separation, my mama got brothers. She's like the third
Yeah.
from the
Yeah.
youngest in our family. But my uncles, they was around me like more than my dad was, right? My dad was around me. I was just go around him whenever I want. But those are her brothers, and all of them stayed around. Some of them even lived in the same house with her. So I participated in all the activities, whatever, with my uncles the most. You know what I'm saying? So they was basically raising me like son, nephew, or whatever. Hey, this is what you do, this is what you don't do. If my mama had to go work or whatever and she left me with my uncle, shit, I'm riding in that old Ford with I'm trying to see what he doing. And then he was young then, so I'm seeing everything. Hey, don't tell your mama. Hey, but this is what we doing right now. You know, I'm riding. You know, we barely did wear seat belts and shit. There was cigarette ashtrays in every goddamn corner of the goddamn car. So I'm just living the life. I'm spending up when they go hunt, fishing, or whatever. Your mama got to go to work. You got to go with me today. Come on, put your jumpsuit on.
Right.
Come on, let's go. So look. So my uncles, each one of them, they carpenters, they plumbers. They knew how to frame houses up. Every time my mama had to go do something, give them to me. I'm going to see houses get framed up. I'm out there watching plumbing. I'm passing tools. I'm up under cars as a kid. And you know what I'm saying? I'm little. Get up under that car. What I supposed to do? Turn the air wrench on until you tear something up. And just make sure it don't fall on you.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I don't like
Yeah.
mechanics right now, because I had to be in the shop. They had, look, my uncle had this doggone thing that he constructed, a wood heater and everything. I'm out there in the shop like back in the olden days and everything, just steady feeding that heater. You feed that heater, boy. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? While he fixing, I'm passing cold wrenches and shit. And then when I get through with one uncle, they getting into it. Get that baby out there cold. Come on over here with me. This the big brother telling the young brother, you got that boy out there. Come on, let's ride. Now the big brother, these my uncles now. You can ride with me. He got the big van and stuff. Now I get to cruise to town and he hunting women and everything. And my mama, she don't say nothing to it. Now one of them. What y'all had my baby doing? What we do? Feed him and feed him, take a bath, go to bed. These my uncles. Man, I was on top of roofs. They used to do the pop line on the roof. Put that nail in them shingles and keep going. Just follow the line. Man, I was doing that at like 10. On top of climbing ladders. These my uncles. My mama's brother. And then get what? We go up in the house and my grandmama used to feed all of us. You know what I'm talking about? We just sat at the big table, ate together. My grandma feeding all her sons, and as the daughters come through, they're coming. But I was just around them because the boys always stayed in the house close to their mama, or stayed around the house, or they might live in the other houses down the street. But they always came. She fixed all the food, so I'm sitting around listening to the conversations between my grandmama and her sons, or the grandma and the daughters, and I'm eating with them. I'm soaking up all of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Hey man, I had a good life with my folks. So it was just like when people get on the internet and they have that disconnection. I can only speak to why they should have grew up a certain way, but when this new era stuff, I can't figure it out. The distance, No, bro. If you got children, like a lot of people be struggling. I be hearing folks, I'm way up here and such, and I got a new baby and I got a family and everything. Now, what it sound like a man that got a loving family back home, but you decide to go up there and you met a girl, she ain't got a pot to piss in, a boot to throw it out of, but you done made a baby bow. Why won't you take that girl back home to your loving family and create a family with your family? Because her shit she got going on is finna land your ass in prison or homeless. Take that girl back to your family. That's probably what she needs for you to thrive. That's how families are born or built. Take them back to the roots so they can learn something. Because that person probably been in the world family, just inner city all their life, just struggling, fighting, scratching, and scraping for every goddamn thing, hungry all the time.
You know what? I was just thinking that.
Shit, I'll take it back home.
Now look at this. Look at this. Clifford, that motherfucker. He doesn't know what being out in the country is like, dude. Let me tell you something. In a way, if I think about it now, I got 3 quick stories to tell you about my father's mother and father. So, you know how, in the summertime, you'll go to your grandparents for a couple months.
Oh, yeah.
And sometimes we were there with, our cousins. Sometimes we weren't. And maybe there's a 4th, but I'll hold off on the 4th story. So we're like Savannah City kids in Adel, Georgia. Dude, we used to have a goddamn blast. Now, my grandfather was like 6'2", 230 pounds. My grandmother was like, still to this day, she was about 5 feet, if that. But she was one of the prettiest. Even today, I've seen pictures of her when she was young. I was like, wow. She was cute as hell. Anyway, but you know how sometimes that little pixie grandmother, she's always happy. She's always making you breakfast and stuff. Well, me and my sister got a little mouthy.
Oh yeah, they don't play no game.
Oh boy, we found out very quickly. Now she let us get away with it. Now y'all need to do better. Now one day she walks out with my grandfather's fucking. This is like in the 70s. So she walks out with this goddamn. It wasn't a belt. It was a
gin belt.
It was like, oh shit. It was about 4 inches wide. Oh, we were hopping all over that sofa. We were trying to get away. Oh, she whooped our asses.
Sad. You know what that was? That's the same belt that they get out of the cotton gin. They cut it, bro. Look, I got whooped with one of them. Look, that belt that breaks off of that wheel that spin, bro. I don't know what kind of.
Well,
that's what it is. They
wanted
called a
to do
gin
was
belt.
get away. I just wanted to get away from it. It's like that's. But you know what? Once, and she lived to 87, I think it was. Once. She is so nice, but god damn it, you better appreciate the niceness, because that woman, it was my granddad. It was like she went and found granddaddy's belt.
You notice a lot of those women back in the day, they didn't talk loud. Look, they did not talk. Look. We used to could be outside and it'd be like a whisper.
Yeah.
Look, those women did not talk loud at all. They'll do something. It's something that they're gonna do that let you know, all right, come on in. It's time for y'all to take a bath. They'll call somebody's name.
Oh shit! You kind of knew. You knew. Like, you need to be back here by.
Look, man, we knew what it was. Like, say for instance, kid. Look, you remember kids used to be sitting in the huddle, and then somebody coming looking for somebody, and you just notice the kids just look up and start looking around, and they just leave. They leave because they just leave. Look, them women, they'll whisper. If that woman had to holler and call you,
Oh yeah. Oh boy.
oh,
You
so you ain't hear me, man. Them women had the soft
yeah,
spoken tone,
that
but
you
they
ain't
had the voice of
that
God.
you ain't hear me. Oh shit, that you ain't hear me
Boy,
kind of sent a chill
they-
up my spine. It's like, oh shit.
oh,
Yeah,
so
I
you
heard
in
you.
it,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
they just
Yes, ma'am. I heard you.
and they talked so soft back then. It's like them women used to whisper to you, baby. This come on, no, like they always kept a low tone. But if you ever, we never used to. Well, me, I never used to hear a woman just hollering unless it's in rage or something. And now you know it's some trouble. Then if she got to raise her voice, it's her shit. People coming outside want to check on unsuck at him and. What's going on? Why you loud like that? What going on? People, look, the women, it was something about those women a long time ago. They are totally different. Like the
But
people
you
on
know
the internet.
what? Those women would toughen up a boy. I
Yeah.
remember one day, it was morning and I was, my grandmother made us breakfast and all this stuff, and she used to make some good breakfast. It's like you don't need to eat till lunch, and maybe it will be a late lunch. So she's like, yeah, we're gonna have chicken tonight. So we walk out the back
Yeah.
door and she picks up that axe
Oh yeah.
next to the house and hands it to me. And I literally remember asking her, oh, what is this for? And she's like, you'll see. So we go out to the chicken yard, and I knew there was a stump there, but I never pictured me, the axe, and the stump. So, oh no, yeah, I need you to. I need you to. She didn't say the F word, of course. No,
Yeah.
we're gonna have chicken for dinner. Didn't you hear me? Oh, dude, I was so fucking nervous. Ooh, boy, I just like I got half the neck split, so the damn chicken goes running around the yard with blood
Oh
spurting
yeah.
out of its neck. Oh,
But
dude,
what
it shocked the shit out of me. I
but
was
see,
like,
Stan, know what she did? I think she did that to try to see how you were gonna react to it, because
yeah,
like what people, she was doing that to try to see if you were gonna be ready. She did that because
well,
you know what you do.
let me
You
tell you
grab
what
that chicken
happened
by the
though.
head and you snap him. You shake him real
Oh
hard,
yeah,
like a
yeah, I've
violent
seen her
shake.
do it. She just
And it'll,
that
yeah,
axe, that's the worst way to do it. But you know what? She put she had one of those big old black cauldrons, so we scalded the
oh
feathers
yeah,
off and
the
everything.
pot, yeah.
But let me tell you something. I was traumatized in the morning and munching down on goddamn chicken at the end of the day. That shit was so good.
You know those cauldrons and everything. Like in the early
Oh yeah.
90s around here, people
Yep.
took those artifacts and decorated their yards with it, just like the old school metal wagon
Oh yeah,
wheels,
yeah.
like
They'll make
planter
planters
wheels.
and stuff. Yeah.
All of that stuff, they're still around. Look, I'm gonna have to take some pictures and stuff. I'm gonna post them on my Instagram. It's certain
Yeah, please
stuff
do.
that you'll see.
Oh, let me just do one quick thing here. People like you, King Rooster, if anyone has like Instagram or YouTube, if you got a channel, drop the link. You don't need my permission. Just drop it. Sorry. Oh, by the way, everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe.
Look.
And we go from there.
Stan, do you remember the little mannequins, the little porcelain? They used to have them sitting by a lake. Like if you own a lake, they be sitting on a bench with a fishing pole. You'll think they kids. if you don't pay attention to it. But I can show you pictures
see a
of
lot
stuff
of
that
those.
look. I can show you pictures of certain houses around here that still have those little mannequins, like people own a little lake or a
Were
pond,
they
or
like
they'll
lawn
put
jockeys?
no. I look what it is. It's like a little sculpture, but what it is like little kids sitting on a bench, or it be 1, 2, or how many you buy or whatever. But they'll have it sitting close to like a ditch or what's the name, and they have a little fake fishing pole or whatever. All of those relics are still all across where I stay at. The people take the wagon wheels from back in the day, the little planter box that they used to drag behind the tractors and everything. They turn them
Okay,
into
yeah.
mailboxes. Yeah, they turn them into mailboxes and all that.
Yeah, I've seen those.
Yeah, but I'm gonna have to take some of them pictures and post, and I'm gonna see the
Yeah,
reaction.
please do.
I'm gonna see the reaction of people. They be like, "Oh, they ain't gonna do nothing but say, I live on a plantation or something." I don't know what the hell they be thinking, but no. Well, no. But I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna start posting a lot of stuff that like people, like inner city people, really don't see it. And my thing is, I had to slow down for me. You heard it thunder. All praises be to God. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? Remember when grandma told you, when they thunder and lightning out there, you better be quiet.
Oh,
Sit down
now
for a
that's my mother's mother. Yeah.
Yeah, they say
Oh
don't be
no,
doing too
dude,
much.
you close the curtains and you be silent. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's oh yeah. Yep.
Look, I'm a post when I go past a certain house. I'm gonna try to catch it. Like certain houses, they got the bottle trees. It's certain houses they got the sky blue ceiling and everything. They try to keep that boo hag out of there. All kind of crazy. It's all kind of stuff around here, man. And it's come from back in the old days, the beliefs and everything. And a lot of people don't know what it is. You ever seen the bottle tree? The blue bottles that's
No,
on like a
well,
bush.
the flowers. I think I have. They're like purplish, like a light purple, almost blue.
Yeah.
I could
The
be wrong. I think might be mixing them up with gladiolas, which look totally different. I like like hummingbirds will come and get in those things, right?
yeah.
Or that's like a pitcher. I think we call them like pitcher plants or something.
But see, that no, I'm talking about the bottle tree. The bottle tree is what you put in your yard. It's like a lot of old.
Oh no.
bottles.
Okay, yeah. You hang
Yeah.
like the old bottles. Yeah. Okay, my
Yeah,
bad.
the blue bottles.
I'm
You
thinking
hang the blue
flowers.
bottles.
I'm thinking flowers. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of stuff that people do around here, and it's a mixture of things. It is, hey, it's crazy, but the history of certain things. It just that's why I say I can't leave my space. It's beautiful to me. I got free range. I can roam. Just like I said, I be shooting my pellet gun, and police don't say nothing. I ain't got to worry about it. Something. Stop, put it down. You know what I'm saying? I can, like, people know your children around here. Like, your children can go wherever they want to go, and if anything happen, they gonna call you. They're gonna tell you, well, I seen your son doing something. It's that type of feel. We know each other around here, so I don't want to stay in those detached areas like, well, everybody's out for self and all that. You know what I'm saying? We don't have a
Well,
real.
I'm gonna tell you, and this is just again kind of my experience. You know, if you're young and once you have kids, it's kind of cliche. But dude, it was so funny. I met my wife. She was the sister of my down the road neighbor. And we were all Catholic, so he's like, hey, you want to go down to my parents for Easter dinner? And I don't think I'd ever met his parents, but I happened to run into his sister. And for me, it was like, who is she? And they told me, my brother-in-law and his wife were like, nah, I think she's dating. So I was thinking about her, but, kind of out of my mind. And then I met her at a wedding. And look,
Again, so that was the
like
second
this
time.
is like 2 months later, but when we talked to each other, we literally like stood there and talked for like 3 hours. And we were a couple we were just a couple.
Two peas in the
we
pod.
Yeah,
what they
but
call it.
I mean, I lived about 75 miles up on the mountain and she was down in Fairfax, Virginia. But no, we were just a couple. We only had like one fight, and it really wasn't a fight. It was her giving me instructions like, you won't do this again. That was the only fight we ever had. Before we got married. Now, once you get married, you'll find a whole lot of other things. Look, she was my person, and she died 13 years ago. I don't know. She was my person, and it would be great. And I'm not real promiscuous, I don't need pussy for pussy's sake.
Yeah, I ain't never been into that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I was a little rough around the
she's
edges
just
when
my
I was
person.
young. Just, you know what I'm saying? Just
Of
driving me
course, when you're young, of course.
Yeah, but look, that's the worst thing.
That
Look,
woman, and one of the reasons is I'm afraid I would compare every woman to her. I was incredibly happy. Like,
and a lot of women
my
will
God,
not pass the
dude,
bar. See, that's the thing. A lot of women won't pass the bar because you had your person, and for a person to measure up. You a good man. Look, just like I say, I'll be on the internet channels and everything. When I first hear a man, like when I first come across a man and I don't know nothing about him, and the first thing that pops up out of his mouth is about what a woman ain't doing and what she should be doing and everything. Oh, my thoughts is right. That's a person I can't deal with because you so driven by a woman. Don't you know a lot of people don't achieve certain things because they constantly trying to deal with these women instead of developing themselves, and they are so sex driven. And hey, how are you gonna think and you thinking about the twat all the time? You ain't even developed yourself enough to even take care of what you chasing after. You shouldn't be thinking about no woman. No. If you sitting there, this week we mopping floors, next week it's fries, you don't need a woman right now. You need another application, my good sir. You don't do that right there. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
No. Men, a lot of men that are just totally cat driven and everything, I don't want to be around them because guess what? I have never had problems with women or dealing with women. If you are so female driven, those type of men would be the one that are cost your woman. If cat is on his mind every day, nah, I don't want you around me. Well, what about drinking a beer or shooting cans in the ditch? What are you gonna do for yourself? You know what I'm saying? You worry about a woman. If you ain't got now, you gonna be busy trying to be the fox in the hen house or messing with somebody else woman that's gonna cause both of us trouble because I'm your friend. I separate myself from them type. If every conversation come up and it's all about woman and woman, oh she's so fine, or her butt fat and all, man, get away from me. No, I don't want you around me because that's gonna cause a problem. And then if you already in a situation to where you don't have anything, a woman is the last thing you need because guess what they do? They take from a situation. They
Right.
need something from a situation. If you already don't have, what you gonna give? Shit. All right. See, now I don't, no, I don't do that. But just like you were saying, when it comes down, it'll be probably hard for you to date somebody because you had your person. You like
No, but I'm 61.
but they don't. But they don't.
Well,
Go
no,
ahead.
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm saying
Dude,
though.
My
if you,
wife was she was actually smart. Like, she could be fascinating.
Okay, watch this.
It
Watch
would
this.
be
Watch this. Watch this. Let it stand. In 2026, even if you can find a woman of your caliber that is that smart, she is always going to be dumb to one of her younger cousins or relatives that's going to do some ray shit.
or parents.
Her parent, yeah. Man, look,
But
this is what I'm saying.
that's really not my point. Look, I'm 61. I don't want more children. I'm not gonna motherfucking go out and, I'm not gonna go to the club. I'm not gonna do conspicuous consumption. If I could find a woman who could just sit out on the porch, and I got 2 rocking chairs out there. If you can be out there, I cook you a good dinner and we maybe, sip some wine or beer and then fall asleep at like 11 o'clock. And then we get up and then just exist. Dude, I'm old. Even at 61.
I understand that, but it's gonna be hard since Don Julio came out.
Then if it's hard, but see, I met my wife totally by accident. I had no clue. So I'm one of these people. I actually believe in love at first sight. For me,
Yeah,
it was.
I do.
She was more love at second sight. I believe in the magic, and I hate that. Sounds so chocolate is here, so she's gonna say so romance novel, but I believe
you know what I
I
believe?
actually believe in it.
You know what I believe?
What's that?
You remember that song, Meet Virginia, the woman I never know? I believe in that. This person ain't constantly coming across my eyesight for me not to say nothing to her.
Right.
If you miss that point, if like for men, if just say for instance you run across a woman in some kind of way, you shopping or let me give you a scenario. You shopping and you just chilling and hanging out. You got it in your heart and in your feeling, in your soul that I need to say something to her. And you can just say, "Hey, how you doing?" And she give you a certain body language and make you feel warm and fuzzy. And then you end up at Target with that same woman. Oh, you better say something to her because that might be your person. Your body is telling you,
right,
and your energy is telling you, you better say something before you miss that magic moment, because
right,
it don't. Hey, it could be love at first sight, second sight, or and by the graces of God, you might get a third chance of seeing her on her tie her car broke down, and you end up.
Well,
why am I seeing
we
you
got
this many times? Yeah.
We got a romance novelist here. What is your take, ma'am?
Go ahead.
I'm gonna say I have no idea what y'all talking about. So
what we're talking about love at first sight.
I'm just messing. No English. Anyway, I am a hopeless romantic. I don't front. So
yeah, good for you. Good for you.
I think it's wonderful. You find somebody that you want to spend more than 45 minutes with. It's great. Like, that's a big feat. People are suspect. Everybody's suspect, okay? You got good suspect, bad suspect, and all in the middle. But I mean, I guess for me, like, I would rather have a short, beautiful romance than to be in a relationship for 10 years with a man that don't even like me. So, yeah.
Well, I think you can have the best of both worlds. And again, dude, I keep calling you dude. Please forgive me for that.
I'm not offended.
But
You got
the thing is, look, I had magical parents, and one of them's still around. I got a great sister. I got a great brother. I am so lucky in my life, and I'm not even very religious. Um, and dude, I don't even understand how it literally. One of these days I'll tell you the story in depth, but meeting my wife, I knew her mother, and some of it was, was like, oh, but I knew her brother. He was a neighbor. I moved up to the mountain on a whim. Northern Virginia, I'm from Savannah. I moved up there for work in the Shenandoah Valley. And I had always been curious about what is it like living in the mountain or
Oh
in the
yeah.
mountains. And it it was just like I loved it. I fell in love.
Yeah, I lived out.
Living in the mountains is a total. It is nothing like living in Savannah, Georgia. You got to learn that life.
Well, you know what? That's why I ended up getting Roscoe. I ended up being up
Mhm.
on my property for 6 months. And I share that with you
Mhm.
because I understand what you mean. Like, there's just a different freedom that goes along with that. So,
Yep.
yeah, I love the wilderness and I love the ocean because I do know how to swim. Huh. And then also, too, I would love, I'm going to retire on a yacht. I got one ready.
And I was in the Navy. Yeah, I don't, dude. The only thing I think beaches are worth is the pier to fish off of. And I grew up on the coast. Give me, it was. I love the mountain. It was just like I remember. So the first time my parents came to visit me on top of this mountain, my mother walks in and she goes, "When you moving?" I was like this, like there's snow on the ground, and my mother was born in Savannah, just like I was, and my sister and my brother. But no, she didn't even say hello. No, she didn't even say my name. She's like, "When you moving?" And I was like, "Well."
But her perception of it is like, why are you out here where ain't nobody at too much? Why?
Oh, dude, the quiet.
Yeah,
Mountain.
and you, but
Dude, it was.
look,
You had to get to used to. Let me tell you a story. Please let me tell you this right quick. So I did online dating for a couple months. So I met this actually interesting. She was divorced. She was black. Her husband was a lieutenant colonel or something in the Air Force. So she's online, I'm online. We hooked up. So I drove into actually we had two dates now that I think about it. But there was one date right outside, I don't know what it's called now, but it was in DC. Right next to the stadium, MCI or whatever it was. So it's a Saturday night and it's bustling. So we go to this Thai restaurant and the food was excellent. Thai food is awesome. But dude, in that restaurant, I've been living up on the mountain for like a year. And dude, the noise was excruciating.
oh yeah,
It's
yeah,
like
yeah,
it was dude, I was so used to quiet
yeah.
and going to the big city. So it was so country bumpkin, but I was ready to
It's
leave.
like anxiety. Yep, yep.
Yeah. Well, no, it wasn't anxiety because I know how to deal with, that sort of stuff.
Noise. Yeah.
It just caught my attention though. It's like, damn, it's noisy in here. These people are talking about nothing in particular. So it's kind of sad, but living on the mountain totally changed me. Small towns. At some point I'm probably gonna have to move back to Savannah. And it's not a huge city, but because I'm the oldest, I'm the only one who's unmarried. So, my father's, he is great. He's doing fine, but it's my turn. So, I have to deal with responsibilities.
Okay, the city noise and the country noise. It's noisy in the country, but we got good noise. Like you can hear birds, you can hear something ruffling in the bushes, or you can hear, and then you can hear like raindrops when they happen. You can hear cars before they approach you.
Yep. Oh, dude, living on a dirt road, dude. You living on a dirt road. I've gone days when there's snow on the ground and not see a car pass.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Dude,
So
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So when you like where I stay, it's the like cars. I stay on like a main road, but my city ain't. My city is spacious, but it's not like people all piled up on each other. They build houses flat, not up like high rises. But
right,
listen, look, from where I'm sitting at, and I know the ambulance, the EMT service is like 2 miles. If the fire truck turn on, or if the sirens come on a police car or whatever, I can hear it from the highway. So I know I can get on the phone. Look, Stan, I can get on the phone and I call my folks and say, "Y'all all right?" or whatever. And then I got buddies that they got like police scanners and everything. And if anything come on and they hear my last name or any relative name, they'll say, "Call him." That's the environment I live in. You know what I'm saying? So I like that to where I don't have to too much worry about anything. If anything happened, somebody's gonna call me at 3:00 in the morning and say, "Hey, this is going on." Other than me being in a big city and nobody cares. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Well,
I like that
chocolate.
hometown feel.
Oh, dude, I'm in a little town. I live in Carroll County, but I don't live in Carrollton. There's a couple small towns. Look, my son went to the high school here and did excellent. It was oddly enough this small town school, dude. They had like my son wasn't the only one who got a scholarship to Georgia Tech. They had two white girls. So at the graduation, it was a good school. But I want to ask Chocolate, do you live near Scottsdale? Are you up in the mountains or are you down? I've been to Phoenix a couple times, but
I am
that's all I
closer.
really know.
I'm closer to the White Mountains. Like the Navajo Nation is like right behind us.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you got grass.
Yeah. Trees, all kinds of stuff. It's such like I love it. So yeah.
Oh, y'all got mountain lions over there. God.
Yes, we do. And javelinas. And I've come across a
Have you ever had javelina meat?
No. I know they came to my house one time and brought all their kids. And then we chased them off. But no, I had more like cows and horses on my property. They would walk through and graze. So yeah, I loved it. Like I said, I get exactly what you mean. I can't wait to get back up there. I've been going back and forth, but I really want to get, once I get this done, move on to the next. It's time. It's time.
Yeah, well, I don't know what my son's gonna do, but if a young man, you go out, like when I was a teenager, like living in New York City, I'm gonna go and be a writer and all this shit. And it was so weird. I moved back to the city because my wife actually used to spend summers on the mountain that I was down this road from her brother. So she knew about the mountain and all that stuff. She was more a city girl. She's like, there's no way I'm having a baby up here. It's like we're going back. Well, she was kind of right, and I couldn't argue the point. There's a story. Like the road that I lived on when I met her had a switchback to get off the road to the state highway. Like there were times if there was snow and ice on the ground, a four-wheel drive would make it up. You had to put chains on a four-wheel drive.
Right, because
get
it'll
up
slide
that
down the
switchback.
mountain, though. Yeah.
Oh boy, it was hard to walk up the damn thing. However,
You was
and
on
she
a
was
steep incline.
oh, I was single when I moved up there. She was not going to live there. That was pretty much it, and I couldn't talk. There was no reason for me to talk her out of it because she was right. And the story was there was a house that went aflame up there, and there was snow and ice, and they couldn't get fire trucks up there, so that house burned to the ground. It was like we can't help you. And I'm going to tell you another story. Down the mountain, down the hill or whatever. Yeah. It was in the summertime, and this was like a few ridges down. And me and my neighbor were like, we're breaking out fire hoses, like, oh shit, we might have to wet our roofs. Cause if that goddamn fire comes up the mountain and it's kind of dry, it's July. Ooh boy.
Oh yeah, you in Pine. So you was in Pine?
No, hardwoods.
Oh,
but
shit.
we lived, it was semi-rural, but no, there's all kinds of hardwoods, but it's very dry. And hardwoods, shit. The problem with hardwoods is they're hard to light, but once they light, that shit will burn forever. And then it's just gonna keep shooting sparks,
Smoldering,
so
yeah.
there's wind,
Cinder, it gonna pop.
and then the underbrush is actually the problem. And there were
the cinder-
properties that weren't occupied, so you got the underbrush and just the litter on the ground, like dry leaves and stuff.
Pine needles and all that. Yeah.
Yep.
People usually when they come down there at certain places, they usually try to burn it off, like during the season.
Yeah, but people aren't always responsible with the properties. That's a huge problem too.
Yeah. So basically, you got mulch up under every tree, waiting on somebody to get drunk and throw a cigarette out there, and light the whole shit up.
Yeah,
one cigarette burns some shit up.
Yep.
So I know what you're talking about. My bad. I wasn't supposed to be telling folks what I know.
Oh, that's all right. Chocolate.
No, they be thinking I'm just
we are over talking our darling chocolate.
No, she probably chilling. Sound like she had a little.
She's probably
yeah. Yes, I did have a lot of something, but yes, sir.
I said company.
I know. No, I'm teasing. I know what you said, but no, I'm not doing anything for real. I am just winding down, so I'm just listening to y'all. I'm working on getting
our sonorous voices.
Yeah, I start my show in like 15 minutes, so I don't want to be cut out.
I'll shut it down and we can
No.
Oh, you know what? I'm winding out. MOT, salute, sir.
You don't have to do
what's going
that.
on?
There you go. Somebody else up here. Hey, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
What? Somebody else is here, so you gonna run?
I'm a run.
What you gonna be talking about?
Just bullshitting around.
No, I'm talking about her. Or did she leave already?
No, I'm right here.
She's here. Wait,
Oh,
hold
okay.
it. This is yeah. Do y'all know each other?
Wait,
Matter
I gotta see
tomorrow
who
and-
it is. Hold on, who is it? Because I can't see.
Oh wait, you know what? I am such a bad host. People keep telling me that you have got to take these videos down. So here we are.
What videos? Oh,
Oh, it's Men of
I
Tomorrow.
was
Hey, how you doing?
yeah, how's it going?
I was gonna review show I was on. I guess it was yesterday afternoon. So I had a really good talk with someone who identifies as a Christian nationalist, but he's an atheist. Basically, he is a if I listen real carefully, he's like an Amy Wax type of I guess Western chauvinist. And but it wound up being a really good 2 to 3 hour conversation between the two of us. It was civil. And dude is a foreign service officer. He is charming, good conversationalist. So, he understands, or he can tell you why he thinks stuff the way he does. So it was good enough. It wasn't on here, so it wouldn't be rough and tumble. And he's a good guy. I don't have to live next door to him.
So how is he a Christian nationalist but an atheist? Like, how does that work?
That's in the show, and I guess at this point we'll review it tomorrow. But it's more the value. Well, I'm Catholic. I call myself a cultural Catholic because I grew up with it. I understand the culture. It's kind of the education that teach you how to think critically. I'm not super religious. However, the mores, the lifestyle. So I get his point. So now I will also say this. Essentially, there's no way to be a Christian fundamentalist and not be a white supremacist. So I do interrogate some of that as well.
Not at all.
Yeah. So I please don't think I was there just going, oh, hey, that sounds brilliant. Of course I'm going to interrogate that. But
I mean, you're a free
it's the
associate,
way it
man. You
goes.
wasn't really trying to.
Well,
buy
it
in and
wasn't my
sign up.
channel. Latino is a good host. And quite frankly, I enjoyed the back and forth. Sometimes you have to just kind of probe. You know how it is when you're on the ground, you send the scouts out and probe. Again, I'd never heard anyone say I'm a Christian nationalist, but I'm an atheist. So of course I asked him about that. How does that work? And of course, dude, how about stop calling yourself a Christian nationalist and just start calling yourself a white nationalist?
Because that's what they mean. That's what they mean.
Yeah, they want to cloak it. They want to cloak it. But this is the thing that I find very disturbing. But if you probe them and ask them, Black people are heritage Americans too, but in the heritage, they're pretty much second-class citizens. That's really, they just want to roll this back to the antebellum South or the antebellum United States. That's what they really mean. The problem is they don't know their own history. That's what I find so disturbing.
And here's the other thing about that, Stanley, that they don't understand that it was very brutal to whites who didn't have money.
Oh, yes.
Dude,
they wanted to. What a lot of these folks don't understand is they would have enslaved the people up in Appalachia. Dude, they talked about enslaving white people. And the
They
only
actually
reason
did
they
it.
didn't do
They
it,
call them grave diggers. Yep.
really?
They actually. Yeah. Some of the people, some of the white people that was less fortunate and everything, they became the coal miners. They became the oil rig people. They did the job that the prestigious white people didn't want to do.
Well, I mean, that had happened,
And they had a slave rebellion up here too over their coal. It's a pretty interesting story, West Virginia.
Put that. Do you have if you ever think of the link, either email it to me because I've never heard of that. I'd love
And
to
then
hear
also, that's how some of them Creole people got. They got Kentucky Creoles. They the same people.
Interesting.
From Louisiana.
God
They
damn it!
white. They
Why am I
white.
learning this stuff now?
They
With that
white.
link in the back.
Yeah, look, but they look. They was the poor folks.
Yeah.
Hey.
But the thing is, the only reason they wouldn't invade Appalachia to enslave these people is they had guns. So,
Yes.
like,
And they did put them to
it's
use.
like-
In that situation, they did put them to use.
Yep. My shooting iron. Dude, motherfucking the Beverly Hillbillies. Perfect example. Dude, the Beverly Hillbillies going into Hollywood, fucking, the little Milton Drysdale. Dude, that's exactly the South back in the day. Imperius, hit the link, man. Because that's a good point too. And this is one of the things that, like, the Be Braves of the world, these people like Be Brave, these poor whites are convinced that, if the apocalypse happens, we white people are going to stick together. No, they're not. Dude, they will kick your asses to the curb too. Unless your daughter's pretty, then they might accept you. Like a billionaire black dude, the motherfucker's a billionaire. Now there might be a racial thing here or there, but I've literally had friends. I remember when I was in college, I had a buddy of mine who lived in the dorms, and his father, black guy, black mother, father, and siblings. Dude, his father was like some muckety muck at IBM. So this dude lived in Dunwoody, and we're talking like the mid 80s. And dude, I'm just some boy from, lower middle class, middle class. So I go to Dunwoody for the first time. I'm like, holy shit, this motherfucker. So we walk into this dude's house, and his father's practicing his golf swing in the fucking hallway with, I bought this, to help improve my golf swing. Dude, it was a flashlight, like some contraption. Now, he bought it from some magazine, but it's a flashlight on a fucking golf club. And, you keep your elbows straight. So when your back's to the wall, you got to keep the elbow with the flashlight right along the base.
You gotta twist your hips a certain
like,
way.
Dude,
And,
I had never met bougie blacks like that. I thought we were kind of bougie. Oh no, this motherfucker is IBM bougie.
Stanley, it's in the back chat. The name of it is called the Battle of Blair Mountain.
Oh, I've heard of that actually. Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm definitely gonna read that.
You remember what I was telling you about my folks, bro? My uncle, my black ass uncle, which was a carpenter. He was like a master. Look, this man had golf clubs and all that shit. We was fucking his shit up as a kid. We used to go just grab his shit out of there and just shoot golf ball. We were kids. Striking them zombies against the ground because we wasn't tall enough to hit right. throwing balls at each other. Look,
So you're bending his glove?
no, we were kids. This
I know.
is my uncle. Look, we was taking the golf club. This some shit he bought. Like we were little. We was in the backyard sending balls off, swinging at this shit with a golf club like a baseball bat, hitting it with the tip. Look, bro, my folk probably was a little bougie back then, though. I don't know, man. Look, hey, man, say, man.
Well, let me tell you this. And these people, I say these people, but they were totally nice. You know, this dude and I, you know, we were buddies and all that stuff. And, you know, I knew how to speak English and stuff. Dude, they were the nicest people, but I don't know. It was just sort of weird because, you know, in Savannah, I went to private schools and shit. I tested into my high school like literally elite level academic. And I've never asked my father whether I got a scholarship. I don't need to know. He dealt with it. But I probably did. But here's the deal. There are all look, black people are successful as fuck. They were living with some bougie white people too. Dude, they rich people have different worries. I'm not going to say they transcend race or have gotten past it, but the thing is that if Michael Jordan moves next door to say Jeff Bezos, Bezos is what by this point maybe the 5th richest man in the world, but Michael Jordan is a billionaire. They're gonna be perfectly fine. You know, once you get to a certain level, dude, yeah, he's black, but motherfucker, he is Michael Jordan.
It's about a sense of security.
But
They know you ain't gonna bother them because you got your own, though.
Right, but the thing is probably the biggest problem, say in a MAGA movement, is the populism part of it. Be Brave swears Jeff Bezos is gonna pick him over Michael Jordan. And that's like crazy.
That ain't gonna
like
happen.
What? Michael Jordan's clean.
Yeah, but you have to understand this, Stanley, that like it's not just whites who think this. There's a lot of upper class blacks who think this stupid shit too.
Nah, it ain't stupid. It's about security. Hold on.
Nope. I hear it, dude. You know John Galt, right?
Yeah, I know. But see, John Galt, he dibble and dabble, and he like being around treacherous. The reason why people have this separation mindset is because of a sense of security. If I know that Stanley is doing his thing, he minds his business, and don't want to take what I have, even though he's black, it's okay because he's not starving for anything. But if Stanley goes over there looking a little bit weak, or he loses his job, now it's time for us to vote him out in the HOA because he might bring some kinfolks that really steal something. That's what they are doing.
People don't have HOAs.
But well, whoever. But I'm just saying. I just brought it down to a lower level of. Now I'm just saying. I mean, like
actually, rich people. HOA. I own the whole 20 acres.
But I'm saying, I don't like to try to get into the astronomically rich folks because that's the fantasy world. I like to bring it.
Well,
down
hold on before you go too far. Let me make sure you get my point.
Yeah, I got you.
People, do you know who Be Brave is? Be Brave and Think?
Yeah, the one that wears the Buzz Lightyear mask.
Yeah. So he thinks that
What?
he thinks
Buzz
when the
Lightyear mask?
apocalypse happens, he is literally like Jeff Bezos is gonna reach down and go, well, hey, be brave, you're white. Michael Jordan pounds sand. This motherfucker has a fundamental understanding of what American culture is. Dude, fucking Frederick Douglass married a white woman like in 18 what? After his wife died, I can't remember the year, but it's like 1870, 1880. He married a young white woman, and he did it because he's Frederick Douglass. He did not get, his house did not get burned down. Maybe he knew where to live, but dude, Frederick Douglass could get away with that shit in 1880 because he was Frederick Douglass. Dude, the motherfucker, no one was going like Frederick Douglass. Dude, it is a fun. This is the problem with some of these, like, and I'm not going to use the pejoratives. Be Brave has a fundamental understanding of American culture. He's a waste of white skin. Smart white people don't talk like that. Smart white people don't fuck with John Galt. Fuck. Frederick Douglass got away with it. A young white woman, and she wasn't ugly. She was his secretary or some shit. He got away with it right after in post Reconstruction. What is he thinking?
Stan, when it comes down to that right there, like you from the South, I'm from the South. You got there's a lot.
Well, so by the way, Man of Tomorrow is from Mississippi too. So he's a Southerner.
Okay. I'm saying
no,
a lot of those
he is a Southerner like us.
Okay then, but
he knows his shit.
But you got to see a lot of the information about certain people and why they was able to do a certain thing back in the days. They don't give you the information up on those people. I believe that Frederick Douglass married one of the ones that was up under the one drop rule.
I actually have been reading about Frederick Douglass since I was a kid.
I understand. I understand it. I haven't, but based on behavior patterns,
the man.
Okay.
Oddly enough, he was actually all that.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Basically, based on the behavior patterns I have been seeing dealing with white folks and black folks.
Motherfucker, I'm not Frederick Douglass, and I have.
No, I'm saying based on the behavior patterns of people or their likes or dislikes, that woman might have been passing for white, or she fell up under the one drop rule. So
okay, so what you're saying is that
no.
Have you watched Sinners? Have you watched Sinners?
She was not passing.
I basically live Sinners. Look, bro.
Okay, so she's like that white chick that was one of the twins, right? That's what you're talking about, right?
Well, that could very well be. But let me tell you something. Frederick Douglass, the most photographed American in the 19th century, a black man. Like, this is the most photographed American. For better or for worse, he was photogenic. He was just goddamn smart and built himself. He built himself. That's what's the stunning thing. The motherfucker
How's
just
everybody
built
doing
himself. You can wait till I'm done. Welcome, Mike. Give me a sec. That's what
Well,
I
you
love
have a lot
about
of
Frederick
seconds. I
Douglass.
have to address
Okay,
this conversation.
son. Please just give.
I just
your
came to
buddy-
address the conversation. That's all.
Can you please just give Stanley a couple minutes? Would you be so kind?
Yeah, but it's going on too long when it could be one or two words
Please,
said.
motherfucker, you don't get to tell me what's going on too long. Can you give me a minute.
All right, okay,
Hey,
Stanley, go ahead.
hey,
My bad, P.
just a minute.
Stanley, and please catch him at the door if he coming at the rooster now. Don't catch him at the door.
No, wait, hold it. He
Yo,
wants to
fuck up
say
at no
hello. Go ahead
motherfucking
and say
rooster.
hello, Mike. Go ahead and say hello,
Motherfucking
Mike.
rooster.
Because I'll be right back in like a minute.
Think I give a damn
Say
about
hi,
a
Mike.
nigga named
Oh,
Rooster?
how you been, by the way? I haven't seen you in a while. How you been, Mike? Haven't seen you in a
Oh,
while.
I've been better than you. I just been living life with my sugar foot and enjoying life. I just came back from a nice trip. I was in Cancun for a week. Cancun. That's why you didn't hear from Mike 123 yet. Cancun.
He been Cancuning. This is crazy. Lord
I
Jesus.
started talking Spanish since I've been back at.
You sound like you talking cerveza. Shit.
Say, let me tell you something, Rooster. What the fuck made you name yourself Rooster?
It is nothing to your concern. I would never know you or
You
meet
fucking
you or
hen.
fly out.
Say, you know these hens. Say Rooster and the hens. They roll.
That's what you sound like right now.
No, but let me tell you some real shit, Rooster.
Okay, let me tell
I
you
see you
some real.
around here and there. I see you around.
Whoa! Don't
But let me
ever go after someone you don't know, Mike. He will.
I'm just trying to tell him some real shit.
I am literally. This is my warning. Please be careful.
Well, I'm not going after him. I just want to say what I want to say.
You know what? Weapons free, King Rooster.
Hoorah!
You think King Rooster going to get Mike?
I'm just gonna sit. I'm just gonna sit here and listen.
Nah, King Rooster. What I did, because I seen you around the streets. I seen you in the YouTube streets, and then you come up with a lot of phony. You phony in my book, but you're not funny or nothing like that. And you just phony, King Rooster. Come on, you gotta grow a set. Grow a set.
That's a contradiction, bro. I'm phony, but I'm not phony. What's in your heart, my good friend?
Well, what's in my heart is that you're phony, Rooster, and you need to find a hand to play with.
Phony to who?
Well, I think you're phony. Well, first of all, you're phony to me.
It sound like you a peck of wood that come out of goddamn prison cell looking for somebody to play with. This a male. Why is your energy focused?
You're sadly mistaken. You're sadly mistaken, Rooster.
No, well, I'm not sad at all, and I ain't mistaken. No,
Mike
your energy.
Mike got a beautiful 2 or 3 women. You know what?
That don't mean shit. Them folk that be coming
It
out
means
there
a whole lot when you
penitentiary.
got money. It means a whole lot. You got money.
Okay, I ain't worried about your money. I ain't asked you about your finances.
If you ain't got no money, you ain't got no life.
Oh, well, hey, to each his own. However you
All
do
you
it,
gonna do is sit here and argue with Stanley.
I never said. Did I argue with Stanley?
I just got back from.
We've literally not been arguing for like 2 hours.
Shut up and let me talk. I came in hot.
What is your problem?
Nah, he came in trying to talk to a king cock.
I came in hot and I'm gonna stay hot. And Mike is
let me properly introduce and set some sort of. Mike is Mike. No. You gotta take a deep breath. Mike doesn't know you.
No, he don't.
Now he is a friend of the show, a very good.
Okay, I will take it easy.
But no, don't take it easy.
Well, no, you're not gonna do it.
Don't hurt him too bad, King.
You're not gonna make me seem like a pussy, Stanley.
But Stan, what happened is now. See, I got to look at him now, and I got to kind of be quiet and analyze the situation because
no. Yeah, listen to dude. There are all kinds of chinks. Yes. Yep.
The words he said, I have seen you around on YouTube, so you are a fan of me.
Yeah.
Are you the word police now? You the word police now.
So you are a fan, so I can't treat you real bad.
No.
Thank you.
I'm not a fan of you
for your support.
Whatsoever.
No, you see me around. I know nothing of you, my good sir.
You a goddamn lie. You addressed me in the chat several times.
They probably up on a burner account.
Shout out to Donald Trump, who's the head
They
of my
said
life.
Mike. I have not spoke or typed Mike in like 6 years. I have not typed to
Well, see,
anybody
Rooster,
named
you're
Mike.
lying. You know, when
So
people have
basically,
receipts.
you are a follower, and
Well,
you
when people have
basically,
receipts.
Sam, am I that damn beautiful where you are stalking me now? Because I have
I'm not
not
here to
typed Mike.
argue it. I'm not here to argue with you. I just
I
express
have not.
the way
No,
I feel
I
about
have
you.
not. I have not typed Mike. Even when the
So,
Michael
Stanley, let
Jackson
me
movie
ask you a
came out,
question,
I ain't
Stanley.
even looked that shit up. I have not even looked that up. So the thing
Stanley,
about
that's enough
Mike,
for Rooster. He gonna go get him a hand tonight. But let me ask
Okay,
you a question, Stanley.
here's what you're gonna do. Let him finish.
No, you don't
please.
tell me. I tell you.
Okay, dude, please don't
he
be
sound like
that
Elon. He
obstinate.
sound like
Shout out to
Elon.
Donald Trump.
You're just back from vacation. You got
Oh no, Stanley,
some
but I
su-
did have some
you
real
got
shit to tell
you
you.
got some sugar foot. Be
I
calm.
did have some real shit to tell you, though,
Act like
Stanley.
you
Listen.
got some pussy, boy, and calm down.
Stanley, I got some real shit to tell you. Listen to this. Now you'll never believe it. Mikey, we got stopped on the way coming in from there. You know, it's horrible, but that's a horrible place. I would recommend nobody go to Mexico.
Where'd you
But-
get stopped? Were
Well,
you
we
on a
got stopped
fast
in the
boat in the
airport by the,
Caribbean? Did they
by the
almost shoot
HSI.
you out of the water?
No, we got stopped by the HSI. You know what HSI?
Remind me, because I don't off the top of my
Homeland
head.
Security. You know, Homeland Security.
Well, that's not. Is
Well,
that
shut
what it's
up and
called?
let me
Homeland
finish.
Security. Interesting.
Yeah, we got stopped. You know, and it'll be an hour for me to explain, but I'm gonna just cut to the
Well,
chase.
no. We got time.
I'm gonna cut to the chase it, and you know, and they let Mike on 123 on through, Stanley. Mike 123.
If it kept your sugar foot.
Where did you get stopped at? What state or ordinance or Providence or whatever? Where do you get stopped?
Hey, I didn't address you, Rooster. Calm down. You got a hand.
Come on now, we're on a panel. Don't be hostile.
Well, I'm not being hostile, but I addressed you,
Rooster is
Stanley,
a
and then
friend.
when you get these
Rooster is
puppets-
a friend of the show. Please be
Okay,
cordial.
he's a friend of He's a friend of you, not a
No,
friend
he's
of
a
Mike.
friend of this goddamn show. Be cordial, please.
Doesn't mean I got to be a friend with it.
Oh, it actually does mean that. Now, Mike, please, you're back from vacation. You got.
I
some
don't need
pussy.
all this
Be
bullshit you trying to
cordial,
steal.
Mike. I beg of you, Mike. Please be
Well, I
cordial.
don't need you begging. I don't need. He's a
No,
grown
don't
fucking
beg
man.
No.
No,
I'm just gonna
don't
see what's
beg
gonna happen when I say I beg of you, son. Don't do
He
it.
has no decorum. He has no. He see that white shit leaking out of him right now. That bullshit. That's what they do.
Now you want to make it a race game.
Oh
You wanna
Lord,
make it a
that's
race
what you
game.
came up here for. That's what you came up here for, right?
That's not what I
You
came
made
here
it an
for.
animal thing. You was talking about hens and roosters.
Oh shit!
Yeah, because your
Here
name
we
is
go.
Rooster, dude.
Yeah.
Your name is
Did
Rooster.
you
You're
okay? But didn't you know that I'm some kind of human or some kind of form of a demigod compared to you, and some kind of human? But you talked about farm animals
Your
or
name says it all.
Cancooning
You're
and
Rooster.
shit.
You're Rooster.
You came up here talking about Cancooning or whatever you was doing.
You a rooster.
I have
Your
no-
name says it all. That's enough said.
I'm glad to meet one of my fans.
So Stanley, let me tell you about your sick ass. Don't think you gonna escape Mike 123
And
tonight.
you gonna
because
call
I
this
heard
man sick? You
Stanley,
call this man
because I
sick?
heard
So
I
are
heard
you
what you
making
said.
fun of something?
Rooster, it's a mute button and it's a camera button. You can hit it.
Why would I cam up for you? You a stalker, clearly, because I don't know nothing about you. But you say I have seen you around. That's the word.
Can you hear me? Are you on mute, Stanley? Hello?
Oh my Lord, was I on mute? God damn it.
The entire time.
Everybody dropped. I don't know what the hell.
Damn it.
The entire time. I was like, what?
Yeah. Okay, Mello. Thank God you came up here and told me I was on a roll.
And I needed an excuse to join the panel, so I put something in the back chat to make you laugh. It's
Hold
just,
on.
Okay.
Which Mella is this? Which Mella is
Lupin,
this?
Well, hold on one sec, please,
It's
because
me,
I
really.
was on mute and I gotta thank some patrons of the show. Saturday show sponsored by Lupin Writing, DCKJ3, 12th Man, and Mariah. Thank you so much. Executive producers, and we'll talk about it at some point, but these two paid the newspaper bills, and actually I think the YouTube bill too. So generous. I've
Somebody
known
got
both
some
of them.
money.
Now Lupin is my senior and a voice of reason. The motherfucker's just smart and super successful. CKJ3, super successful Navy veteran. We're sailors, and this motherfucker's a good father. He's a family man extraordinaire.
That's
So
what's up.
I'll stop. I will stop fawning over them, but they really just surprised me at how generous. So thank you, sirs. Mike, you're back. Banksy, Mello, you go first. Banksy second, please. They're new to the
Stanley,
panel.
yesterday, or rather, I guess it would be the other day by now, but I had mentioned how I wasn't feeling well. I found out why.
Was that why
She's
you sent me
pregnant.
that video?
She's pregnant.
and I thank you kindly. Thank you. That's not the case. The case is, and this is a public service announcement, I was experiencing
She's pregnant by a YouTuber.
oils, restaurant oils. Okay. Like, for instance, when you go to a seafood place, and it's a high class seafood place or low class seafood place, no matter what, if you are experiencing where they serve you this clarified butter, it's not real butter. Okay, it's not real butter. So you're just dunking your lobster in there.
Whoa. What is it?
It's some type of seed oil. It's some type of blend. It's some blend of seed oils with
Like
butter.
canola oil or something like that.
Yeah,
It's not.
with
It's some
butter
refined
flavor.
shit like gasoline.
Yeah, with butter flavor.
Shut up and let her speak.
With butter flavor, and if you do that enough.
Okay, Mike, have you ever gone over to see Moore's show?
That man, that's crazy, bro. I don't even want to talk to Mike.
Yeah,
Mike,
I supported Seymour. I supported him.
Mike is as a matter of fact.
No, I was just saying Mela
Mike,
came up here. She said you'll never guess what happened.
Okay,
She's pregnant by you.
please,
Let's talk about Seymour.
Mike, let your seniors talk. Sorry, Mel.
Go ahead. I apologize.
Now, Stanley, I did witness the other night that you were cussing out Seymour on his own channel.
Yep.
But I left.
Do you want to know why?
Well, you don't like him, but
no. It had
but
nothing
then
to do with
Vanta appeared and you started cussing out Vanta. You said Vanta is a joke.
Mela. There is a reason I went off like that, and it was always controlled. Do you remember It's My Time, Mela?
Yes, she's the one that showed off her ZZ Top gay friend.
Right. Well, you know what she did? She literally got up on Seymour's show and started talking about my wife, and I've got white stepkids, but I didn't raise them. The reason I talk about my son all the time is because I raised him personally. Those stepkids were like close to high school graduation. when we moved, it was pretty much me, my wife, and my
She was
son.
hitting below the belt. Okay.
Okay, but they were adults.
Yeah, but
Like,
she was hitting below the belt to even mention that.
oh no, it went. Oh, she went lower. She said
Went
something
lower?
about no. Oh, please, King Rooster, you'll be interested. Mike, you'll be interested. Banksy, just hold on one sec because I haven't talked to you in a while. No, she said I SA'd the boy. She first off, she got it wrong. Like I had two white boys,
She tripping.
stepsons. I did have one,
She tripping.
but no. She went on to say I was some sort of SA, like that
Slander.
type of
Slander.
zero. She was, and then the next night, last night, she's all teary eyed and apologizing because she was mad and went too far. That's why. Now, please, Mela, maybe your judgment will be that I went too far, but you don't ever sully my reputation
I
like that.
didn't mention that you went too far. I wasn't actually going to say
No.
that.
I want to explain why I was cursing out CM for tolerating that. Oh, he was encouraging it.
I bet he
And
was.
oh, dude,
I didn't
it
listen
was
to the entire thing. I just heard a
right.
segment. I
Well, I'm
heard,
glad you.
I saw
All
your
I have to
icon
say,
and
right.
I heard that you were embarrassing him. I didn't know the origin. I didn't know the reason.
Oh,
I just heard
I
it and then I tuned out. I left.
right. Well, let me tell you this. The only reason that dude, they were so far out of the ballpark. It was literally they effed up themselves more than they did me, but the gall. Like, who are these hoodlums? I was annoyed, and I'm still not done. It's my time. What she did is unforgivable.
Well, hold on.
She
Can
could
I
have-
speak it?
Okay, what I need you to do is just hold on one sec. I will
Well, you're
never
giving
forgive
bad
it.
advice, Stanley.
I will never forgive It's My Time. Not ever.
Yeah,
That is just because you were mad,
that
you gonna
is
make up shit
not
like that. She
that's
never.
that type of slander is ridiculous.
Oh no. But she is unforgiven, not even a bit. I'm still trying to figure out. He's got a problem on his hands because he's made me an enemy. I will. That kind of motherfucking tolerating something, and I kept going. She needs to verify it. And he's
Exactly.
like, no. I believe her because
That's
she
a
said it.
lawsuit.
CM, keep
There's
thinking we're
that's
friends.
a lawsuit.
You are gonna
No,
fuck
hold on.
up
You can't
Valley
talk about
Black.
CM. That's my dog.
Okay,
CM, my
what you
dog. I
need
can't
to
let
do,
you.
fuck your dog.
Look at this crap.
I'm gonna neuter your dog and then I'm gonna put him down.
Why y'all don't
Mike,
feel comfortable enough to tell him that?
don't come up on my panel and be talking shit. It's easy to put
I'm just
you in
saying,
the
why
back.
you don't feel comfortable
Bitch,
enough to
I
tell
don't
CM
care.
that?
I don't care what you're just saying.
Stan, we got big rubber band, cow status rubber bands.
I can't let you talk about somebody that's not here. That's not right, B. That ain't player.
You ain't gonna let nobody do nothing.
Okay, what Mike doesn't understand is
John
CM's
Appleseed.
listening. CM, people like CM are always listening.
Yeah, they are. Look, bro. Look, Stan.
Dude,
These
I
people,
am
Stan,
going to
Stan. Watch
go
this.
ahead.
Let me tell you this. You know how weird some of these people are, bro. I went into a Discord, right? I went into a Discord chat, bro. That lets me know how many people are following me or are weirdos. They had a whole.
So why
they had a whole banner. Look, no, that they had me in a Pittsburgh Pirates baseball cap, like with the baseball suit on, with a whole
See, no real man to talk about a
on
man behind their
animal
back.
thing. No, hold on. the whole thing is these are weirdos. They are the weird
They
ones.
are weird.
Just trying to
You people are sissies.
look.
No real.
No, listen what I'm saying.
Oh,
How is a person making a whole banner about me that which I don't even really pop up to the Discord? I just go every once in a while, just mess with folks and see what the conversation about. But this person instantly pulled up a banner, so that means that person been watching me up under a different name and everything. I'm gonna show you the key, Stan. If anything was to go on
No, I'm
dealing
listening.
with trying to get people in trouble, bro, look up how many people got me blocked but respond to me under different names. My name is the key because I've been in these spaces of people that create narratives, and I be looking at the content creator. They do certain things for money, and I look at them sideways too. But
let me
a
ask
lot
you
of
a
people
question.
have blocked me in order for
Right.
them to say certain things, and they'll
But let
say
me
certain
let me
things to
let me
me up
just
under
say
different
this.
names.
I am not you. You are like King Rooster. I'm just some dude with 350 subscribers. What would possess a woman, like a decent woman who is stable in her head, she literally knows nothing. She just made some shit up. She took what I said and she just, dude, it was disgusting. She is unstable and just one goddamn joke. And I'm gonna stand by the joke because it seems to be more real than a joke at this point. She's never gonna be forgiven. You don't
Danny, wat is je dat ook
you
van,
don't
bro?
take my name and do some shit like that and get away with it. And
No.
Seymour was the nest that fucking evil blackbird flew from. He's gonna suffer.
Look, Stan, they had a person. I'm telling you, these people are the way that they are. They had a person
Right.
that they was trying to tell me, the person that made the little banner, this is such and such. I said, who the fuck is he? I don't know him. I have not talked to him, have not seen him, had a conversation with him. Bro, if I was on some real I'm scared of everybody type shit, bro, don't you know, if I was to get like an internet dump, like just on my name being said, bro, like just typed in and get them. See, a lot of folks don't like when you mix. They talk about segregation, and then when you mix them in, the people that can actually figure out who's doing whatever, like a person, and it can be a black person. If I get somebody to just type in my name and say, search everything about my name or what aliases I put on the internet about my name, bro, don't you know how many colored folks are gonna be pulled up that's doing devilish shit? The white folks ain't even the problem. It's these Negroes and these niggerettes. Niggerettes. Look, if I was to do it, if I was to go to somebody and I say, I think I'm in trouble by the internet. If I go to a person and say, hey,
Well, let me stop you there because we got to let Mello talk.
Yeah, go ahead.
I see it somewhat different.
That's why I like when they type my name. I like when they type it. Just type it in there.
Hey, I want people
I'm
to type
good.
my name.
Just keep talking. I'm good.
Well, no, I'm like, I literally have nothing to hide if you actually want to go and look up little old me. But dude, just for some random old woman, dude, she's 2 years older than me. That's the other thing. I'm 61. This lady's 63 with grandkids and shit.
She needs some
What is
wiener.
what is she teaching? What is she teaching them grandkids? She's just being all violent shit. And then
them grandkids
but
gonna
no,
be just as
that's
messy as
beyond.
her.
It's like,
They gonna
dude,
be just
I
as
expect
messy.
a 60, and she is
Makes you wonder
attractive,
what
but
she's been through in life.
I don't give a F what she's been through. It's not my business.
The capital one.
Why would
not the little
why would
one.
I care? I know her here and now. I also know what she's capable of. I know what she did for no reason. Dude, I called her little dude. And this is what I tried to tell CM Mella because you were here. She left the panel and then she calls back in with some white boy, weird looking white boy. Just this white boy comes out of nowhere, starts roasting me like he knows me. I was like,
what I'm
what?
saying.
Who are you? so she put that dumb fucking white boy up to just let's call him and roast him. Dude, of course I'm gonna fight back. And Mella Mella gave me the joke. No. A 63-year-old black woman does not act like that. And if you want to get my attention, that is the absolute wrong way to do it. You have fucked up. I wanted to use the B word, but she has a problem, and I'm 61. I do. No, not in front of Mella. Not in front. No, Mella's just gonna chastise me.
Women like beaches.
No,
they like sand.
Come on now, King Rooster.
Women like beaches.
It's not my way. And here comes Imperius. Salute, Imperius.
Stanley, how are you? Look at Stanley. Hey, Rooster, how you doing? Stanley, I was getting Stanley. Where's my boo at? Where's my sugar tits, Mikey at? I was here at my trick was back in town.
He'll be back. He'll be back up now that you're here.
Yeah, I was gonna fuck him while he was up here. I was gonna impregnate him. He was talking about the impregnated.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Look, I was gonna impregnate Mike.
Hold on one sec. Hold on there,
Let me
boys.
grab his ankles while
Mella is here in. No, y'all need to stop. Come on, Mella's here. To be honest, I'd rather talk to Mella than any of you swinging dicks.
Well, I don't blame you, Stanley. I mean,
nice.
we're ugly, smelly guys.
I know, and it is Friday, and I know Mella.
It's Friday, crazy. It's our day, Stanley. It's the day for the Vox Populi. It's the mob day, Stanley.
Is that how they talk to you? It's Poppy right? It's a quibble. It's a quibble. It's a quibble.
It's just the mob. The pop.
Well, hold on. Mike 123 don't fucking smell.
Is.
Mike 123 don't fucking smell. If anything, Mike 123 smells good. You know, I can't let you get away with it.
Now I'm pissed off. Mella, y'all drove Mella off.
This is gonna be the takedown on Mike right here. I'm gonna grab his ankle. Imperial, you rush.
Mella ran from. She heard Mike was coming back, and she ran from it.
Mike.
Yeah, we all believe that, Mike. And motherfucker, I told you it's $20 to bring your dumb ass back up here, right? Where my $20?
I didn't get.
Yeah.
Shout out to my baby boo.
You done gave me, motherfucker. I told you what it would take to come back up here, and you just ignored, and I forgot. Son, you better treat
Stanley, do you think we'll name our first kid Michelle? Stanley, do you think that would be our first kid that Mikey gives birth to?
I think he's gonna name that first kid Sugar. It's gonna be Sugarfoot.
Sugarfoot.
Sugarfoot? What about Sugar Bum?
No, Sugar Bum is actually interesting.
She is. She's funny. She is. She's very funny in her wit.
Sugar Bomb don't want nothing but a half pack of Cools and some malt liquor.
But she's funny though.
Crazy. Yeah. I don't never have no problem. I don't know what people have a problem. I never have a problem out. She don't block me out or none of that.
No, Sugar Bum always says hi, dude. She gives me little hearts. She goes, "Oh, Imperious little hearts." Mm-hmm. My Sugar Bum. Yeah. Did you see the little clip where JP talked about her and him being these two apes, and he's all, "Oh, look, it's me and Sugar Bum." Did you?
Wait, hold it. What?
She's real funny.
There's a clip. I'll try to find it, Stanley, for you. I can't. Where he's talking about like he's watching this clip of two like apes in the Congo,
Yeah,
and like the
I'm
male
about
goes
to bounce
over
up
and
out of
grabs
here
like
with this queer shit. I don't rock with that.
Mikey, come here. Come on, Mike. I just want you to lick my chode real quick. Thank you. Now
Just give
before
it to Mikey.
yeah, give it to Mikey. Mikey's lips. Mike, if I want your lip, I'll toggle my zipper.
Mikey likes everything.
He does.
Eat
Mikey,
anything.
yeah, Mikey loves all. He loves men. He loves women. He loves everything.
Yeah, they had a commercial about you back in the 80s, bro.
He's that. You remember that clip of Family Guy where the little baby's like, "Look, I'll give you anything you want. Money, women." Looks at him all odd. Men, like you know what I mean? Like it's like that's what I feel like you have to do with Mike.
Yeah.
Money, women, men.
Yeah, he got happy then. Exclamation points.
Yeah. He is a sad guy. I mean, I love Mike.
Hold it. Did he just abandon ship?
He did. We ran him off. We're dude. We give him trauma because I think we remind him of how many men have buck broken him throughout his life. You know what I mean?
I think you're reminding him of Cancun.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, what happens in Cancun stays in Cancun, right?
We didn't ask him what his Sugarfoot a size 12.
I feel like he's a sugar. I feel like Mike's sugar bum because I feel like Mike's the kind of guy that would leave or would wake up on the last day of spring break with like a beer bong up his ass. You know what I mean, or something like that.
Oh
like, you
wow,
know,
that and what else would they do with markers back in the day?
Draw cocks all over his face for sure. Oh yeah, that would be yeah. Oh yeah, that's. I mean, that's not even a question. I mean, he would be the penis king of like South Florida. He would be the penis king of South Florida before we were done with him. You know what I mean? It's honestly sad that Mike 123 can't like accept himself. You know, it's sad. It's sad, G.
That's crazy.
I think his Sugarfoot has accepted him.
Do you think his name is Sugarfoot because he has gout or he has like diabetes and might lose it? Sugarfoot, you know what I mean?
What? The one thing I do want to know is when he was in Cancun, what did he do with that bitch in the garage?
How do you know it was a woman?
Oh no, it's a dog.
Oh, well, that's sick, Stanley. Can you?
He probably let that poor dog. He probably let that dog.
That's sick. Mike's a sick guy, dude. That's a sick puppy, dude. Mike's a sick puppy, dude. He really is. Mike reminds me of the bad guy from Seven. That's how evil Mike is. I mean, he's a sick guy.
And he been watching me. I'm scared.
Hey Mike, Hey Mike, did you board your bitch?
I bet Mike gets boarded by his daddy too. Do you think he gets? But Mike gets boarded a different way. He gets waterboarded by cock.
Teabagger.
He gets teabagged by cock for his. He gets teabaggered. Yes.
Hey, hold it. Let me. Moxie Wits, my lord. Thank you so much, Moxie. This is honestly, dude. People are supporting this show.
That's crazy.
So,
it was Red that sent that money in.
No,
on behalf of
it's actually an honor. To be honest, dude, I'm just some dull motherfucker who likes to read books.
Yeah, but Stanley, you're able to deal with the cucked mulatto, Mr. CM. You know what I mean?
Is he a mulatto? I had no clue he was a mulatto.
He's a Cali black. He's not a true black. I mean, look at him, right? I mean,
Stanley, did you hear me and King Rooster talking about it? It's here in the South. It's here in the South, people.
Yeah, down there, like
when
you
hand your 10-year-old a 12 gauge in on purpose because he needs to feel the kick, and you tell him how to stand, but he's not ready for and hopefully it's a little muddy. No,
I feel like CM would be the kind of kid.
CM's the kind of kid
Oh,
that would hurt his shoulder and cry.
CM's never motherfucking shot a goddamn.
No. CM's the kind of idiot that would jump out of a car and shoot at someone holding it sideways and hit nothing but air.
You know what? Hey, Imperious, I was about to say that. That motherfucker saw it in Boys in the Hood or some shit like that.
See, the thing what people don't realize is down here in the South, it's the old, like, kind of heavier set old timers, black guys, white guys, whatever, that are carrying. They've been shooting for like 50 years. They'll put one between your eyes in like 5 seconds, in 2 seconds.
Shit, with one hand.
It's not like the tough young guys that are all hard and shit. It's the older kind of like old heavier set guys in their 50s, 60s that are just walking in the store that just have their holster. You know what I mean? And it's
yeah.
Those are the kind you don't want to mess with. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you call him sir.
Right.
Like, sir. But you know what? They'll also be the nicest people. Like, yeah, sure, I'll help, dude. Just don't fuck with him.
And then a lot
Have you heard of Bob? Have you heard of Bob? Have you ever? Hold on. Have you ever heard of Bob Munden?
No.
He had a
that's
record.
the one that
You know how fast?
revolver shooter fastest.
Point here,
Yep.
Stanley. You want to hear how fast he pulled, shot, and hit a target where he wanted to? 0.02 seconds. He was able to draw a pistol from.
What was? Oh, really? What kind of pistol?
A 6-shooter revolver.
A revolver, and the man
Well,
was able
dude,
to shoot.
those are revolver. Dude, people, fucking, dude, revolvers, dude. You don't have to. They will. You can pull it out of the mud and shoot it.
Yeah, it's less. But Stan, with Bob Munden.
Yeah, but Stanley, not in point. Nobody can do Stanley ever to shoot a gun. Stanley, he's the fastest man ever to shoot a gun. I put the link in the back if you want to show a little video of him.
And then he was actually accurate with it.
Yeah,
wow.
Stanley, like Stanley, he can hit a quarter out of the air in under a second, Stanley, by pulling and shooting before it hits the ground.
And people were shooting aspirin. That man that
Like that, Stanley, you don't dude. He hit he pulled and drew.
But wait, hold on. We'll show the video.
Yeah, please show the video.
I think it's on the screen. Oh shoot, my bad. Here we go.
And
there we go. Well, let's
Jerry
play it.
Mitchellak was one of them too. He one of them too.
Well, put your link in the back, Rooster.
He's been doing this for more than 30 years. Just how fast? Thanks to slow motion, we're able to time his draws to less than 0.2 of a second. Fast, maybe, but could he hit anything or anyone drawing that fast? He didn't have any trouble hitting this cup before it hit the ground. And this balloon didn't have a prayer. But watch this. Now watch again carefully in slow motion. In 1/10 of a second, he fires off not one but 2 shots, hitting both balloons dead on. Not too many young gunslingers offer to take Munden on, but even as fast as he is, he says he would never have been a gunslinger in the Old West.
I'd have been a bartender. That's where the money was.
Guy's the best ever. That's like the Michael Jordan or like Wayne Gretzky shooting. Like he is that. Like God touched that hand, dude. Like to be able to draw that kind, like it's incredible.
The muscle memory is.
Let me say one thing, Moxie. Moxie supporting the show. You are now. Stop it, please. Let me thank my supporter, Beers. Like if Moxie supported me, that's like elite. So,
well, it's really Red supporting you through her.
I have no clue
because he loves me. Red is her husband. His name is and he loves me. Him and I are soulmates. So he's supporting since I'm up here. He wants to send you.
Well, all I need to do is thank Moxie, and you're quite clever yourself, ma'am, by the way. So
thank Red too. Say thank. We'll thank Moxie and Red. Say that, Stanley. I think you should probably say that.
Why would I do that?
Because that's her husband. He's supporting.
I don't know.
No, but he's supporting it all.
I do know that Moxie has her own money.
No, she doesn't. She enslaves Red. No, she doesn't do anything anymore. No, she enslaves Red. It's sad. It's sick. It's sick. It's a sick world, Stanley.
I don't know I don't want to get into the middle of this. So
it's sick.
thank you
I'm
so
planning.
much.
I'm planning. I'm
Thank you
planning the
so much.
Shawshank Redemption. I'm planning
Thank
the
you
Red
so
Shank
much.
Redemption.
Thank you so much, Moxie. Kim, please hit the link. Moxie, I know you go up on panels occasionally. Never worry about coming up here. You're always welcome. So
Red, if you can hear my voice, my love, Red Shank Redemption plan is coming through. We're gonna do it. We're gonna get you out of there.
I'm sorry, what? Red Shank Redemption? Oh my Lord, look at this woman. Let me do this.
Yeah, Imperious Jerry Mitchell, like he one of the same ones too. He did something with the Mossberg 12 gauge.
Yeah,
He made
he's
it
more
kinda
with the rifles
fast.
and the 12 gauge. Yeah. He does 3-gun comp. He did 3-gun comp.
Yeah. I watch all kind of shooting channels,
Man,
man. I like it.
You two are into weapons.
Oh, Stanley, I've got like 100 guns. Yeah, Stanley, I've got so many.
Oh, there is no doubt you do.
Stanley, I just love them as collecting. I don't even use them. I just,
Once
Brooklyn,
you buy them, you don't
Let me ask you a
you know what I'm saying?
question. Since we're and this is gonna it's on the topic, but you were aware of what happened in San Diego, right?
Oh yeah, it's like 100 miles from me.
So this kid, I think he's 17, somehow or another figured out how to get into his parents' or his mother's gun safe. Can you talk to me? And you have a better education. Why would you ever give your 17-year-old? How would your 17-year-old even know how to get into the gun safe?
Okay, well, I mean, they're usually a gun safe.
No. Let Imperious
it either
talk.
has a key or a padlock. It's either going to be like a key lock or like a numbered lock. And if they saw your code, they could probably like watch you if you ever did it.
Right, but why would you not dude, that
No, I get it,
look,
but you don't ever know. Like you wouldn't like what I'm saying is like you keep like it.
Would you figure out now? The mother was the one who called the cops in the first place, and they were rather slow. Like figuring
responding.
it out. Would you? She's probably not going to.
Well, if you have you have no liability as far as I understand, as long as you had them in a safe in California. There's a safe storage law in California in some states, which is being questioned constitutionally because like in the home is where your rights are the strongest. You know what I mean? In your domicile. Your domicile. You know what I mean? So it's kind of hard for the state to come in your domicile when in Heller. Hold on.
Thank you for saying that.
In Heller, it speaks directly. Scalia's writing speaks directly about having a gun on the counter near the bed.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be hard to talk about that and say that you can uphold that you're required to have it in a storage with it. Like I would say that like you might be able to say like you have to do it in a responsible way, as in like you have to like maybe have one of those like individual gun locks or like
trigger lock.
Yeah, like a trigger lock or maybe have like some kind of padlock or a box lock, which like for a single pistol near your bed that you put your hand on and it can open. But to say that she's going to be liable for having
I don't think she will be. She called. Yeah. She was like, "Holy shit!"
I don't know what else.
It took them 2 hours to figure it out.
You can't say to like a parent, you have to change the combo every 2 weeks or something. That's like you're imposed. That would be like saying to have the First Amendment, you have to go to church every week. Like that would be insane. You can't tell me how often especially when the court right now is getting rid of the marijuana restrictions with firearms because they can't determine what an addict is. They can't determine what an addict is because the founders were all addicts in our sense of the word. They drank pints of alcohol a day.
I've heard the stories.
These guys were crazy. These guys were like the biggest party animals. Remember, they were in their 30s when they did all this shit.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like people forget these guys. A lot of these guys were in their 30s and 40s when they did it. Like Washington was a little older, but a lot of these guys, Hancock, Jefferson, Hamilton, like these guys were in their 30s and 40s.
Right.
You know what I mean? So you don't think they partied after they did it and banged a ton of women and went nuts that they just created a nation and you know what I mean? Like, hey, you guys are great. Of course they did.
And
But
they was crazy enough and unruly enough to make folks
scared
enough to follow them. That's all it was.
Well, it was scared. They was
the brutes.
No, they weren't scared.
Let me.
No, they
and this is kind of serious since I have you here and you have the training I wish I had, dude. With rights come responsibilities.
Absolutely.
Look, people want to talk about free speech absolutism, and dude, if you got rights, you have to be a responsible wielder of rights. And I think we're not training people. Now, it is what it is in 2026, but are we training our kids to understand what a Second Amendment right is? There's huge responsibility. Your right could kill people. You can't do that.
It's the same. Yeah, it's the same thing with driving.
Now,
Kids
help
nowadays
me.
think driving is
And I'm
right.
going, dude.
It's the same thing.
We are not training our kids.
Rights don't exist without duties. Duties and rights go hand in hand.
Yes.
Okay, like that's the thing. A right without a duty doesn't exist.
Amen.
It's an entitlement. It's an entitlement, not a right. After that,
okay,
it becomes an entitlement.
I've heard this I've heard this forever. Dude, what are we doing? And I'm a little tipsy, so I'm not.
Well, it's because you have people like Mariah with 27 kids and can't raise them.
No, I actually, dude, that woman. This is the worst thing about being old on YouTube. Whoo boy, there's some womans on here that are cute, and I have to be a gentleman. God damn it.
You don't have to.
Look, I'm gonna hop off. I'm gonna hop off because Brooklyn wants to hop off, and she'd be nice to come up for you. So I'm gonna hop off. She's a little intimidated by me, she says. So I'm gonna hop off for a little bit.
Okay,
I'll try to come back if I have time.
You tend to be pretty gentlemanly up here, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I know, but she's a girl, so it doesn't, it's a little different. I'll try to be back if I have time. But Moxie, just remember, you will never have Red's heart. I have Red's heart. I'll talk to you soon, Stanley.
All right.
That's crazy.
How do I follow that up?
Man.
What's up, 12 man?
It's good to see
and
you.
Shit.
12
I
man.
am
Oh man. 12 man, pop up, man. Pop up. I know of him too. I know of him. I done talked to him too. So I like Imperial. A lot of people, I don't know why they do Imperials like that, but I like Imperial.
Well,
I never had no.
if you have ever heard Imperius, he was look. I went in Imperius mode when this CM old woman.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes you just have to show them what you're made of.
But I've been look, Stan. I have been in spaces with Imperius a lot of times. I have no problem with what he does or what he says. It's funny to me because like they'll call him, oh, he's racist. No, he's saying what some people would want to say, but he's giving you the key. He's giving it to you. Look, true racist people, bro, they wouldn't allow you the time to be in their presence. They don't even embark on the journey.
You and I thoroughly disagree on that. There's no.
Listen what I'm saying. Okay, I'm telling you.
I think a true racist, if you say the N-word even as a term of endearment, you're a racist. I am persnickety about that. I'm very academic
but
in the
see, I
definition
know.
of what a hold on one sec. I'm very persnickety about that. And there's a reason I am. You'll get someone like a Clarence Thomas talking about how colorblind the Constitution is. It is literally almost disgusting. Clarence Thomas needs to read more. Read Thomas More. Now that we're talking about more, Thomas More talking about utopia. We are not colorblind. I don't think we can be. It's not even that much of a United States culture problem. It's a Western civilization problem. But
Yeah.
it is a problem, and we need to stop pretending that we're colorblind. And we probably
agree,
shouldn't
Stanley.
be, but we don't understand what race is. If some little kid just calls you the N-word because he heard it watching a movie and he thinks it's calling you dear, now he's unintentional, of course. He doesn't mean it. He doesn't know, but dude, the culture is racist from inception.
Right.
America was going to be racist because of 1619. And that's what these people don't seem to understand. And by the way, racism in America hurts Be Brave more than it hurts me. Motherfucker, be a smart black man like a
all the time.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
no, dude, Be Brave is the worst victim of racism because a Stanley Cross is just gonna go, "Who the fuck are you?" and walk away. Motherfucker, you're so you're so racist. I don't want to help you.
Stan, I literally tell people without saying it, like you said, because
Hey,
you
what's
can
up, Clark,
articulate it. Look, I still live in the Jim Crow South, and I do not have problem out of white people. I will have a problem out of us at the gas station because I don't want to give him 50 cents that he didn't earn. So
that's that is a result of racism, but it's not quite the same problem.
He racist
Let
at
me
me,
tell
but
you
look.
Let me tell you a
I'm telling
story. And this is like one of my favorite stories. Dude, Savannah was a great place for me to grow up, and my sister too. So we went to the Cathedral Day School, which is right next to the Catholic Cathedral in Savannah. It was a great childhood. Dude, you know, my parents work, so sometimes they drop us off at school early. Dude, we walked down to Clary's Drugs, and two little black kids sitting up at the at the counter that our grandmother would have had a problem with sitting there. And we'd ask for breakfast, we paid for it, and they treat us like, oh, these two little Catholic school kids and all that stuff. Dude, my bookstore, one day I didn't know that these it's kind of in Shaver's Books in Savannah, Shaver's Bookstore in Savannah. I had no clue that the owners and Mrs. Shaver was just a beautiful woman. Her husband was older, but dude, I had no clue they knew who my father was. They knew my mother too. Dude, after school, we just gallivant down there and we wouldn't touch books or cause damage, but dude, we were readers growing up. So we go in there and maybe every now and again we had some money to buy a book. That we could walk around, we could touch the books. They're like, so 20 years later, I go walking into Shaver's bookstore because I love the bookstore. So Mrs. Shaver looks at me and goes, Stanley?
Right.
What? You know me?
They remember.
Dude, I'm a motherfucking 31-year-old man. Last time she saw me, I was in 8th grade. Dude. Oh, dude. And dude, I'd spend like $200-300 on books there because I'm a reader and I had the money. So, oh, dude, it was a love affair. I had no clue they knew my father. Oh yeah. Well, it so happens my father was a police official. Like, you know, they knew who he was. And, you know, we would come in our little Catholic school uniforms and I love Savannah. But it was also kind of you know, we weren't going in there, you know, causing a lot of problems and stuff. I just think that growing up in the South, Black people in the South actually understand race better than a Cali Black, like what's his name?
What's his name?
Now
Just
the
leave it there.
thing is that there are Blacks. I think Blacks in the North don't understand race as well as you and I do. Motherfucker, they're not gonna hurt you. Act like
Blacks
you got
in the North, though, I think they don't understand race, period, because they are so.
Yeah, they want
They
to
don't
write songs about it.
because the racism. Look, the racism. What they do is throughout the Great Migration, there. You notice majority of the Blacks in the North that run content creation channels, they are so stuck on slavery. They always, but then when you actually get a Black person to tell you how it is, they are so dismissive of what the actual people who are living in certain situations and environment, they dismiss that, but they do it only for content. So when they come down to Northern Blacks, the Detroit people, the New York, the higher upper end East Coast folk, man, when I deal with those type of content creators, I say what I say and I leave it at that. I say what I say to trigger them to say something because now I know your mindset. You displaced anyway. They think that the racism is in the South. No. The people that bred the people that raised the kids that was in the South, they had a white migration.
I'm agreeing with you.
Look, Stan. They also had a white migration too, because of all of those upstanding schools and everything. Some of them are in the North. So the mindset of the people who were truly racist, their kids went to those great schools of higher education and learning. So now that's why you got the Indiana population of the actual groups of white supremacists and white nationalists.
Well, let me tell you something about Indiana. In the 20s or 30s,
Missouri, in Missouri.
Yeah, Indiana had more members of the Klan than the fucking South did.
See, now how I know that and I'm this young. See, my people told me about this. They said, okay, somebody mentioned the movie Sinners, right? You remember when the little brother, the little cousin, he said, man, I want to go up there to Chicago and I want to play music and whatever. And know what the brother said? Hey, man, don't get your head caught up in all that old talk. Chicago ain't nothing but down south. Bro, it's going to be much worse because you got underhanded racism. Yeah, you can come up here and you can buy beer at this bar, but if your ass get to acting like a nigga, we got them speakeasies where we put your ass under the trap door and your ass never be found again.
Damn.
Shit like that. See,
What's
I know
up,
this shit
man?
because
What you got? Hold on
I
one
was
second.
wondering, do y'all think that people in general, just humans in general, are too tribal to be colorblind?
No, nothing to do with this conversation. You're moving a goalpost. Okay, nope.
Well, you
I know
talking
where you're
about
gonna
being
go with this.
colorblind a while ago.
No. Racism in America is not tribalism. Don't make the comparison. I won't even listen to this argument. I know where you want to go. Don't bring me that.
No, I was just
sort of thing.
asking a
Okay,
question,
listen to what I just told you. I'm not going to allow you to make the argument because it is moving the goalpost. Tribalism is not racism. That's not how race in America came to be. It was systematic. The moral justification for race in America, for Black slavery, African slavery, it came after the economic utility, which is an odd thing. I kind of had to shake my head when it was explained to me. It was utility. Saying Black people are natural slaves came after Black people were enslaved. If you don't know the history, 12th man, no, you don't know the history well enough.
Okay,
Bitch,
man.
I am talking and teaching you how to research and destroy your own tribalism argument. Tribalism is not how race was created in the United States. Okay, we're not going to talk Indian tribes. We're going to talk Black and white. We're going to talk African slavery. It wasn't tribalism. Do not bring that fucking far right argument. It's a Thomas Sowell. Okay, son, I'm not going to even brook the argument. Tribalism has nothing to do with American racism, period. If you know better, research it and prove your tribalism point, but I know it better than you. Now let's move on. Anything else?
Very good.
Oh, I know. And guess what? I'm not guessing. I know the topic. I know I'm right on that. Don't ever bring that bullshit up here. That is be brave level stupid.
Well, I got your opinion. Thank you.
Oh, no. It's not an opinion, motherfucker. I can recommend books to actually educate you how tribalism has nothing to do with American racism. Slaves did not become... Okay, bitch, I'm talking. Dude, you happen to pick the right night. Dude, I know this shit cold. You do not. I know it way better than you do.
Calm down, Stanley.
You motherfucker. No. It's passion. It's not anger. I'm surprised at your ignorance. So I will stop here, but dude, do better.
Well, I mean, don't whites normally
Okay, I don't
be
care
around
what you
whites
mean.
and
I don't
blacks
care
wanna
what
be
you
around
mean.
blacks?
There is no motherfucker. Nothing you say right now is going to correct your misunderstanding of American history. Son, this is what I mean. Dude, you don't even know your own history. Why are you talking about tribalism? Which white tribe in America created racism? You don't even understand that racism was... We created American racism based on some economics, and some of it was luck. But dude, you do realize that John Locke was one of the authors of the South Carolina Charter. Your John Locke's were racist. John Locke had nothing to do with your fucking notion of tribalism. Dude, you gotta know your own white history. Because it was whites in America who created African slavery, not the Africans. See, you and Thomas Sowell helped y'all out. African slavery was African slavery. Arab slavery in Africa was that. So what a dumb fucker like Thomas Sowell wants to say is, ooh, slavery in Africa, we just transported it over. No, it was not inevitable that African slavery was going to migrate over here. The fuck?
Well, their own people
That
were
do
selling them
not
for
talk about. I'm not going to even listen
beans
to
and
what you
rice
have to
and
say.
trinkets.
You literally have no clue what you're talking about. How
Yes, I
about you
do.
go find someone? How about you go find someone who actually knows the history like I do, or better, preferably, so they can teach me. Bottom line is Africans enslaving Africans in Africa didn't make slavery in the United States inevitable. It's sillikins. Slavery was everywhere. It was inevitable it would wind up in the United States. Fuck, that's idiotic. And Thomas Sowell is possibly the biggest contributor to white racism and black racism that we have in the United States. It's surprising. Of course.
They're still selling their own into slavery, Stanley.
Who gives a
today.
motherfuck? I'm not talking 2026 slavery. I'm motherfucking talking American history. What does that have to do with my point?
Because
who is and by the way, who is they?
the Africans that sold the original
you dumb motherfucker.
Slavery.
I need you.
They weren't
do you
forced into slavery.
think you're making a point right now, 12th man?
Yeah, I do.
Then you're dumber than I thought you were.
Oh, you know what I stand?
Oh, hold on one sec.
That was the 10th
hold on
man.
one
This
sec.
is the 12th
How
man.
did the Africans
He the wrong guy.
get? Okay, hold on
rid
one
of
sec. How? No. He's an old friend. He knows we've had this argument before. How did African slavery wind up? Were Africans enslaving Africans in the United States? 12th man.
I don't know what they were doing in Africa.
Well, then, if you don't motherfucking know, why are you talking about Africa?
They were
Okay,
selling their
son,
own
I'm gonna
people.
have to flush you if you cannot listen to what I'm saying. African slavery didn't get transported. It was white people who enslaved Africans in the United States. It wasn't Africans enslaving Africans. Never the twain should meet. Okay, son, motherfucker, don't ever talk when I'm talking. Africans did not enslave Africans in what became the United States. It just didn't happen. It was white people, Europeans, who brought that shit to the United States, and it was the Caribbean before what became the United States. Stop acting like it was Africa's fault that this happened in you. Okay, bitch, enough. Stop it. What I need you to do is read a book or just sit down and do some critical thinking. Africans did not enslave Africans in even in Jamestown. Africans didn't buy slaves in Jamestown in 1619. The fuck are you talking about? Africans didn't even sail those 19 over here on a ship. Stop it. God damn it, dude. The drunker I get, the less I'm tolerant of this sort of ahistoricism.
Well, tell him more, dude. Drink up, bro.
No, it's honestly, it's not. It's real, dude. Just critically think about the history. Africans didn't sail. Africans did not start slavery in Virginia?
Nope.
Humans have been selling humans.
Oh, I don't give a fuck
probably
about any
millions
of that.
years.
I need you to concentrate on my point, which is African slavery was not transported. Africans did not enslave Africans in Virginia in 1619. And by the way, it's a little more complicated. Dude, stop talking about humans enslaving humans. Jefferson, Lincoln. Well, that's a point too. But dude, stop acting like George Washington wasn't a horrible enslaver. Ooh, everybody did it. Therefore, George Washington he's the father of our country, but he wasn't exceptional because he did what Africans did.
Stan, I want to ask this question though.
Okay.
Not to cut you off though. I want to ask this question. Okay.
Well, I probably should be cut off.
If you got like, if we as Americans, we got these people that are so upset at the brown or copper tone people, right? And they don't want to have nothing to do with them. What is their obsession?
You're kind of
what
off
is their
my
obsession?
Point.
I'm just saying.
Kind of okay, let me tell you what their obsession is. Their obsession is continuing the stupidity. Okay, these people want to continue to tell the stories that their ignorant grandparents told them.
That's called heritage.
Well, heritage is not knowledge.
Well, that's so that's basically stupid people repetitively.
Well, there are 5 laws of stupidity, but it's slightly off. People can learn. And sometimes the critical thinking gets as simple as Africans did not come to the United States of America and enslave Africans. If you want to go, slavery has existed, forever. Everybody enslaved everyone. Well, did everyone come to Jamestown? Did everyone buy black African slaves off a Dutch? I think it was a Dutch ship. The White Lion might have been English. Wow. Africans weren't here to buy those African slaves. It was English settlers. It was Europeans. Africans did not start African slavery in the United States. Everyone had slavery, sure, but there wasn't African slavery here in the United States. Who started it? Ask that I don't care if Native Americans did it. Who cares what was happening in Africa? Who started slavery in Virginia? It wasn't Africans. It wasn't everybody. It's very specific who started it. So that dumb bullshit about everybody had slavery does not work if you can engage your brain in a critical thinking thought experiment. And it's not even an experiment. We know the history happened. It frustrates me. It fucking frustrates me to hear grown-ass men get their own history wrong, American history wrong. It's there for the reading. Go ahead, Talkman.
I was going to ask you, do the 300,000 Irish slaves get reparations?
There were no goddamn Irish slaves. There were no goddamn Irish slaves in the United States.
There was just poor white folk, bro. They came over here.
There were no.
They was workers.
Hold on one sec. There were no Irish slaves in the United States. They were in. Okay, no, there weren't. Not a motherfucking
They were indigenous
one of them.
servants. They was indigenous servants.
No, they were indentured.
Indentured.
And I know.
Indentured.
By the way, I know.
Indentured
I know that history too. They weren't slaves for life. They did not have the ventris partum, whatever. I can't remember the Latin. Their kids were not born slaves. You moron. Don't try that 300,000. That's not history. That's what you heard on a YouTube channel.
And you know the Chinese.
What do Chinese?
happened was,
okay, God damn it, dude. What do Hold on. What do Chinese have to do with African slavery in the United States? Okay, no. What you're trying to do is move a goalpost because you don't know the history of what I'm talking about.
Trying to merge all of them into the same.
It's in your white
span.
It's in your white history books. Read them. I have.
It's true. Look it up. Mormons use Chinese
Nope.
slavery.
Who gives a
build
fuck
the
about the
railroad.
Mormons? The Mormons didn't even get invented as a religion in 1663. Mormons didn't exist,
Talking about
at
the
least as far
railroad
as okay, bitch. I'm talking. I know the history. You do not, obviously. Mormons, when black codes got invented in Maryland and Virginia in 61, 62, Mormons weren't a factor.
Look, even on the early level, Stan, Asians had to fight just for their kids to go to school with white folks. They had stores in the hood, in the black communities, and they had to fight for their children to at least go to schools with white people. And you know what I'm saying? And then be sponsored to send their children to those schools. Because a lot of white people, when they did the integration thing across the South, know what they were doing? They was making private schools. And the private schools was just like public schools to white folks, but they called it private in order for the charge or test people into schools that they deemed unfit or didn't want there. So they had to put a roadblock in there, say, well, if your child is smart enough and your family made enough money and you are well-mannered enough, maybe we'll let your child in. That's all it was. It was roadblocks.
I don't know if that's true because
that's the truth.
Private
look, the white folks that was deemed unfit or have dealt with black folks or maybe had a half-bred child or whatever in their family, those are the ones that couldn't get their kids in those schools. I was raised around some of those.
Okay, well, let me clear the decks right quick because it's besides the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, I ain't gonna try
and once again, Chatter King, in respect to you, sir. No, it was everywhere else before we had it. Who the fuck is we, for starters? And my question to you, since you want to weigh in time late, did Africans start African slavery in Virginia in the 17th century? It could be everywhere, but I'm talking about American history specifically. Don't talk to me about Native Americans. Talking about African slavery in these United States, in the 13 colonies, Africans, it was everywhere, but it didn't exist in the 13 colonies until it was invented, implemented, etc. It could be everywhere else on earth, but it was brought here. African slavery was brought here, not by Africans, not by Native Americans. Dude, think hard. Slavery was everywhere is irrelevant to how it started in the United States. And Thomas Sowell has taught dumb motherfuckers the easy way out. Thomas Sowell has taught these people lazy thinking because he's a lazy thinker. He knows better, but he invented the tonic to make his white masses feel better. Africans did not introduce African slavery into the colonies. Neither did the Native Americans, neither did the Arabs. It was white Europeans. Deal with it, bitches.
You don't think
So,
those African kings had
okay,
slaves
what
to
I
begin with?
need you to understand is the African kings were in Africa. They weren't in Virginia or Maryland.
And they were selling the slaves
Stop
to the
it.
white.
Stop it, 12th man. The African kings are responsible for slavery in Africa, not in Virginia.
That's still where it originated.
Okay, motherfucker, who started slavery in Virginia, in Maryland? Who encoded it in the 17th century? Who started it? African kings. Who started it?
Well, they
the
sold
engines.
the slaves.
Did that motherfucker? Who started it? Who put it into law? Was it Africans? Was it Indians? Dude, you sound silly. Who started it in Virginia in 1661, 1662? In Maryland, in Virginia. There were colonies at the time, of course. Who started it? African kings? Hello? You there?
No,
This is what I do to people who just cannot think their way out of their patriotic education. Or Thomas Sowell, who started slavery in Maryland and Virginia, who put it into law. Was it Africans? African kings? Who did it?
Africans sold them so they could be slaves.
Okay,
Stanley, you
who
crazy.
goddamn,
African
who were the African kings sold them? But who wrote okay, goddamn, who wrote the law, 12th man, in Virginia in 1662? I think it was.
Sure
Maybe it's
wasn't no
1661.
African
Who wrote it? The African kings, the African kings who sold them slaves. They were brought all the way across the Atlantic, landed in Virginia. Who wrote the law saying y'all are permanent slaves in Virginia? Who wrote the law?
I guess those white men at the time.
Then exactly, white men specifically invented African slavery in the 13 colonies. Period. It doesn't matter who sold them. It doesn't matter who started it. White men. Your forefather. Okay, bitch, I'm talking. As long as you understand that Europeans, our founders and framers were responsible for it. They were responsible for it. The motherfucker, fuck that all bullshit. We all didn't write that law. Dude, stop acting like you don't know how to think. It's so
In my
annoying.
opinion, all those people.
I don't give
guilty of
a
human
fuck about
trafficking.
your your opinion doesn't matter for much. You haven't done
Wasn't that
you have
human
not
trafficking?
done the hard work of knowing your American history. I have.
So that
And I've
wasn't
thought
human
about it. I've
trafficking.
thought about it for decades. Africans did not start African slavery in the 13 colonies. Period. They might have sold, they might have done all kinds of things that are heinous, but African kings did not tell George Washington to own slaves or his
Well,
daddy.
slavery was never common across Europe. I mean,
What is Europe, the 13
You are
colonies,
talking about
sir?
a white
No, this
complex of people
motherfucker,
group. See, he
well,
intentionally
I'm
doing
gonna
it.
let's let 12th man off because they're gonna be bigger fish to fry. Okay. Europeans, our founders and framers, invented American slavery, not the Africans. Everywhere else had it. Is a Thomas Sowell. Ooh, let's make it easy for little Dennis the Menace. He's so cute with that blonde hair. Ooh, motherfucker, y'all bought that fucking soft soap that Uncle Remus Thomas Sowell. Dude, it is disgusting what Thomas Sowell did to white people. Black people know better. White people don't. And Thomas Sowell was the white man's Candyman. You remember who can make the sun rise?
Shadow up in blue.
Thomas Sowell was a white boy's Candyman.
The Candyman can. Yeah, the Candyman can, cause he mixes it with love. It makes the world taste good. The world is a nasty place. And they sold y'all that shit. That's crazy, bro. Stan, I appreciate you for bringing me your platform, bro. This is crazy, bro. I'm thinking now.
Yeah, I've gone a little too far, of course.
You always do, Stanley.
The Candyman.
Well,
You heard the Candyman talking?
It's fun.
The Candyman can. Charlie Bucket.
I don't even know. All of a sudden, I started hearing the cat. I'm Sammy Davis Jr.
Yeah, Stanley, you got me cutting up, man.
So after all of the bullshit, don't you think most Black Americans are glad to be here now, Stanley, compared to
I do not.
Like being
trapped
over
on
in
a path.
Africa?
No. Africa, dude. Africa is better than America if you're born in Africa. Who the fuck wants to leave their homeland?
Why ain't you over there?
What the fuck are you talking about? Dude, if I was born in Africa in 2026, I'd rather be in Africa.
Oh, really? Why don't you move over there?
Yes. See, this is now. Let me
understand, Stanley.
Hold on. Let me help you out. This is why I call you a racist, 12th man. So like a Nigerian born in Nigeria would rather be in the United States rather than that person's homeland. That is white supremacy solidified.
Why do they keep coming over
Motherfucker,
here,
oh motherfucker. Most Nigerians don't live in the United States.
I didn't say anything about
Okay,
most.
dude, I need you to hold still while I fucking educate you. Dude, most Africans would rather be in Africa. They didn't want to be kidnapped.
Good.
They did not want to be kidnapped and brought here. That white supremacist bullshit about America being better, Black people should be grateful, pure racist dogma.
And Stanley,
Okay, motherfucker. Hold on one sec. Dude, 12th man, if you ever come up to my panel with that slavery was good for Black people, most Black people would rather be in America.
I didn't say anything
Okay,
about
bitch, I'm talking. Do not interrupt. I was born in Savannah, Georgia. It's my homeland, of course. But if I had been born in Nairobi, Kenya, I'd rather be in Nairobi. Stop that fucking white supremacist attitude that white people have it so good. Dude, America has its problems. We are not that. We are not. I'm talking, motherfucker. I'll tell you when to talk. Stop that white supremacist shit that got drilled into your DNA. Dude, would I rather live in Savannah or Alaska? It would be Savannah.
Hey,
motherfucker, I wasn't born in Alaska. Why the fuck would I want to be in that cold?
I wasn't
Stop
born
that.
here
Well,
either.
bitch, I don't care about you. I'm talking about me.
Stan, and that's the very reason why you got people that live in the Appalachian Mountains, they coal miners, and you can't get them folks to come out of the mountains, even though they had rock slides, they had all kind of bad stuff that happened. They want some of their kids to get up out of the situation, but you cannot pull the older people that was raised up in that environment out of there. Their kids come back and say, "You can move to California with me." You know what they say? "Hey, I've been doing the coal mines. I've been raised up in the hollers and whatever." You cannot get those older people to come out of there because that's where they're from. They're comfortable. They'll send the kids out, but they ain't going nowhere. People are comfortable.
Let me say one quick
where
thing
they're
here.
raised at. Yo, you know what I'm saying?
Let me say hello to, I think he was possibly the day one of day ones. DiCapriono, salute, motherfucker. Hit the link. He has hit the link like once in 3 years. How you been? You doing well these days? So yeah, DiCapriono, he is DiCapriono. He is like the number one of number ones, the day one of day ones, etc. So good to see you here, sir. Sorry, but I gotta recognize it might be DiCapriono versus the world.
How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, that's all I got to say. Man, I'm up in it. Look, Stan, you know what I'm doing. I'm kind of focused. I'm up in here trying to fix my shrimp, potatoes, and corn and stuff. You know what I'm saying? My wife cooked it. You know,
put that recipe in the back. I got some frozen shrimp.
No, I'm saying no. What's going on is already cooked, but I was just putting a little extra seasoning. Cause my wife cooked it a certain way, but I be putting the extra seasoning on mine because I like a little flame to it. She tried not to cook it hot, so I'm putting my extra seasoning. So I'm up in here. I'm smelling, I'm taste testing and everything. So I'm kind of off right now. But y'all keep going.
Oh, don't worry about it, dude. I probably need to wrap this up because there will be a Saturday show tomorrow. I think it'll be around 3:30 or so. And 12th man, sometimes you help me test out ideas. I didn't get to Latino's review. Probably just pick that up tomorrow when I start. I've had a whale of a show, whale of a time. And let me make sure that I thank our sponsors. Everyone,
Stanley, almost 8 hours.
Yeah, I meant to stop at like 6 and start a new show, but I got, everyone comes up and I start having a good time. So, oh well.
I seen you on another panel last night. I was too drunk to join, but I wanted to come up, but I just stayed quiet and watched the program.
Do you ever go over?
Don't take offense to nothing I say now, because a person that sounds like you and of your nationality, they taught me.
Well, he's from
the roadway of dealing with trucks and everything. I was already raised in a family of truck drivers and everything, but the person that let me know the in and out and the ups and downs and how to handle myself over the road, he's a white man that ride Harleys and shit. Looked like a person I wasn't supposed to be around and shit. And we bested buddies right now today. And I still talk to him or whatever. And
most bikers are good people, believe it or not.
Oh no, he was hella smart. This motherfucker was riding around in the truck with a $5,000 goddamn laptop playing War of Tanks and shit. We were cool though. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? We straight now. You know what I'm saying? He holler. His job right now is to drop off Harley Davidson motorcycles and shit in different locations. So you know what I'm saying? I talk a little sideways a little bit, but in order to know me, you got to really get to know me, like in real life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I miss the South, man. I miss the South so much.
It ain't nothing but to get back. Look, the way housing prices is and gas prices. Look, I don't want everybody to move back to the South, but y'all better get y'all ass out of this city, bro. Down here in the South, gas is like damn near $5. I know y'all
think I
hurting in the
missed
city.
I missed the food more than anything.
Yeah, because the food is a little bit more richer. It's more a little bit more fresher than a lot of because y'all got a high demand for food. So and then a lot of times in the inner city, they just drop off stuff to y'all. So and then if you ain't got
whoa. 12th man lives in Alaska.
Oh,
what?
You ain't got no problem with no food yet.
When I lived down there, like you could go to the bar and get pickled eggs,
he just
pig
tired of being
feet,
cold,
and crackers and beer, and so you could have lunch and everything, and drink beer and play pool and play the jukebox.
Oh,
and
so
everything.
what he's saying is like like the stuff that we just randomly do, they have to wait for it to come up there, so he don't have that much access to it. Only thing you got to do is move to Minnesota. Then shit, move to Minnesota, goddamn top of Wisconsin, you'll be right where you need to be at. It'll be the same climate, but you just have more access to whatever. Minnesota and
I don't
Wisconsin.
think they'll have pickled pig's feet on the bar though. Or pickled eggs.
You real South. You like pickled pig feet, boy. What you know about them pickled quail eggs? Or some goddamn pickled quail eggs, and I got pickled okra right now on the table. I got pickled quail eggs, pickled eggs, the pink, and then I got jalapeno pickled eggs. They the white with the jalapenos. Man, I can get on camera and I can show you. They in mason jars.
Hey, you living the life, man. That's some good eating. That's what I miss about the South right there.
Look, I just ate ham hocks last night. Whatever them things is, my wife cooked. Boy,
beans and ham hock. Hell yeah.
Look, and then look, the big potatoes.
Cornbread.
Yeah, with blackened season on it. Boy, ooh, Lord, jeez, I'm finna eat
some collard greens and all that good shit.
I'm about to eat crawfish, sausage, corn. I got boiled eggs and with butter on it, seasoned down. And that's what I was doing right now. And then I'm eating. I'm drinking Bud Light. You know what I'm saying?
That's living right there.
Yeah, and then. And when I'm gonna top it off with, I got different sauces. I'm gonna put it on each. What's the name? I got the imitation crab leg this time. The crab meat because it tastes it's good. It's all right to me. I don't know, but I'm finna dig in. You know what I'm saying? In a minute, I was seasoning my food while I was talking to y'all and trying to. Hey, chunk, get up out of the refrigerator. And my little boy, he going up in. He 2, 3. No, he 4. That's the 4 year.
You ever go to Black Baptist Church on potluck day? Oh man.
Oh yeah. But look, we eat real good down here. Most of us, they call us obese, even if we little. Cause I don't even weigh that much. I ain't that tall and I don't weigh that much. They call us obese. They were like, oh, you getting a little fat. Nowadays, what the hell? Shit. It ain't my fault. My deep freezer full. Shit. Well, it is kind of my fault because I buy it. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. We ain't starving. But we don't need everybody to come back to the real South. Now, y'all can go to them other places that they call the South that's not really the South. Try Virginia. You know what I'm saying? They'll take you in and everything. But like,
yeah, it's not really the South.
Yeah. But look, it's people that'll say that's the South. They try to give us people like They try to give us areas like Kentucky and all that. No, that's just not. We don't claim that like that. They are totally different people. But if you, I don't know what your conditions is, man. If you just got it in you, you might need to try to figure out how to get back down here. You know what I'm saying? Down this way. Shit. It ain't nothing to it
I'd
but
love
to do it.
to, really.
Huh?
I used to go to that one Black Baptist church in Tupelo, Mississippi, man, and
Oh Lord, they done gave you a name. You said Tupelo, Mississippi. I know some people from Tupelo. You give me a name. Give me a name of one person that you know, and I can probably find them. And I can tell you whether you lied or not. I can tell whether you lied or not. They ain't gonna feed you no information. Cause look, I'm pretty sure.
Man.
I'm pretty sure if you say you know somebody in Tupelo, Mississippi, right now, I can get on the phone and I say, "Have you ever heard of this person or what's name?"
No name.
Nah, you better not, because I know exactly who you is. See, look, down here in the South, I'm gonna tell you about the South, and a lot of places in the South. What happens in the South is a lot of people are tight knit, but they don't. We ain't got to speak to each other every day, but we either have been raised up around each other, went to school with each other, or we played in certain sports functions against each other or with each other, right? So you never know who knows who. So when you say Tupelo, Mississippi now, all right. If I end up in Tupelo and I hear that voice, that raspy voice sitting at the what's the name?
Can I interrupt right quick, please? I'm literally I want to watch this live.
Go ahead.
I'm literally, we just talked to Chocolate Earth not too long ago, and she's on a channel bashing men. What the fuck, dude? If
I remember correctly, you suggested that she didn't let Nightish on the panel, and
he's there. He's there.
Stop trying to name everyone. Y'all know.
I'm
and
sorry.
she's infuriated.
Nightish is there. Look,
When I watched it a half an hour ago.
Nah, but Stan, you know what really happened though? A couple of nights ago, DJ Wish Doctor had. Okay, if you familiar with DJ Wish Doctor, he had.
I think he's a bloody idiot.
Look, but he had a problem with Chocolate, with something saying that. I'm just telling what happened, not being messy, but he had a problem because Chocolate is becoming a new content creator, right? And the thing was, Chocolate was supposed to come over there and try to siphon women off of his channel in order to create.
Let me interrupt you.
That's why that's right there. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, here's the deal. I think DJ Witch Doctor is gonna be like, he's an idiot and horrible. Him doing a woman's channel is patriarchy at its worst. Thank goodness. I don't have a problem with Chocolate Earth. She needs to whip his ass and take all the women, because he is a horrible person. That's just my opinion. I used to subscribe to his show. Go ahead, Mel.
Yeah, I don't have an opinion regarding his intelligence.
I do. I think he's an idiot.
He welcomed me, and I appreciate that kindness. What I will say about when it comes to a business model, there are established so-called YouTubers that are convincing people that they have this magic formula to rapidly build their channel, and they don't.
Right.
You have to put in the time like everybody else.
You would know better than probably any of us.
I have been observing this for over a decade.
Yeah.
And it's about perseverance and consistency
Mm.
and networking, but networking with your established boundaries. You know, that's the problem. A lot of people network and they sell themselves out, and next thing you know, they're resentful. They got quote unquote beef. It's like because you subjugated your boundaries for this attempt at instant.
Cash out. It'd be some simple as some donation.
Look,
bro.
let me and Mella, you might look. Moxie is like, look, Moxie is Moxie. And I think she's clever. I think she's funny. And why, dude, CM is a ghetto. Clifford is a ghetto version. Clifford is a ghetto version of Imperious if he's crashing out over what Moxie does. I don't get these people, to be honest. And that's why I always like make jokes about him. Like, who the fuck? Yes, Imperious, he's a ghetto version of you, crashing out over Moxie. It's like Moxie. I've actually watched a Moxie show or two. If she's married,
I will put the channel in the back there. I want to subscribe. I like
Moxie.
Yeah, I had no
You didn't
idea.
know she had a channel?
I subscribe to everybody. I had no idea Moxie has a channel.
Oh wow!
I had no idea.
Well,
I'm more than
Moxie,
willing to subscribe.
would you please just drop it into the chat for Mella to subscribe?
Oh, I gotta go back to the chat to get it. Okay.
How are you fake, Moxie? Let me tell you something about yourself. Moxie's consistent. You can't be fake if you're consistent. You know, if you're fake, you will fuck up at some point and be inconsistent. Imperious is consistent, to an extent. Mella is consistent. Mella, you were one of the more consistent people I know. 12th Man is consistent. That's a good thing, by the way. It's not a bad thing.
Yeah, consistency is key for a lot of endeavors in life.
Right.
No doubt. No doubt.
You know, even if it's just practice makes perfect.
I know someone who was attempting to build a channel, but they only went live when they felt like it. Emphasis on felt like it. And they got the felt like it response. It's like, oh, well, I turned off my notifications. I had no idea you were live. You know, there are people I'm more than willing to show up for, to observe or participate with. But, you know, life happens and people just, available with the time that it takes to continuously live stream and build. See, remember, we're the TV guide generation for the most part. And so we appreciate that reliability of a time slot.
Oh, dude, do you remember back in the day when there were like reruns? Like if you missed a show, you'd have to catch it in the summer.
So the reliability of consistency is an attractive feature for a live streamer. But some people just don't have the time to do that. They really don't.
Right.
Can't blame them. I mean, life happens. You have to provide a living for yourself, and to map out that type of and that's when genius comes into the picture, where some people actually construct events. Take, for instance, and I know you don't really get along with this guy, but so I won't mention him, but he constructed an event and it was hugely
just mention the guy. Don't leave us in mystery.
Okay, Auntie, right? With the whole
Can I just make
regardless of whether or not it was an original concept.
I need to make a
quick
point.
Ahead. I'm sorry, Stanley.
I don't hate anyone that I've never met. You actually have to know someone to hate them.
Did I say hate?
I think you did, and maybe I misquoting.
I don't. I make a habit of not using the word hate.
Well, I just made a mistake.
Yeah,
hate.
I'm not
I
one to use the word
literally,
hate.
I cannot think of anyone that I hate, dislike strongly. What
Most
means it strong?
likely, that would be a
No,
term I would use.
no, I
Not
think
hate.
antis. I don't even dislike anti strongly. I just don't need to deal with people like that. He is truly not bright.
What I'm
Um,
indicating is that it was, in fact, effective to conduct the purge. It was very
What?
effective.
What?
yeah, I'm like,
Whether
what?
he created the concept or not, when
Hey,
he
hey, what's
initiated
up,
it,
man? Tomorrow.
hey man,
Yeah.
it's Mal, and I appreciate your
Yeah.
input regarding this. Of course, I respect you, of course. Regarding the people who want to pursue successful channel growth, and they do it through live streaming, but they have this thing called a job that they have to conduct, so they're not consistent, right? And when Stanley and I was discussing, we were discussing that consistency is key in terms of building a channel. And I said there are those who have, skirted around the fact that they can't be consistent by developing an event that they advertise for a period of time, and then everybody joins that event and it becomes a successful endeavor. And that's what I was indicating. I'm not kissing anybody's ass. I'm just saying I think that there's a way to be successful if that's what you really want to do.
Yeah, but you have to.
No,
I
no.
mean, what
Oh,
is
go ahead.
fashion? No,
No,
I mean, but
you
what
go ahead.
people consider success is re-perpetuating nonsensical conversations. Like, let's go back to Auntie, for example. That guy's a Delta November collaborator. Every time you criticize a Delta November, he always comes to the defense of those type of morally ambiguous people because it allows him to do content. I don't care what he does in real life. I know what he's around and what panel he's on and the conversation that he tries to perpetuate. But at the end of the day, still make excuses for this nonsense. I mean, and it's like
Hold on.
everybody wants to be in a
I just caught
relationship.
I caught a
Okay,
phrase though. He
allow
said
me.
Delta November. So
Okay,
have
stop.
you allowed somebody that you attached yourself to
I
poison
hope I
your
don't forget
mind
my
or
thoughts.
your opinion about a certain person, bro?
Hold on. Let me
I only
moderate
heard
right
one
quick.
person in these
Let me,
spaces say about a
King
Delta
Rooster,
November, bro. Go
King
ahead.
Rooster.
That's
What are
crazy.
they even talking
Why
about?
do you have a problem with Delta November?
No, the Delta November, I only heard one person say that. So what my problem is when people don't go outside, walk barefoot,
Okay,
and
you're
touch
getting
grass.
away
What are you
from
talking
the
about?
point.
What
Wait,
are you talking about?
you're
He's
getting away.
blathering.
Go ahead.
That's what
You're
he's doing.
kind of getting away
Yeah.
from my question
Nah.
to you is, do you have a problem with the term, what is it?
Okay, the Delta November. I don't have a
Do you know
problem with the
what a
term.
Delta November is?
That's that shit Big J be talking about.
Yeah,
No, but
well,
it's my turn.
yeah, Big J got it from Mana Tomorrow's here. Big J got it. First time I ever heard it wasn't from Big J. It was from Mana Tomorrow.
Well,
So
okay.
the man who came up, and it's what the military, like the
The
man who
phonetic
came up with
alphabet.
the term.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
phonetic alphabet.
I'm old.
Hold
So the
on.
man who came up with Delta November is literally here. If you have a problem with it, he's here. Ask him about
No,
it.
I'm just saying. I look. This is what I'm saying. I don't have a problem with what's been said. I'm when people use that term, like so far as on the internet. My problem is, have they been around people that are using terms?
He is from Mana Tomorrow's from Mississippi, just like you. So
I understand. I understand that.
okay, as long I'm just trying to kind of give you some background.
Yeah, you're trying to ease. Okay,
No,
I'm not going at him, but I'm just
I'm
saying.
trying to figure out what your point is.
I'm trying to make sure that this ain't nobody just saying something about somebody based on what they're saying because they are attached to somebody because they be just on the internet. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well,
There's a
let
lot of
me
beef.
help you out. Let me help you out. I'll vouch for Manna tomorrow.
I ain't no smoke with him. I'm just
Okay,
saying
well,
what I have been seeing is like
Hey, Rooster, we're from the same area, man. What are you talking about, man?
No, okay.
You know what I'm talking about.
No, listen what I'm saying. Listen, I know what you're saying. But look, a lot of people in these spaces, the reason why we have problems is a lot of these people really don't go outside. They don't know shit. They ain't been around folks. Look, they've been socially detached from their folks. Look, so you will have a content creator that inspires people, and they can come up with something like Delta November, and now you don't know where it comes from, and you don't know what the.
But it's not a widely used term. It's not a widely used term.
That's what I'm saying. It's not widely used, so that's why I was taking up on myself to. I heard it before, and I was trying to see where it came from because I just heard you say it. So, okay, now that I know it came from you, there's no harm, no foul. I'm just saying.
No, that's cool.
But it's a lot of people that gonna use Delta November, and then I'm looking like, okay, down the line, it's gonna be like the hot potato.
It should be. It is preferable to the N word on this panel. So can we move on?
Yeah.
Okay. So
hold on, Mella. You go next.
It means dumb Negro.
I haven't talked to MOT in a while.
It's a little bit more toxic than that.
How you been, MOT? How you been?
Oh, I'm doing all right. I was just renewing my passport today.
Don't be letting on my
I heard you
woman,
making lots of money.
MOT.
Oh yeah. Here,
in your pocket right then. Goddamn, shit.
No, my profits are up 33% per week that this is going on.
Yeah, you mentioned something like that on Stanley's live stream. I think the day before yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, I was barely 10,000. Now I'm at clearly 15 and over per week per truck. So I'm just waiting on Trump to crash the economy so that way I can get PPP loans for all my businesses that I separated into separate corporations. Looks like he's well on his way to crashing the economy. Yeah.
Sounds like a plan. What about you, Jeremy? How are you today? Yesterday I wasn't feeling well. I hope I wasn't too hard on you. Accusing you of only being able to get Black women by being generous. I hope I wasn't too crude. So, as a matter of fact, I was looking up Soul Train women thinking about you, Jeremy. I know you would probably appreciate the famous Black Soul Train women playlist. How you doing today, Jeremy? How you doing? Is he here? Or is he?
Who's she talking to?
No,
I'm talking to you, 12th man, otherwise known as Jeremy.
Oh, okay.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
How did
I thought about you while I was watching the Soul Train legendary Black women dancers. I was like, I think 12th man would really enjoy this playlist. All those Black women bodies wiggling all over the place from the 70s to the 90s. I think you would really enjoy it.
Hell yeah.
Hey, Manna tomorrow. The 12th man said that it's a well-known fact that Black women like white men. That's what he said.
Some of them do. Yeah.
Some, but he made it such a general statement. It would appear that he believes all Black women, if given the chance to choose.
No, I didn't say all.
You did not say all. You did not say all. You said Black women love white men. That was your statement. End quote. Black women love white men.
That's true.
That's true.
I'm kind of wondering where we're going and why is this argument relevant?
That's a lie.
I lived
Stanley.
in the
That's a
South,
lot.
Not in our area.
Because
Can't roast. Can't roast. Not in our area. Not in our area in Mississippi. No. No, that's not the case.
no, black women will steer clear of a white man down here because of the stuff they grandmama told about white men, what white men were capable
you're
of.
crazy.
It's a whole lot of
that is funny.
No, it's a whole lot of tragic stories that went on with white men and black women in certain situations. These women don't.
I could just use my city as an example. There are 3 women that were killed in my class of 75 by white. They got no charges. There was no police investigation. Nothing.
Black women did love me. I can't help it.
Well,
Black women do
Turn
love
your
me.
volume up.
I don't know why.
Turn your volume up so we can hear you.
In
Your volume
our
is low.
area, bro, some black women, when they see white folk, they get the hell on. Because look, first of all, the bottom line, they think you're police anyway, or they think you can take them to a dark place where nobody will find them. So they ain't going. They don't even want to be around your ass.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
Yeah, they look. It's a thing. Like, see, I call some people regentrified blacks. The regentrified blacks. Not saying that just because you go to a prestigious college or whatever, you done deemed black. I'm saying the regentrified blacks, the ones that have been socially and mentally detached from their roots and then moved to bigger cities, and they grew up strictly around white folks that don't know. They don't know about no shelling them peas, them purple hood peas. They don't know nothing about picking okra. They don't know about walking outside. That's different. We are not the same.
Okay. On a
we are
lighter
not the
note,
same.
I would like to also interject
What does that
what
have
I
to
was
do with
studying
picking up
while I was
black
away
women?
We ain't the
for a
same.
half an hour.
Our sisters,
Hello?
and they are not susceptible of just because a man is white, they ain't looking for him.
Well,
They
I'll tell you
really
this.
running from you.
I'll tell you
They are
this.
really
A
running
white
from you.
man that I'm concerned about is not I concern is it sounds like an affectionate term, but I'm just concerned in a way that, like, what the heck is wrong with Jordan Peterson, right? And I've been, when I left your panel,
Can I tell you specifically what's wrong with him?
Oh yeah.
Because I actually do know. The motherfucker fucked up with benzos. He was on depression medication or something, and he decided to not follow his doctor's advice. You know,
he got off of it. Yeah.
doctors will help you taper off medications. And motherfucker decided to go cold turkey, and it went from there. He wound up going to Russia, and it was just a mess. And he fucked himself up because he was a doctor, but not a medical doctor. He thought he knew better than the medical doctors. I have no sympathy. I didn't like him that much to begin with. If I've read Maps of Meaning, it is a muddle. It is.
Is it? I haven't read it. Okay. Thank you for saving me the time. Thank you.
Well, no, read it. Maybe you'll understand better than I do. So what's wrong with Jordan Peterson is he thinks he's too smart by half, and he fucked himself up.
Hey, you know what?
No one should ever listen to Jordan Peterson. He fucked his own life up.
Steve Jobs did the same thing. Could have got a transplant. He could have did stuff right, but he decided not to follow them doctor's advice, and he ended up dying over it. Something very preventable. Yeah.
And that's very important, that when you're on a man-made medication, don't assume that you can just go cold turkey.
Name me a medication that's not man-made in 2026.
You understand what I'm saying?
No. If I understood,
There is no such
I
thing
wouldn't be
as
asking you.
the other. When it comes to natural remedies, that is
Okay, no.
self-explanatory.
You said
I
man-made
know what I said.
medication. Okay, well then don't talk to me about natural. Don't talk about going off and
I know what I
snatching a
said.
leaf. Don't talk about snatching.
I'm
Don't
using
talk about.
man-made as an
Okay,
adjective, Stanley.
ma'am. Don't talk to me about natural medications when
How
we were
about I just
talking
don't
about.
talk to you? How
Okay,
about that?
yeah, I figured this would happen. You went to natural when I asked you about man-made. What
Because
man-made medication? Dude, stop it, Nella.
Calm down,
stop what?
baby. Talk to me. Talk to
Stop
me,
Okay,
what?
baby.
talk to you, motherfucker. You're not the host of this show. Why are you talking at all? Nella,
Stanley.
Hey, Stan, I
don't be
think you
mad.
got
Don't
all the
be mad.
trolls, bro.
Don't be
You
mad
got
what,
at me.
everybody from all
No,
social media
you
platforms
went
trying
for
to find a way to
man-made.
get Stanley.
My question was
There's
which medication is not man-made? Nature
Stanley.
provides some things.
Stanley.
Snatching a leaf off a tree ain't man-made. That's my point.
Well,
Which
thank you for making your point. May I
which
continue?
medication is not man-made?
Thank you for making your point. May I continue mine?
When I'm done with you.
Go ahead.
I just need you to address my question, man.
Exercise yourself.
Oh, you caught my attention. I was just kind of sitting back listening, and then I'm like, what did you say?
Exercise yourself. No, you were looking to pick a fight like you always do.
Let me ask y'all this.
Yes, I actually listen to people. Hold on one sec. I actually listen to people. That's why I catch them in their. I don't even know.
Stanley,
What
it's after midnight.
Okay, stop. It's dude,
after midnight, Stanley.
I don't have to work in the morning. I have no job to clock
after
into.
midnight.
I
am not
I
going
go
to
all night.
mention the correct things.
I don't have to clock in on a
after
Saturday, madam.
midnight.
I do not have to clock in.
I do not need you to point out
Do you recall the
any
question I asked you?
grammatical errors, Stanley. I don't
Okay,
need
what
you to
I'm
do
what
that.
I'm going to do is let you try and recover.
I'm not interested in what you're letting me do, Stanley.
You don't have to be interested. You just have to do it.
I actually don't have to be here, Stanley. I am a
know.
gift to you.
No one
I
has
am a gift
no
to
one
you.
no one has put you in the
You
top
are
Don't scare the women
Okay,
away,
12th
you're
man,
mistreating me, Stanley.
12th man. You're
You're
the last
mistreating
person who
me.
needs to be talking right now.
Do you understand that? You're mistreating me.
Ma'am, if you're
No,
calling
I am
this
not your
mistreating,
ma'am.
I'm
You are
treating you. I am
mistreating me.
treating you equally.
Well,
Sorry for your equality, but
you are
I do it.
sorry, Stanley. You are
Have you
very
heard
sorry.
what I did?
You're a
Have you heard me?
sorry man.
Have you heard me
going
talking to 12th man earlier?
This
Have
is
you
like a
heard me,
from a
ma'am?
woman.
Have you heard me talking to 12th man earlier? Dude, you have had easy treatment.
Same thing. Ain't that what the China man say? Same thing.
I have treated this lady
Same
with
thing.
kid gloves compared to 12th man.
Lord Jesus. Boy, these people, I don't know why people want to antagonize people on the internet and become victims in that same moment. How do you go somewhere where you have the button to get off it? You have to go through steps to get here. Is that not crazy, bro? This is crazy shit. That's why I say I'm so glad that I'm older than some of these people, but I look younger. I don't have gray hair. These people will have gray hair.
Mella,
because they
hold on one sec. Let Mella go. We don't want to mistreat her.
Now I'm not. No, I don't want to be. I don't want to be accused of mistreatment of a black woman.
Oh, I. You know what?
No.
What is it? I was accused in the past 48 hours. I've been accused of things. Oh, now she's. look, sorry for the equal treatment, ma'am.
I don't want to be accused of no mistreatment of
Okay,
a
no one has accused you of anything. I failed to understand how I mistreated her. I just asked her a question. And when she excuse me, look, come up on Mella's known me for quite some time. Say something that I have a question about. I'm going to be blunt and ask you a question. You don't have to get all persnickety about that. So, I'm unconcerned about Mella being mad. Maybe she's having a bad morning.
No, I like that persnickety. I like that. But I call certain things like slick sliding. They be slick sliding on people. You know what I'm saying? They like being in your presence, but they have an underhanded way of doing things.
No, I think all I have to say is, well, Mella knows me well enough. I'm not. If she has a problem,
I'm not trying to.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. She knows my email address if she has a particular problem, but I can't imagine what she's gonna complain about. If you say something that I have a question about, it's after 12. You're just a bunch of brains that are thinking, and I appreciate Mella for her abilities. Sorry if she has a problem with it, but I'm unconcerned. I will do. I did nothing wrong. What's up, Savage?
No, I think the rooster is your problem. No, I believe. I'm scared now. I think it's an underhanded thing going on. See, you
Wait,
probably
hold it.
wouldn't have this problem.
Who's being underhanded?
No, I'm just saying. I believe since the rooster then came over to your place, I believe it's some. I believe.
So
I
you
believe
think
it's something.
Rooster changed the whole Stanley versus the world vibe?
No, I don't think I changed it. I believe certain people have a certain feather they want to pluck. It ain't the time. It ain't.
Wow.
This ain't
I'm gonna
easy,
pluck
baby.
Stanley's feathers.
Wow. Madam tomorrow, please. Say something. Say something logical.
It's been 2 minutes. Hold on. But it's been 2 minutes.
Run back. Say something.
Bro.
Save reality, please. Save reality.
It's been too many characters,
Like
bro.
the fabric of space and time.
Look, it's been too many characters in one night, and you said, and I'm paying attention to the words.
No. Wait, hold it. This is lightweight, dude. You don't know the old show I used to do on John Galt, dude. There's been a couple, but dude, we go for hours with characters and have a good old time doing it.
I know.
Oh man, you ain't got Mike 1, 2, 3 up here yet. I mean, man, there's a lot that can go wrong.
He was up earlier.
Yeah,
I know.
He came.
I know that's when I jumped off.
Though. I'm like
I know.
Wow.
I know that's when I jumped off. As soon as I heard his voice, I knew what he was gonna say, and I'm like, all right, man, I'm just gonna kick back.
The problem is, I don't know if you probably know Lupin. You know, he's like, you know, he is an old friend, dude. He thinks I put up with too much foolishness on this panel. He thinks, and look, I try and kind of, you know, keep it balanced, but dude, MOT, hearing you say that about Mike 123, I might have to rethink some things, because I'm not gonna lose all my voice of reasons. Your voice of reason, Lupin.
No, it's just that when he jumps off and I hear his voice, I'm gone, man. That's it. I mean, because it's just, I mean, you know, Mike 1, 2, 3 is like radiation. I mean, you know how to measure it. You know how the Geiger counter sounds.
Oh wow!
And it's just going.
Hey,
And I could
look,
just,
see that JD or JP or whatever his other name is.
oh
He's
man,
kind
Oh
of the
boy!
same way.
You Stan, you know what happened, bro? Mike
What's
123 talking to me was like me going fishing in a remote place, and you have a sense of something is watching. And when he
yeah.
said it, I said, that man said, I've seen you around spaces, so you a lone wolf stalking me, ready to
Nah,
eat.
man.
No,
Stanley.
you got to look at the severity of the situation. I'm a person not aware. I'm just fishing, tra-la-la-la-la, going throughout my day, trying to catch me a big bass. But he's watching every pond I go to. He's following me like a big brown bear. Saying, yeah, when I catch him right, I'm going to eat good. No, bro, you can't eat. You ain't plucking the fellas off this rooster. Mike, you better get yourself together. You better go back in the locker room and go in your drawing board.
Okay, well
Since I know
let
you
me
said,
help y'all out before we take this too far. In
okay,
my
go ahead.
opinion, he's kind of harmless. So that's my opinion.
Nah,
Oh, that's
I
cool.
believe anything. No, hold on.
Stanley.
I'm from the real South. Anything, you know what they used to say? Anything that
Well, wait,
calls your
hold
name.
on before
Hold
you
on,
take
hold on.
this. I'm from the real South, motherfucker. I'm
I'm
from
telling you,
Savannah, Georgia,
I
born and
know that.
raised.
Oh, I know that. But look,
So
watch this,
don't
Stanley.
tell me about the real South. The
Stanley. What
South
they
is not a monolith, for starters.
Stanley. What they always told us: if something is constantly calling your name and you don't know what it is or where it's coming from, don't answer. See, I answered to that dog that was howling
That's
at the
funny.
moon. So yeah,
That's pretty funny.
Now I got to hunt him. I got to seek him out.
Oh, come
I
on
got to
now.
figure out.
That's a
No,
little.
you ain't gonna be able to do. I mean, like, Wilson, do you know what Lake Ferguson is at?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How many people do you know be in Lake Ferguson past 6:00 p.m.?
Lord Jesus.
Yeah, they're
Probably
not gonna
not very
find you.
many.
Yeah. They're not gonna find you because it's gonna take you a while to get down there. And if you ain't out of there by 6, they'll find your boat. They'll maybe find your fishing pole and your bait. They won't find you.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
You cut that out.
Yeah.
Don't be telling me like that.
No,
Boy,
it's
you
true.
messing up the tourists. Look, you messing up the tourists. Boy, you messing. Don't tell nobody that. You gonna run folks off on them.
Listen. You know them gators are off in that high ass grass, and you can take your
They
ass out there
everywhere
if you
though
want
down
to.
here now. No, they everywhere down here now. I don't know what's
Yeah, I
going
know.
on, but the gators are everywhere down here. You know what I'm talking about? They in the little ponds that they walk
Yeah, I know.
across cornfields, bro. So they
Yeah.
down here everywhere. Don't tell everybody that you gonna run off the
Yeah.
visitors and stuff. Don't do
Know how the water moccasins to get out of the grass and lay on the street. Yeah, you can go walking down the streets if you want to.
They aggressive. That's what you need to be worried about more than anything.
Oh yeah.
You know
I've seen
one thing about a
people
water box.
putting
Water
alligators
box.
on their grill.
Look.
They're putting alligators on their smokers and they're eating them.
Watch this. No homo though, but you know, water moccasins get rid of ED. Yeah, water moccasins, snake venom get rid of ED. Everybody, I work with a guy, right? We was doing brick mason work, right? We asked him to stride the pain. There's no homo, right? We was out there working, and we had left some equipment at the building, right? What happened is the wall ties. You know, wall ties ain't nothing but a flat piece of metal that you can bend and clamp them to the house. You nail them to the house and you bend them and fold them over bricks, right? The dude, we were going out there. He didn't check the box. One of the boxes that he was going in was open. He went in there about like 6 or 7 times. I'm over there putting bricks up on the scaffolds, getting all that stuff set up and everything. And then as the bricklayers were laying bricks, he was steady going getting wall tied. They call for anything they call for, you got to go get it. He stuck his hand in that box. He stuck his hand in that same old box 6 or 7 times. The box got thinned down. It was a water moccasin in the box. Bit him on his hand. He hooping and hollering. Whoa, whoa, poof, poof, poof. So okay, he get bit by the snake and all this stuff go on and everything. Now after he go to the hospital and get back out, we asked, man, how I feel like getting bit by a snake. He said, man, it feel like somebody slapped your hand and you getting stung by a wasp. I said, what the symptom is? He said, man, I had a headache, heart beating fast, and I had a hard dick. Y'all better start taking a little bit of snake venom if you got them problems. Cause that's what he said now. Water moccasin get rid of ED. So any one of y'all women or any one of y'all men become a brick mason and get bit by water moccasin, you ain't gonna never have no problem again out of what to do in the bedroom with a woman. Cause that's what he explained. He said he had high rate of heart beat. He said the spot that he got bit in was like a wall sting, and he said his dick wouldn't go down.
Sounds like a bunch of witch doctor voodoo shit to me.
Look, this what the man tell me now. He told me that. He told all that. We said, what it feel like getting bit by a snake? Cause now everybody cautious about going in shit now. That's what after he got bit, cause he stuck his hand in that motherfucking box 7 times. The box was under the carport of the house that it was a snake curled up in the box. The snake allowed him to go up in that box over and over and over and over. And when it hit him, we were like, damn. Hey, if y'all got erectile dysfunction, get bit by a snake, man. That's the only time I say, because the story he told, it's a real man. And it ain't no joke I'm telling you now. And it ain't no lie. He said that was one of the best parts of getting bit by a snake. That dick wouldn't go down. That's the only part. But the other part was agonizing. Shit. And then the highway patrolman had to bring the valves.
Well, I could see how if your immune system naturally survived it, that it would build your immunity for sure.
Oh yeah.
Right.
They said when
that
he got bit the second time, it wouldn't be bad the next time he got bit. I've been around like 2 dudes. They old. See, this dude older. It's 2 guys I been around in life got bit by like water moccasins. One of them working on a rice field, and he took his silly ass out there with. He on a 4-wheeler. He got waders or boots and shit, but the water cool, and he's an old style black man from Mississippi. He took his ass out there walking across the damn rice field. You know, rice field got a lot of water. He walked across barefooted, and he was trying to let the gate up. He got hit on the ankle by a water moccasin. He said the same shit. He said the symptom was the same.
Did you see that one video where, like, they had a flood in Texas and the water moccasins were trying to crawl up in the boat to get out of the water? And
oh yeah, they don't mind. A water moccasin don't mind coming towards the human.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I ain't see that,
crazy.
But a water moccasin don't mind coming towards a human. They're aggressive. They are an aggressive snake. If you,
they are
okay. The cotton, we call them cottonmouth, the white mouth snake, and look, they striking. They more than 70% gonna hit you if they strike at you.
Yeah, and they get big too, like up to 5-6 feet long. Some of those monsters.
No, they be short and thick. You talking about probably a king snake or something like that. No. Them water moccasins, they don't look no different from a water snake. You can't hardly tell them different until they open their mouth. If you see a
Yeah,
pink
my
mouth,
grandma chopped one up when we were out fishing. Just out fishing one day, and water moccasin came up on the shore after her, and she grabbed the hoe and chopped it up.
oh yeah, you got to keep some with you. But no, we use rat shot. We like a lot of time we around here when we fish. A lot of people carry guns with them, so you can have you like a 38 or a pistol or 9 or whatever. They got rat shot. If you got rat shot, you guaranteed to pop them or whatever. Some people like the kids that don't fish. You have kids around you that they got boots on and everything. They be good with pellet guns. So you take your little kids with you if they know to watch the grass and watch the snake. Wherever the snake at, the only thing you got to do is point at it. A lot of these 10-year-old some 6-year-old, they can shoot shit out of a pellet gun. Especially if they got a scope on it. Some of them
I shot a copperhead out of a tree with a BB gun, Daisy BB gun.
Yeah, all of my kids like they used to shooting break barrel, the break barrel rifle. They like
I got one of those.
1,300 feet per second and everything. I'm finna get a PCC though, the one you use the air compressor. I just been tempted because I'm good at break barrels, and then I actually got real firearms. But I'm gonna get a PCC just to have one, just to say I got one.
Yeah, I still have a great rifle. It's a high-powered 22 air rifle, man. That thing.
Nah, they got them every. Look, you can go on Airgun
per second.
You can go to Airgun Depot on the internet, airgundepot.com, and you can get one that can kill a wild boar. You can get one that can kill an They got them all the way from 50 caliber all the way down to
50 calibers and everything.
Yep. I was thinking about an SS Texan, but I don't want to do that.
You don't need a license or nothing to buy those.
No, because it's
considered
it's considered as a tool. It's not considered a firearm. It's not a firearm. It's a tool. Even felons can buy them unless you got a restriction saying you can't have no kind of projectile kind of tool. You got to look up your state laws. But see, down here we can have all
that. Here, man.
No, we can have all.
I love those air guns. So.
I got about like
say the apocalypse hit or something like that, and you're just trying to hunt rabbits on the fly.
It's quiet. It's a quiet way to do it.
You don't want a 22.
Now can we start talking about coon hunting?
Anything like that, right?
Anyone been coon hunting lately?
Want something quiet?
Oh,
yeah.
It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to do that right now because it depends on who want it. Like a lot of people.
Well, I was joking. I was joking.
Okay, I know you.
I thought a lot of people had coons for pet.
No, hell no. Down here, they eat them some bitches up. They'll be in the pot.
Miller, hit the link, ma'am. Don't know why you went off in the tiff.
We don't play with our food down here in the Great South. We don't. All squirrels and everything.
You ever smoked a
well,
coon?
12th man is from Memphis, so he.
Oh man! Oh yeah! He ain't that far off. You got like 3 hours. 3 hours from where I'm at. So you know, if you from Memphis, shit, 12 men. If you from Memphis, you gang.
That's where I grew up.
It's a terrible human being.
That's where I grew up.
You from Memphis, boy. You a different breed of human. Boy, Memphis, that intersection right there with 40, 55, and all that. Boy, it's a lot of missing people. Boy, you're a tab. Look, pray to God that no job lands me in Memphis. Boy, when it come down to drug selling, people coming up missing, buy, sell, and trade, from north, south, east, and west, that's a hub. To where if you don't respect
the neighborhood, I come from the neighborhood where the white people didn't like me because I was smoking weed with the black people.
So you like so you the original white boy. You know you know about the content creator white boy that passed away up on the motorcycle accident.
Yeah.
White folk. They call them white folk.
You know.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Dog, you can't be riding them motorcycles like up there. Cause I got a homeboy. One of my friends
after that.
Well, one of my friends passed away on a motorcycle up in that same area, man. Memphis, a lot of them folks don't have license. Some of them folks don't even have IDs. Some of them folks don't even have tags on their fucking car, and they'll run you the fuck over. Look, bro.
Oh yeah.
No. Yeah, and they'll keep going and act as if they in the right. I'm fine tuned with Memphis. Some of my folks live up there right now.
That's a dangerous place.
Yeah, it is. Shit.
I remember one time I was in South Memphis and somehow I got lost down there, and these three great big black dudes was stalking me, man.
They weren't that damn big. Your eye was just a little low. They weren't that damn big. Man, look, majority of the people in Memphis,
majority of the people in Memphis
are not big.
And then
your eyes may have just been low.
Gave me a ride home.
Okay, because you probably look like a prominent white man at that point. But listen what I'm saying. Majority of the people in Memphis that's going to harm you are not big black people. They are small people. They ain't that big. They ass hungry as hell. Some of them that's fortunate enough to do the street 1 and 2s and everything.
Really?
Nah, you don't, man. No, you better stay your ass in Alaska or whatever the fuck you at. Memphis ain't what you need to be doing.
I miss Midtown and downtown. There's like a club for everybody over there, man.
Are you talking about Beale Street and all that? Yeah, Memphis ain't what it's at.
Midtown, and there's like a club for everybody in that fucking town.
Yeah, Memphis ain't where it's at, man. I'm gonna tell you like that. Okay, for any white person that's scared of any goddamn thing, I'm black and I ain't going down there fooling with them niggas. Shit, I ain't. Hell no. It's a different thing. You know what I'm saying? I got cousins and everything. That live all up in them areas and everything. You know what I tell them? They be like, oh, why don't you come visit? Shit. If I ain't taking my shit up there, not my own car, hell no, I want to rent it. So if a motherfucker if they steal it, Nationwide is on your side. I ain't got to worry about shit. Hell no. Man, motherfuckers up there stealing police cars out the police garage. You think I want to stay up there? Man, I had a call. You see, cause look, I know a couple of law enforcement folks up there. You know what I'm saying? I ain't no terrible person like that. I can get a little stupid now. But motherfucker called me and said, yeah, what happened today at the job? I said, what happened? Motherfucker came in the garage and stole a police car. Now, what human being would want a police car? And then they even had an incident where they was taking a person into
Rooster. Hold on one time, please. Mella, you're back. I have a question about this. Why is elusive a bad thing to being? I mean, that's almost like mysterious.
was
Sometimes
enjoying Rooster, but I'll
good.
answer it
So
briefly
my
so he
question,
can.
my question to
No, I'm going to
you
answer your
is,
question.
oh, good.
Okay. Elusive denotes deception.
No, it does not. It means hard to find,
Okay.
hard to understand. Deception.
That's a part of the definition.
Listen to. I don't care about the definition. I
Oh,
don't have to look. I don't have to look it up. I know what it means. When I hear elusive, I hear mysterious, and I've heard women being kind of mysterious, hard to understand. Sometimes it goes with alluring. Like, I don't understand her. I want her. I need to get to know her. It's not necessarily deception. That's my point.
All
So,
right. Well,
you're
I
answering?
think there's a better word to describe
I
attraction.
don't think there's a better. I don't think.
There's a better word.
Well, is Lawrence an English professor?
Are you?
No,
you're not.
I was raised by an English teacher.
You are not.
I think. Well, let's match wits here. I think I know more words than you. I think I
Rooster, I'm
understand
sorry
words
he
better than you.
interrupted
I have
you
no
for this
doubt that
bullshit.
I
I
understand
made the
words better
mistake
than you.
of
Pick a
coming back
word.
up here.
I
I
know.
made a
I
mistake.
know.
I'm sorry,
I
Rooster.
asked you
I
a question.
apologize.
You should stop. You should stop getting so offended and look. Did you
I
actually look up?
apologize, Rooster.
Did you actually look
I
up
was
what elusive
enjoying
meant, or
Rooster.
did you just get all upset?
I don't know, man. Like you and 12th Man were having a
Okay,
good
let me look up
conversation,
elusive because I know you
and
did
this
not.
guy
You
is
did
so
not
horny.
look up elusive.
He's so horny that as soon as he hears
Wait, hold
some
it. Who's
semblance of
horny?
hope,
Whoa.
you,
I'm what?
sir, you mentioned that I have your email address and you have mine. Why would you
And
mention that?
so does
Can I
Kimmy.
have your email
Well, let me.
address,
Okay,
Mella?
no, you may
It's
not.
like
Enough.
Miller,
Enough.
she's so
My email address is literally in this bottom crawl. I have your email address because you sent me show ideas. Stop being so sensitive. A lot of people besides you have my email address. Come on now. Enough.
A public announcement: there will be no sex in the champagne room. No sex.
There'll be no sex on
You're
this. There'll
developing
be
the
no
habit of
sex on this.
dropping me and muting
There
me.
will be no sex on the panel or in emails. What on earth?
Goddamn. Look, that sums
This
that up.
guy is looking to pick on somebody.
No, I ain't saying nothing. I was just talking about where the white man don't need to be in Memphis.
Mella, why are you so? Mella, no one meant to hurt
You need a meal.
We love you, Mella. We love you as a
need
channel.
a meal.
You are a great woman. You're a great
You need a meal.
I certainly personally
You don't
didn't
need to
hurt the
compliment
people.
me. You need
Okay,
a meal.
now
You need
she's
to eat.
mad. I can't
You
get a
are
word in
hangry.
edgewise. I will
You're
always get a
hangry.
word in edgewise.
You're literally
You're
hangry.
hungry for
Okay?
what? Hungry
You're
for what?
hangry.
You're
You need a
cooking?
meal.
Are we? Am I hungry for your cooking?
You need a meal.
Am I hungry?
I
for
know
your
what a hangry man sounds like. You're hangry.
And you know what?
I'm ready
You
for
don't
some
know what I
chocolate
sound like
hungry.
when I am
What about
when I'm
that?
Audience,
hangry. Okay,
Stanley hasn't
ma'am,
eaten in several hours.
you might charm a bunch of old YNs with that bullshit. But
Audience,
I'm not your average
Stanley has
YN,
not
ma'am.
eaten
You
food
wouldn't know
in
me.
several hours.
Hey,
And he's angry.
have you heard of the word elusive? Apply it to
He
me.
is angry.
Apply it to me,
and then you might understand what the word means.
He is angry.
You don't know me
He's
well enough
accusing
to
people of
tell
not
me
being
that I'm
English
hangry. I'm
professors,
gonna let you
all
finish,
types
and
of
then
crap.
I will just crush you after you're done. Go ahead.
He wants to crush people. He's angry.
Yes,
You
I
need a
crush
meal. You need to eat your
stupidity.
beans, your okra, your tomatoes, potatoes, hog, maul, some frog, whatever the fuck, a moccasin, goddammit. You need to have a meal, a hot plate, motherfucker.
I'm waiting for you to bring it, lady.
I just gave it to you. Eat it. Eat something.
Yes, ma'am.
I know a
He's a
hungry
grown
man when I
man.
hear
He's
one.
very capable of taking care of himself. So
Then why hasn't he had a meal in several
Jeremy is
hours?
mad. You done pissed off Jeremy.
Why hasn't he had a meal in several hours? Why?
'Cause I don't have to eat every 2
how do you
hours.
know that?
Several
He could
hours.
have been
Because he
snacking.
put it in the chat room. He said, not yet. Maybe leftovers. They asked I think it was Ryan. It was one of his.
No, it was Bobby Perkins.
Okay, Bobby asked what's for dinner or some semblance of that. And he's, your response was that you haven't eaten yet. You are hungry.
I
And
said
that's why
I
you're
did
acting
not
mean
know what
spirited.
I was gonna cook yet. How do you know I didn't eat lunch?
You're mean spirited because you're hungry.
I'm mean spirited because I don't like being toyed with and trying to figure out why
You
somebody's
wouldn't
mad
care if you
at
were full.
normal words like elusive.
You would not care if you had a meal. I
Stanley,
promise you.
way down south, where I was born, they gave me good
Oh no!
greens
Oh
and
no!
corn,
He's whipped out his harmonica.
sweet potatoes and black eyed peas. Ooh, make me sleep at it.
That part.
Hell
Eat
yeah.
a hot plate, why don't you? Have a
Let
hot
me
plate.
tell you something. If I get a copyright strike for this,
No, you ain't gonna get no copy.
it's
That's
a joke.
original.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
Yeah, boy, you
And
need
I'm
some greasy
saying this with
greens, boy. She
love.
trying to give you a plate. She trying to give you a
I'm
plate,
saying
man.
this with love. Get a hot plate.
Sure
I
feel
understand,
good,
ma'am.
don't it?
I understand, ma'am.
You
And
want them
I
greens and
do
corn.
actually appreciate you looking out for my well-being. It is noted and
She wants you to get
appreciated.
them good greens. The greens,
I've
man.
been
She
there.
said
I have
neck
been
bone,
there. I have been
ham
there,
hock,
and I know it when I hear it.
And cornbread.
and yeah, put that Bengay on your back. Put them Bengay on your back. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You ain't young no more now. You ain't no spring chicken now. You know what I'm
You
saying?
want your
I'm starting to
cornbread?
wonder whether or not a host should ask the panelists, have they had a meal recently?
Oh yeah, man. I'm
Okay.
eating crawfish.
You know
I'm
what?
eating crawfish,
Wait.
corn, and
Find
potatoes.
a show with a host that will ask.
I had a chocolate muffin and fried chicken and potato salad.
You got to
Oh,
remember to eat. You have to remember to do that. Sometimes it seems like it can wait when in actuality our body won't allow it to wait. And it erupts in our attitude, our perception, and how we converse with others.
It sounds like you're talking to me, cause all that old sweetness you talking about, we go hard, man. Beer is our motor order. It's just driving force. It's an engine. Look,
and when it comes to sex, right? You know what really pisses
Lord
me
Jesus.
off about men, is that depending on your age
clouds
and
your
your
mind
virile, hold on,
It make you weak.
depending on your virileness, as soon as you get fed a really good meal,
Ma'am.
you
Not
want to
virileness, it's virility.
Okay,
That's the
virility.
word.
Thank you. But okay, when it comes to virility, it's stimulated by a good meal, right? It's like, or rather, is it the opposite? Because I'm asking you, men, do you?
Okay,
You
well,
guys,
let me can I
I want to
help
know a
you here?
man's nature when it comes to before or after
You
eating as to
want
virility.
to okay, you know what? I don't even know how to answer that question.
Before a meal
you
or
eat some
after a
cornbread,
meal,
sit on the
virility.
sofa.
Before a
Before
meal
and
or
after.
after a meal, virility. Like when
Before and
does a
after,
man
Mella.
prefer to have sex? Before a meal or after a meal?
Both.
Not at all. If I'm broke, hell no, I don't want none of that shit. Shit, if I ain't got shit to give you.
Does a
Look,
man
no.
feel more inclined to pursue sex before a meal or after a meal?
Before a meal, because we hungry and thirsty for every damn thing that life got to give us, because we ain't got nothing to give back. So a full man is what you need. A man that's full. They ain't need nothing from nothing or whatever. So a starving man, he'll eat anything. Don't pussy taste like pork. He'll eat that shit. No, he need to. If he ain't, look, no, let's leave the sex alone. Leave it alone. We got too many YNs out here that was made by unadulterated bullshit of sex. We don't need to be even talking about sex. Let's talk about developing another mindset of regentrifying the mind of people.
Okay.
No, we don't need no sex right now because it's too much. It was too many people that had sex that ain't had no business. And that's why we got folks
Too
shoot
many
them up, bang,
unplanned
bang, jump.
children, right? Yeah, there's a lot of
So we
unplanned
don't need to be
children out here.
talking about. I would go with Stanley route. Tell these folks read some books and let the books be PG rated, not
There's
R.
so many
Well, no.
unplanned children.
Here's can I just hop in here? Books are not uber alles. You read the books and books are there to help you form your own opinions. Okay, books are not there to give you opinions. They're there to inform you. You form your own opinions. Why do these idiots think, "Ooh, you got your opinion from a book"? Well, you're an idiot if you did. The books are there to give you the information or data, whatever, and you form your own opinion. These old YNs are afraid of books, like water. Like they don't take showers and they don't read books because they're afraid of water in books.
Well, I'm glad I still sit down
No.
in the tub like a little boy.
I'm being a little.
I'm glad I still sit down in the tub like a little boy. You know what I'm saying? Rubber
The
ducky and
YNs were
everything.
taught by Kevin Samuels to do better.
Look, I think Kevin Samuels actually could hit on a point every now and again. But dude, the way he died was just shameful.
No, he died
I
like
don't
the
see-
movie.
no.
The book.
Hold on. He died like an old YN.
He died like the man
not
in the
the
movie
same,
Color
not
Purple.
in the same house as his wife or former wife and kids. He died shamefully. That's my opinion. We don't have to share the opinion. Let me tell you how my mother died. Unfortunately, but she was 82. She died in the bed that she had been in her house, next to my father. And one of these days I'll tell that story. We used to, me and my sister, dude, I once sang my brother to bed, to sleep in that bed. And I don't even know why my parents weren't there, but it was where he wanted to fall
I heard
asleep.
the story
And
of you and your sister and the mom.
she died in her
Your
bed,
baby brother.
and I'm sorry. Well,
I heard the story of you and your brother. I'm sorry, you and your sister.
Oh yeah, I got a
With
brother
the
who is
stroller of your
13
baby
years
brother
younger.
in the mall, and they thought you guys were a young couple with a baby. I
Yeah,
heard
but
that.
it
I was
wasn't.
listening
In
while I was at the
retrospect,
restaurant.
it wasn't so bad. Because my sister and I look alike. So it's
I
like,
didn't know that your brother was. Yeah, that much younger. I didn't realize your brother.
But see, that was normal.
he's
That
28,
was
I'm
normal
61.
because the kids used to always take care of each other, and you'll see the smallest kid always with the oldest.
Look, let
Like
me
when I
tell
was
you
growing up,
something.
my
That's what
older
kids are for. You know, older
look,
kids.
yeah, I got a chance. I got a chance to
Mhm.
go to track meets, band sessions, and all that because my older cousin. I got an older cousin.
Mm-hmm.
She's in the military right now, high ranking. She's married to somebody. She married to a guy that graduated from West Point, right?
Mm-hmm.
By being with her, she was running track and everything. I got a chance to go to track meets.
Mm-hmm.
She also played in the band. I got a chance to go to those functions, and I was like the little baby that was toted around or come over here with us, sit up on the bleachers, watch me, don't go nowhere, and then her friends would be around me. I was always around women and the guys that
I can tell you were coddled by women. I can hear it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
cause
let me
and
just kind
I'm
of
cute
take
too.
over
You know what I'm
before.
saying? Shit,
But
I ain't
you
short stopping on
emphasize
that.
something that I've been thinking about for quite some time. Look, after my wife died, dude, it was family, family, family. Like, you
Yep.
know, I'm pretty smart and I'm pretty capable. Like the first time I kept my son, look, he was a week old and my wife had somewhere to go and she's
Yeah.
like, no, I'm not gonna go. You know what I told her? Hey, I'm fine.
Go.
How did I learn to take care of a little baby? Shit, my brother's 13 years younger. Now I was nervous, but dude, I had to do the bravado. He'll be fine. So, the expressed breast milk and all that stuff. So I was pretty confident. She came back. I was nervous as fuck. However, she came back home and I was like, yeah, it wasn't a problem.
That's
So
very
now
candid.
she's confident in me and I know how to take care of a child. I've done it before.
But you won't
Now as a
babysit.
teenager and under parent supervision, but my wife was impressed. Might have even because it was a week, so it
The
was a
other app.
few more months. But
That's
the
what's
bottom
up.
line is that is manliness to me, for starters. And then
That's
the other point I want to make is people don't understand how important family is. That little brother that I was talking about is 48. And you know what? He is deep into IT. And by the way, he always says, "Well, Stanley taught me how to do computers," and to a certain extent, I did. We used to play like Castle Wolfenstein. I taught him on a motherfucking Commodore 64. It's still under the bunk bed at home. It might even still work if you plugged it in. So that young man, my son is gonna be 20. He and my younger brother, who's 48, knows computers better than I do these days. He and my son, sometimes they'll sit down and talk about AI or some bullshit. Family's
Where's both
important.
men and MOT? They left?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They'll
You
come
missed
back. All thing you got to do is say, "Come back,"
you
and
missed
they'll be cloud watching. That's all it is.
No, 12th man probably passed out and MOT is busy.
You know what? I'm getting sick of top. You know what? I am really annoyed with people accusing 12th man of being inebriated. That's just how he talks.
Okay,
Oh, they ain't give it. Hold on, Stanley.
no,
He's not
They didn't give a
inebriated.
care when they was calling
no.
me Draco. Look,
Okay,
look.
I need Mela, stop. There is a stark difference when he talks when he's sober. He's actually rather articulate. Stop the cap.
Don't
Stop
even come
the
up here
cap.
with that
Stop
fucking bullshit.
the cap.
He
Okay.
lit now. He lit. He had to be lit when he said he's a white man that liked to be in Memphis. I said, oh hell no. Shit, no. Yeah, no.
I actually enjoy him.
No,
I think
look.
I enjoy him on panels. I really do.
Time. I remember that HB dating show. Yeah.
Yeah, I enjoy him on panels. I do.
Look,
But
when
stop,
he says
stop acting like he was sober.
when he said
Does
something
it
about
matter?
about Memphis, and he know I know what I'm talking about.
It does.
I know he was
When
inebriated
has
when he was
sobriety
saying
mattered on YouTube?
I'm not.
Okay, let me help you out. Do you actually want to know the answer?
I want you to tell me. When has
Good.
sobriety
Well,
actually
I
mattered?
remember the question. You don't have to keep asking it 80 times. It matters.
All right,
on
Colonel
this.
Jessup.
Okay, ma'am, do I get to
You
answer the
can't
question?
handle the
Do
truth,
I get?
Colonel Jessup. Go ahead.
I'm
Say what you gotta say.
struggling. It matters on this panel because he starts talking bullshit about historical points that he never knew when he was sober. It is annoying when he comes up here acting like he knows some shit. And I think he's basically a racist. Now, benign racist, he's probably not
He's
even aware he's
selectively
okay.
racist.
I am trying to answer your question.
Well, you're taking too long.
Motherfucker, I don't care.
He called me motherfucker.
Equal treatment, ma'am. So
I
if you're
don't
gonna come
fuck
up here, if you're
mothers.
gonna come up here and be drunk, dude, know your shit. The smart people know their shit even when they're drunk. He doesn't know it when he does not know it when he's sober. He knows less when he's drunk. And I find it problematic. It is annoying as hell.
All right.
I don't suffer fools gladly.
I give you credit for that sentiment. As a matter of fact,
It's not a sentiment, it's a demand. Know your shit when you come up.
Standing on business.
It's a goddamn
he's
demand.
standing on business.
Don't be white and stupid.
There is
Talk shit. Don't
They ain't
be
got
white
no
and
reason to be
and
stupid.
talk shit.
They ain't got no reason to be stupid.
I want to mention
12th man wants to come up here and talk shit just like someone like a Solid Snake. Solid Snake, I will slap Solid Snake around like that too.
That's a bald head that Lord
yeah,
Jesus.
He's kind of
bring him up.
sometimes.
So hold on. Let me finish up my answer to Mella. Don't come up here all drunk and stupid. I don't suffer fools gladly. Never have.
With that being said,
Not since I have been on YouTube. And by the way, that goes for everybody. Don't be a fool because I'm not going to suffer you gladly. That goes for you too.
Okay, so with that being said, one moment, Brewster, there is a woman that has celebrated her 4th year of sobriety and clean time.
What's her name?
Misunderstood. And that's the name of the channel. That's the name of the channel.
I subscribe to her show.
Okay, so with that being said, the history of
I don't ever watch it, but I subscribe.
The history of her and I goes back.
She and I.
Okay, she and I. Thank you.
She's conservative, but she is cute.
She's more than
cute. None of these people.
She's a gift. None of these people. She is a gift, and I'm gonna tell you why. I remember
actually play piano.
I remember an incident where she was not doing so well. And I specifically talked to her about a particular prayer that people enter into.
Is it like
recovery
the 12
right?
step
The serenity
prayer?
The serenity prayer.
Yeah.
God,
I know what you're talking about.
give me the serenity to accept the things that I cannot change.
Steps.
The
That's
courage to change
Al-Anon.
the things that I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. And as time went on, she gathered an understanding of the value of being sober and clean. And she has evolved 4 years later, clean and sober. And she announced it on her community page. She looks vibrant. She looks healthy. She is thriving more so than any
Okay,
monetary.
can you please get to your point?
My point is that
She's trying to cast her spells on me
Okay,
to say I
stop,
should be
Rooster.
doing better.
Let her get to her point.
my point is that sobriety worked, and I love it.
You see
Good.
how she
I
gritted her
bet she
teeth,
loves
didn't it?
it too. Can you get to your point, please? She is
Anybody that
vibrant. So is your point that she's vibrant? I agree.
my
She is
point
gorgeous.
is that
Okay,
anyone.
ma'am. If your
You asked me
point
my
is
point.
look at yeah,
You asked me my point.
because
My point is.
I'm trying to find one for you
My
because
point is.
you don't
My
seem to
point
be able
is.
to find your point, so I'm going to
My
make one
point
up for
is.
you.
My point is. You asked me my point. My point is that anyone that believes, for whatever reason, that they are better off being inebriated or under the influence is something that you don't have to entertain. You can entertain sobriety and
Okay,
clean
but
time.
get to the
You
goddamn
can
point.
do it.
Okay, Mela, I don't know
That includes you,
where the
Stanley,
okay,
with your
Mela.
drunk ass.
Mela.
Lord Jesus.
What you need to
Stanley, with your
understand,
drunk ass,
what you
you can
need to
entertain sobriety.
Mela, you don't get to make that point. Number
Stanley,
two, okay, no,
you always
Mela.
announce how
Okay,
you've been
Mela,
drinking,
gonna put
and
you
you
in the
can.
back because you act like you
No,
actually
Stanley.
understand. No, I'm talking.
Okay.
I haven't ruined
You're drunk
that.
talking.
Okay, enough.
Oh Lord Jesus.
She was ruining her life. When it gets outside and starts ruining your life, that's when it's the problem. Why is she making this is I don't suffer fools gladly. I need you to make the comparison. Okay, if her life was ruined, she's much younger than me. Motherfucker, I'm retired. I don't clock in. I'm never late for work because I'm retired. What is your point, Mela? You got to start understanding that some black men require a point if you want to give me parables and proselytize. Get to the goddamn point and oh, Stanley, I think you drink too much. What? So what? I'm not working.
You got free reign to drink all that
You
you
haven't
want.
had a meal. You drink.
Well,
you prefer alcohol over food, Stanley. That's a problem.
Okay. How do you know this? Prove you're right.
When have you had a meal, Stanley?
Okay, no. I need proof. Don't ask me questions because if I'm that
don't
kind
ask
of drunk,
you questions.
okay, silly, you don't understand. I'm gonna lie if you're right. Give me goddamn data. And when I said I don't have a schedule, I can eat when I want, I can sleep when I want. I don't have diapers to change. Ma'am, you need to understand that just because I'm not eating at 6 doesn't mean I can't eat at 12 or 6 the next morning. Stop this mothering thing. I'm fine. Damn, lady.
He's crazy. Just
I do appreciate your concern though. Okay, now you're gonna why are you singing?
Because I felt it in my bones, man. There was a moment right there because y'all got that thing going on.
As long as this
And then I'm
song is
looking at the moon.
dedicated.
I'm looking at the moon, man, and it looks like a piece of cheese right now. Look, I wish I could take a picture.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like I need to call. I need to call somebody out the house and see if I'm seeing what I'm seeing. Cause this is crazy.
Oh my Lord.
This
Why
moon
would
look
you
like
wake
a
someone?
cut piece.
Hey, hold it. Are you gonna wake someone up to do that?
Because you have to have a witness to what you're seeing to say you. You know what I'm saying? Cause I'm looking at it. It's like a piece of cut cheese, like the moon where I'm sitting at. Cause it like where I stay at, it be kind of dark. It's quiet. I could be outside all night.
Yeah.
Nobody bother me. I got the house the place I stay in. My uncle and his wife own the whole complex. So basically, I'm overseer. You know what I'm saying? I'm an overseer. And I don't have no problem.
Is that what they call it? You're not the landlord, you're the overseer.
Well, yeah, I don't have to do no maintenance work, but like if anything go on, I just report. Like, and then if something go on and somebody come, they call my phone and they say, "Well, tell your uncle or your auntie there's something going on." So, but I always have to have a witness. Like when I'm sitting out here and I see shooting stars, and I always call my wife. Baby, you saw that? Or if you hear shooting or something, I say, you hear that? Or my next door neighbor, he from Austin, Texas.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah.
We are down to 3 people watching. So I want to hear.
Yeah.
Well, no, I don't care about that. We've gone this long. Mela.
That's
I'll
crazy.
be fine,
And then
man.
now the moon
And by the way, there's a whole show. I'm gonna try and get back on to the 3:30 in the afternoon schedule. What I did is I got to having fun and threw my whole sleep schedule off. So anyway, I've been monitoring CM's show. Oh, she left. Yeah, she's just gonna be mad at me probably for days.
That guy CM, I need to see what show he got because I believe I said something to him.
Here is his show. This is what these dumb fucks do. He's the coward.
No, I believe it. Hold on, did I say?
Probably do. That's a Gucci night.
No, I'm just saying, fam. Let me ask you a question. Have I said anything to you that hurt your feelings in the past 6 months? No, the CM guy. What the him talking? I heard him talking.
Look, he's a relatively new content creator. He could be bigger than me, dude. Look,
do he come from Ham Channel or something? Whatever.
I think he just came out of nowhere.
No,
as far as I know.
No, I've been hearing that voice, but the thing is, what I was saying is, I was on the Discord one day, and I said something to somebody, and they act as if everybody is supposed to be YouTube stalking these people and figuring out what's going on with these people's life. So I was on a Thursday show, and I said something. I'm trying to find out who this person is. I said something to a lot of folks every Thursday. I just tune in just to see what other bull crap they got going on, because they always talk about relationships and they always trying to pick out people to try to pick on and everything. You know, Rooster ain't never going. I ain't going for the bull crap, especially up on certain YN mindset of people or the people that politic and get into groups and everything. I'm a true representation of myself, and I come into spaces on my own, regardless of what content creators I deal with or whatever. So what happened is, a person thought they was going to gang up on me because a woman came up and mentioned something I said on the channel. And what I did is I truly disrespected that fella, because I don't know whether these guys come into these spaces trying to protect women with these fine woven capes of linen and shit. They be flying in like Superman. I don't know where the fuck they be coming at them. They be like gnats and shit.
Well, look,
So
I kind of do the same thing, especially,
yeah,
the women on my channel. Yeah,
yeah,
I'll get in there and I'll scrap and
yeah.
I will win.
But what happened was it was a female came up there, and what she did was incited verbal violence amongst men, and she stepped away. But when I said what I said to him, the person that ran the Discord had to come up. Oh, stop talking about this, that.
Oh, I've heard.
And save the
Look.
man. But the woman stepped away. The woman that created the confusion, she stepped away. And then, so basically, she's in the back laughing, rubbing her palms together and say, oh, I got these Negroes fighting. But I ain't lose no sleep behind it. I said what I said to him, and get what? Cracked me another beer, smoked me another cigar, and he was upset about it. And he rage quit. And the female never came back. So basically, what I'm saying is, in certain situations, when it come down to King, I'll be trying to figure out, like, cause these are the same people on multiple platforms. They just come up in different names and all that and everything. You remember what I told you earlier, right? If I was to try to do like a search of who's looking at me or a phone dump of whoever, look, a lot of these people I don't even respond to. It'll be a hey, how you doing? And come, they'll speak to me first. I don't bother people. You see what I'm saying? But when it come down to a person that bothers me, when I decide to attack now, don't get your big content creator, the person that's the host of the show, or try to save you from little old King Rooster. But no, cause you tried to bite first. Now, so when I show my teeth, it's on, and it's gonna be on forever. It's on forever because a lot of these people that follow me, just like that other little creature or whatever, that might be a friend of your channel. He bit first, right? The Mike guy.
Which
you know,
look. Mike 123 is kind of harmless.
Okay. Like 1, 2, 3. Guess what? 1, 2, 3. I got 32 teeth, and all of them fine, fixed, and well. I bite, bro. You messed up when you said you followed me or you saw me on multiple panels, and you finally got a chance over here on Stanley's channel. I had to tell Nidish a certain thing too. I told Nidish, you don't even let me up on your platform. When I'm in the back, you'll try to discard me. Why are you speaking to me on other people's platforms trying to get a joke or a laugh? If I can't talk to you on your platform, stop talking to me before I bite hard on somebody else's platform and totally disrespect you. Don't come into Stanley's place because Stanley got company, which is King Rooster, and kick your feet up on his coffee table, expecting Stanley to allow you to do what you're gonna do to me. No,
Well, wait,
what's gonna happen is
what's
gonna happen is.
Can I just say one thing? I struggle to be consistent. Look, I struggle to be consistent. I abhor extremes. Abhor extremes. I struggle to be consistent my whole life, and I will never get it. A unified theory of existence, of attitude. Mike, when I say Mike is harmless, you might want to trust my judgment on that. Don't take him too seriously. Do not take him that seriously.
I know I ain't gonna take
no.
I'm not serious about what he's saying or what he's doing. But what happens in these spaces is based on my conversation, and then people on the back end of it or just cloud watching, they'll take, if I give Mike a pass, oh, Mike did Rooster a certain way. And then when I go to other platforms, I have to be totally disrespectful just because harmless Mike, I gave harmless Mike a pass. No, look, I think I was born without a heart. I was born with a cat engine in my chest. I bulldoze shit. I don't give a damn. If I feel like you are a threat, or it's somebody in the clouds that's watching that's possibly gonna be a potential threat based on our encounters, shit, you better root hog or die po pig, because I'm a slaughterer. Shit, I don't do that. The whole thing is I don't bother nobody, and I prefer them not to bother me. But when we go to poking at each other, shit, you better find your sharpest tool, because I'm poking like a son of a bitch. You, your friends, and everything. Not saying you, but I'm just saying that's how I move. I don't like in certain other channels. You can pay attention to me. You can pay attention to my verbiage towards certain people that got ulterior motives and everything. It's certain females that pop up, and I say it ain't nothing we got to talk about, because I know they come from certain channels of dudes that do certain things, and the dudes are messy. I just don't call their name, and because I deal with them, but I know how to deal with them. That's on my own reconnaissance, right? That's on my own. But when it comes down to like multiple people that done dealt with that certain person, but then they want to try to deal with me based on who I dealt with. No, what's gonna happen is they're gonna get that person in some shit and them too. But that person ain't gonna catch the brunt of the shit. I go back and talk to them later and say, why did you let that person be a fool enough to even think they can say whatever they said to me? This is what look, I've been in these spaces for over 6 years, Stan. I know how these people operate. So if I let Mike get away with something, what'll happen is what'll happen is they'll eventually, even though Mike is harmless, they'll throw Mike in it and try to make me go harder at Mike, excluding themselves out of it because they creating the narrative. Mike might not say nothing too harmful, but if I let Mike pass with a smidget of whatever he get past with, oh, the next person, oh, we finally got Rooster. He let this go on with this white man. The white man said this and he ain't say nothing. It's content created and already tried it, and they be failing at it because they already know my blueprint. I don't mind on ratchet channels that ain't got no substance and everything. That's why I will disrespect them. That's why I'll say everything towards them. That's why I will overtalk them, because there's no substance to the communication that I'm getting. If it's a circus, why can't I be a goddamn animal? That's what you deem me as, and when I come through the door, that's what I be trying to tell folks. You notice all night, I have not been disrespectful to anybody. I have not overtalked anybody. I think on my ways of speaking, I've been kind of cordial and talking with some sense, right? It'll be a totally different panel. It's a different rooster when I get around young dumb Negroes, whining mindseted people that only want to create a narrative towards people and point the fingers. And get what? Half of these folks that I participate on, only the young folks. I'm talking about the young folks, not y'all. Half of these folks, I'm gonna tell you like that. Half of these content creators that I participate on their channels with, the shit that they've been through in their life, I ain't never had to go through. I ain't never missed a goddamn meal. I ain't never thumbed a goddamn ride. I always had my own vehicle or whatever. Even in high school, I had a goddamn house. Never slept on a goddamn cardboard box on a curb or none of that shit. But a lot of these folks that'll say, oh, Rooster, he drank too much and everything. Some of bitch, my motherfucking money paid for it. I ain't never received a cash app saying somebody give Rooster a cash app for him to go to the store and buy a beer. I already had the beer before I popped up on the goddamn panel. with my money paid for it. So if you mad because you ain't got a hot bologna sandwich to eat and a cold beer to crack open where you can hear that pop sound on the street, that's your fault. Go talk to your parents, not to me. My folks have already signed me up. Look, I don't have to go nowhere. I don't have to do the shit. I don't have to talk down to nobody because the life I have been living, guess what? The shit I made decisions, good decision, bad decision, but guess what? My folks was already in a position or created like households and everything. No, my folks tell me, you ain't got to do nothing but learn how to figure out what taxes you got to pay. The houses I was raised up in, man, my uncles, my aunties, and everything were raised up in all of them different properties. They just say, you better know what the hell you supposed to be doing when we die. The only reason why you would have to change location is because one of us is dead and you want to move in the goddamn house that we left because it's vacant now. I don't have these Negro problems. I was born in this shit. I ain't rich. Don't want to look for rich. I don't want none of that shit, Stanley. Every house that my granddaddy and his people put together, we got keys. We got certain people that got keys to every goddamn door. And if anything was to happen, lights go out, storm or whatever, I can sleep in any one of my relatives' house and they got a vacant bed. They'll tell you, bring all your folks. So when it come down to these people, man, on the internet, man, these folks is struggling. And I see the struggling. That's why you can't get no solutions out of this shit. I like coming to your channel because you put like evidence out and you talk about like historical shit. A lot of these motherfuckers can't recite the preamble. They don't even know the pledge of allegiance. They don't even know how to say God is good, God is great. Thank you for this plate. Shit like that. And I'm on the panel with that.
Okay, well you kind of lost me.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Stop blaming the people on the panel because I understand your point to a certain extent. No, but I was just rambling. Right, but once you realize you're ignorant, it is up to you to solve that problem. But America has a whole education problem, and I think if there's a conspiracy theory, it is that only the people that can afford an elite education get an elite education. This patriotic education shit is fucking America up. That kids don't know the Pledge of Allegiance and all that stuff. At my son's, hold on one second. Let me get some water. At my son's graduation, they said the Pledge of Allegiance. And I'm in Podunk, Georgia. So Pledge of Allegiance isn't important. Neither is
it's not, but I'm just saying a lot of these
neither is the prayer at the dinner table. None of that has to do with my ultimate point, which is America is anti-intellectual. You will have 50, 60-year-old men get up on a panel and I'll ask them a question and they want to talk about something else because they're afraid to answer the question truthfully or honestly.
They want to talk about women. They want to talk about women.
Same thing. Dude, I'm glad you bring that up.
Sexual deviance.
No, I don't care about any of that. The sexual deviancy is not, who cares? Where I'm going with this is all of a sudden women want to come up, say on a Sharon's panel. Dude, PH Diva is a female version of a YN.
Oh yeah,
She is
she a
no,
little
I'm
good
using her as an example, but most of the women that I run into on YouTube are just a male version of YN. They just get mad because some man, says something
Said
harsh,
something.
but they do the same things on an all-woman panel.
But I ain't understand. Look, I ain't
And
never
I'm not
had no
fussing at
problem.
you. I'm just pointing out
I'm just
what I'm
saying, like,
saying.
okay, for your example you use, the thing, like, okay, I never had no problem out of PhD, but we have never had no back and
Oh, I
forth.
have
No,
huge problems with her. Look, it's not a personal problem with PhD though. It is more a philosophical problem. She is not that bright. She might be bright about whatever her PhD is, but I think I have some huge problems. And it's almost like a systemic problem. People who might go up to a YouTube panel for relationship advice, you should never look to YouTube for like
for advice,
relationship advice. History, now there's some good history channels. You can go and figure out how to fix a car problem or something, but going all these black relationship panels, and that's about every other panel. Dude, these people are toxic. They're dumb and toxic. And I've been watching this stuff for 2 years or so. I don't watch half the shit anymore. And even the people, I'm getting to a point to where I don't even want to fucking go to like Nidus's panel because he's reviewing that dumb shit. Dude, that shit is just uninteresting because they keep saying the same dumb shit over and over and over. And they're not getting better at doing it. They're not being smarter at analyzing it. It's just the same dumb bullshit. And the same people doing the same dumb things. It is frustrating for, someone who at least like, why are these black people who are over 35, why are they doing this? Why do they have the time to do what they're doing? They're not retired. Why do the women are bad, the black women are bad, the black men are bad, the white people who join them are bad? It's just a whole toxic situation. And they're the people who will say, well, Stanley, why do you read books? You don't have original thoughts because you read books. You're listening to a book and you're repeating a book opinion. No, I'm not. These people are toxic. And dude, it is shocking how stupid some of these motherfuckers are, men and women. Listen to CM talk about shit. That motherfucker is stark raving stupid. And shame on me because I listen to this. I've got to wean myself
there ain't no
off
shame.
stupidity.
You listen to get an understanding. Look, this how I am, bro. Okay, I ain't just sharp as knife in the goddamn toolbox, right? But okay. But what I do is
that's why you should listen to CM. You'll feel real
no,
smart.
hell no. Listen what I'm saying. No, but the whole thing is I listen to people because I don't count people out. Like if I can learn something from a silly some bitch every once in a while. I ain't gonna give you too many chances, but I can still learn something from somebody being silly. I can learn something. I don't count people out. That's just my thing. But if I see you just go overboard and just get outrageously stupid now, that don't mean I'm gonna keep showing up to the party though. But I can be on the outskirts listening. You know what I'm saying? No, bro. CM said something when he popped up, and his mannerism and the way he was speaking. That's why I asked the question: did I do something to this person? Because is he normally this aggressive towards you? Because if he's not,
yeah, he is, dude. He's dude. He's a hoodwyan. He's aggressive to anything.
I'm thinking. Since you saying, I think
Now I'm talking about CM.
I know it's rejogging my memory.
Yeah.
I think I have said something.
It is.
No, but it's a couple of them that's out. So, okay, Stan, I go on different social media platforms. It's a couple of them that's out there from California, and they kind of cool. They all right, but they got this way of speaking. Them old somewhat light-skinned fellas and shit, they sound the same and shit. It's that old gang mentality mindset. Like the way they speak, they speak this in the same cadence and shit. It's like so I be trying to make sure I don't curse out the wrong person. That's all. Yeah, that's all it is, bro. Like if CM alright, but I think I blocked CM ass. I had to check my YouTube. I think
you know what?
Don't
if you got him blocked, you did it for a reason. The motherfucker is just tragic. He is a tragedy. And
he might be smart, but he might be tricycle slow.
I don't think he's that. Well, you can be smart, but you gotta give. If your brain is like the mill, you got to give the mill some grist, something to make or work. Dude, the motherfucker is literally a brain without a thought.
Listen what I'm saying. CM might be one of them fat boys that wear like white Fruit of the Loom t-shirts that walk around with Jordan basketball shorts and sandals and shit all day. Yeah, he might be one of them little fat funky motherfuckers. So I don't deal with them. They highly aggressive because they be so smart to where if you catch them on one moment that you are smarter than them and make them think, they get highly aggressive. I don't want to be around one of them big fat cheek. You know, one of them ice cream sandwich ass babies eating up. He might be one of them old spoiled ass kids and shit. And then you catch him in one moment and you piss him off. Big boy gonna grab you, and you might have to defend yourself.
But that's why we only talk to him on YouTube. Keep him at a distance.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna drop out of here, folks. Let me do this one last time because I am so appreciative, and they've all run away, but Moxie Witts actually contributed to the show. You know, she's a sweetheart. Lupin, the Admiral CKJ3, 12th Man, by the way. Mariah, 12th Man has been a friend of the show for quite some time. He's actually a day one. He and Solid Snake. Yeah, known him for a while. There are stories. And Moxie, thank you. No, dude, imagine Solid Snake and 12th Man drunk talking at the same time on your panel at like 2 a.m. That was the show.
Your brain would be a smoothie.
Dude, I used to, dude, I'm trying to, like, you know, I have a brain that tries to order things into ways I could solve problems, and these two fucking drunkards, dude, finally, you know, I don't usually drop the link at the start of the show until I'm ready to drop it. Solid Snake and 12th Man taught me that lesson. Like, I used to post it, you know, at the beginning of the show. Nope. When I'm ready to talk to these folks, I'll drop the link. Dude, they used to beat the fuck out of me. Now, they were funny.
Solid Snake. I like Solid. He an old character.
Dude,
But
He
he's
will. He
crazy,
is a
bro.
character for sure.
He'll switch it. He'll switch up though. He'll switch up on
Oh
you.
yeah.
Like in
Right.
mid conversation, it'll sound like he with you. No, you bitch ass nigga. Yo, no. With them cabinets in the back and shit. Look like old Mama Rose house and shit. Man. That goddamn. Hey, I Silent Snake is one of the people that I go around him in real life because you know what? He got bad knees. He's a carpenter and shit. He can't catch me. Like if he get crazy, I just run off on him. You know what I'm saying? If he, yeah, I just know to put my yard chair like at least 15 feet away from him to where when he get in his little shit, yeah, I can dip off on him because I'm agile like that. But Silent Snake, I meet him in real life. I got a chance to meet it's a person to be on Lighter Show. He had hit me up. And he's a truck driver. He kind of support Nighters. I actually met him in real life. He's from down here in the South, Maurice.
I've heard of him. I've never heard him actually.
Yeah, Maurice a cool dude. Look, I pulled up on Maurice, me, my wife, and the kids and everything. I pulled up on Maurice. He said what he was, and I pulled up on him. Wasn't he? Hey, shit. I already had money. He ain't worried about that. But he bought me a beer. He said, man, look, it's on me. Whatever you get this, whatever. Yeah, Maurice a good guy. Maurice, he from down there, South Mississippi and everything. He a good guy. He been running.
The funny thing is even on YouTube, there are plenty of people I'd love to meet in person and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But there are also plenty of people I'd go, no thanks.
Right.
So
you know what? You know, one person I want to meet in real life. It wouldn't be hard to do it, but I'm just so lazy that I don't be wanting. After all the driving trucks and everything, seeing everything everybody else got going on in their city, I really don't like leaving Mississippi no more, and especially if I got to drive.
Yeah, yeah.
So
I can
Big J, I want that big old Negro there. I want to meet Big J. I got to see him before I leave this earth. I got to see Big J. Look, and then the craziest thing, my people stay out there where he stayed. It won't be nothing
really?
for me to go out there. Yeah, they stay out there. Man, look. I keep telling you, look, I got a strong military background of people, right?
Mm-hmm.
They in Killeen, Texas. They in Fort Worth, Dallas. Now I got younger cousins. I got younger cousins. They in the military. They a part of fraternity groups and all that. By me, I do the family thing, right? I got wife, kids, and everything. You know what I'm saying? They be inviting me to a whole lot of stuff, but I be by me being out in the world and going over the road. That being over the road, that's just traumatizing shit. I don't know whether people should be sending their kids to drive trucks or whatever, bruh. By me seeing everything, all this beautiful shit in the United States, I don't even know why folks be talking about. I'm gonna go to Africa. I'm gonna go. Man, I done seen so much stuff in these back rows of the United States. Man, it's so much shit to discover in the United States. Man, I seen blue water in a goddamn crack of a goddamn mountain. Crystal clear shit. The shit looked like it was glowing. I'm driving the truck going down, heavy down. I'm looking at these rocks, mountains and all that. I like, why folks talking about we gonna leave over and search shit? I'm talking about people that ain't never been nowhere. They want to go to Jamaica. They want to go. I'd have been in backwood towns. This shit looked like some Western shit. Like it looked like look. I'd have been in the backwoods of town. Like this shit looked like so some unreal shit. And you see people out there like they got a festival going on. I done been through this town over and over because I was hauling steel. And I found a spot where I can park at, and then by the people seeing me so much, they oh yeah, you park it there anytime you want. I actually met a black man that looked like a goddamn Aborigine. It was a town, like I ain't see hardly no black people, but he was a dark-skinned black man with silver hair, looked like a Aboriginal, like a motherfucker from
Like an
down under,
Australian Aboriginal.
like a Austrian. Look, but he ran the store, and this shit was in the back of the. Look, I'm telling you, I believe I was traumatized by seeing all this beauty. I done been to towns and shit, delivering boats and shit. Little old towns, like the shit is so pristine and no trash on the ground, like you can eat off the sidewalk and shit. No plastic cups thrown on the sidewalk. And you look down the side of the hill, you see nothing but boats and yachts. And this shit look like a country ass town. It look like who the fuck stay here? Like, who are these people that own this shit over here? I'm looking like, damn. And I'm riding the little road. You know, most trucks are like, the truck is 8 feet wide, the trailer 8 feet. I'm riding down little 2-lane roads, seeing all this beautiful blue water in the United States. I went out to California, took trips out to California. I seen the road runner on all that shit, the big Boulder Canyon and all. Look, ain't no way. That's why I don't go nowhere now. Like when people get on the internet, be talking about, oh, my life is better than yours, man. All y'all come from a town that don't nobody want to be in, but it's people migrating to your town and they finding new hope.
Well, you know, in some ways, I kind of feel like, you know, I remember seeing the water spout in the Mediterranean, like big storm and stuff. I thought like water spouts from the ocean to the sky were kind of like a cartoon thing until I saw one for real. Flying fish. For some reason, I thought flying fish were kind of ridiculous, except I've seen flying fish. So, you know, the world is wonderful. The country's wonderful, but the world is great. It's the people that are the
people that occupy those spaces that deny you access to it.
Most people are perfectly fine. It's the ones that want to act up and get the attention that are actually the problem.
Look, I look. Just think about it. I come from a small town in the real Jim Crow South, and then I got a chance to see the shit that they was talking about in the United States history books that we had to read, test, and study about. I got a chance to see the Transcontinental Railroad, the Union Pacific trains. Look, it killed my mind when I was riding through an area out there out west where I saw white women in 2 pieces jumping off a flat rock, swimming in the goddamn where mountain lions at or whatever. All the white in the wilderness. I seen the train to my left side, and I'm looking down on my right side through. I said, "Them people right there, they in some kind of." I'm riding through an area where people, and this shit look like wilderness and shit. I'm like, why are these folks out here jumping off a flat, water rushing and shit? No, we ain't doing that. Like down here where we at, we ain't doing that. Not especially at the skin tone. We are not jumping in that water, rushing like that. And them folk having a good old time. I have been to a place. Look, I was taking a trip out west. I'm in shorts, right? I'm in cargo shorts, Fruit of the Loom t-shirt. Go up. Ascend up into the mountains. I'm seeing snow cap. The shit turned into ice. Like I'm seeing folks on what the not jet skis,
Snowboards?
the snow, they on snowboards and everything. I'm in my climate is right in the truck because I got the damn air on at first going up in there, but I'm seeing white and I'm looking at how clean this shit is. I'm like, damn, I wonder what the low income folk live like out here. I'm seeing snow-capped mountains, ski resorts, the shit coming down, and then when I come off the other side of the mountain, it get hot again. Now go back down into the neighborhood, and now we see you can't wear sandals out there because it's needles on the ground. You got black and mild papers and everything. Man, it was environment, man. I think it messed me up, bro. It messed me up when I see how certain people, the upkeep of people, and the way they gatekeep us out of a lot of shit, and it probably for a good goddamn reason. I just got to say it, Stan, because
Well,
some
what
of the
would the
stuff,
reason be?
because you cannot stick your hand in a snake full of a barrel full of snakes and expect
That's rather mysterious. What would the reason be?
the reason would be is when you allow certain people to come in a certain environment with certain mindsets that have no care about anything, it destroys what you try to build or what you got going on. I was looking enough to see it because I was in working capacity or whatever. But you can't go everywhere with a certain mindset that I don't give a damn. And there's a lot of us that don't give a damn about shit, right?
And
I see
but
it.
most do. Stop.
Yeah, most
No,
of us do.
I see this too much. People don't think about what most black people do. As a matter of fact, Kimmy sent me something that I looked at and I'm like, nah, I'm not showing this because people want to harbor or concentrate on the minority of people who are consistently like effing stuff
screwing
up.
up. Yeah.
So stop judging the majority by the minority. That's what white people have been doing for literally in the United States for quite some time. Hold on one sec. And black people fall into this, like, look at them. They're like all of us. Some random black person fucking shit up does not reflect on me, certainly, and it certainly doesn't reflect on other black people. It reflects on them. It is literally a reflex of history. This credit to your race bullshit that we were fed back 50, 60, 70 years ago. No one person is a reflection on a whole race. In number, by the way, race is a social construct. No, so there is no certain people shouldn't be doing. I don't care. It doesn't reflect on me. It does not reflect on me.
But I know, but I'm not speaking towards like the whole race of people. I'm speaking towards.
Well, then, what do you mean by certain people shouldn't go certain places? What certain white people shouldn't be? I hope it's not a racial thing. Certain people, criminals,
it's not.
Black, white, or indifferent.
Okay.
Well, that's obvious then.
Let's take it. Let's take it off of the upper echelon speaking of ways of things. Okay, we just had a gentleman come up here and we're speaking about Memphis. We are different races, but I even told him, even though he said he liked it, I even told him, me as a black person, hell no. I don't want to go over there. Just, I be around people. I know people that's from there, and I frequently have to go around people. But bro, no, because the mindset of hell no, the mindset of the majority or the folks that can be influenced by this shit. Those are the people I do not want to be around.
Let me offer you a piece of advice, and I kind of learned it the hard way, or maybe I just knew it all along. I don't ever use 12th Man for an example of much of anything. He's a cautionary tale. What he says, I don't use as a yardstick for anything that is a serious thought. He is 12th Man. And he doesn't represent all white people either.
I know he don't. I know. Look, I know for a fact he don't, because when he said he liked it in Memphis, I said, "Oh hell, shit, that's a different type of white man." Shit, who want to go there? Man,
no. I don't know when he's blustering or whether he's truthful, and frankly, it doesn't matter. So.
No, it don't. It don't. But I'm just saying, based on what he had said, when he said, "Oh, I like Memphis and everything," whether he's lying or telling the truth, I was looking like, "Boy, you're bullshitting. I don't even want to fuck around over there." Shit, so you can, no, we are not. 12th Man can't pick me up and say we're heading to Memphis. No. If you think that Memphis is all right, shit, I don't even want to stop by your friend's house to figure out what the rest of them think. Hell no. That's a trip not taken. I'm not going. I'm telling you. Nah. He could have been saying it just to try to be a little warmer towards me. To say, "Oh, yo, Rooster accept me." No. That's the way to get the doors locked on you. Because if you talking about going to Memphis, bro, you crazy hell. Yeah, I ain't scared of it. I be around people from it, but no, that shit give me a fucking panic attack. I got to be watching everything, and people that's weirded out and got all this old extra shit that Memphis is not Earth. Is not Earth. I'm telling you.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm gonna cut this short. I am.
Go ahead.
Well, I'll be back, folks. I'll be back around 3:30, 4 o'clock tomorrow. Still not absolutely sure what we're going to talk about, but I am going to start out with finishing up this talk that Josh and I had on Latinos panel. And don't be a stranger, by the way, Rooster. But I am actually tired. It's been a while.
No, go ahead.
All right. Well, hopefully you'll be swing around tomorrow. Hopefully Mela forgives me, but do better and stop acting like I'm the problem, ma'am.
And look at Mela told me to get to the point. I ain't even see the chat.
Well, she is a sweetheart, but she's in a mood tonight, apparently.
Look, I see the usuals. Moxie, she loved me. Mela, she loved me not. Let me see who the look at Lawrence. Look at Lawrence. He that person there right there they got two names. Lawrence and see two different. Yeah, burn that mic, Lord Jesus. Them the same people. These folks
So
are crazy.
anyway, I'm out of here. I actually am gonna go. You should go over to this idiot's channel. Just
Who that?
fucking what's his name? CM.
CM.
It is.
I don't know his channel. Hold on. Put it in the back.
I'm gonna put it in the back and put it in the chat because I will be over there eventually. Hopefully, I fall asleep first because this motherfucker is toxic. Toxic Cali Black.
I got to figure out what I did to this sapsucker. Shit. 'Cause I believe I did something wrong.
You know what? You probably just made sense. He felt inferior. He's got a daddy complex. He wants to claim that he had a good childhood upbringing, but nothing he said has suggested, that kind of thing to me.
I probably had to do it on my computer, man, because I'm on my phone. But if I drop off, it's in show on stage.
No, I'm about to end it, so you will drop off. So, folks,
yeah, I had to get CM channel some kind of way.
Oh no, I dropped it in the back.
Yeah, I'm in the back, but I can. What happens is my phone don't allow me to click on it because they keep it white. But if I go up in my desktop in the front.
Okay, you can click it from the chat. I dropped it in the chat too. You can literally.
Okay, let me drop down and get it up
you
the
can
chat.
just tap it. All right. See you tomorrow, hopefully. Bye, folks.
Yeah.
With all that we have given them, we should own perhaps at least one half of this asset. The revenues generated because of it. And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States hosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain.
Well, I don't know what it was, but the thing is that if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
fearing his shoes, library brave.
The MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put. I'm a drunk old man with a head shaped like a shroom. And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today, and I know